station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday, the live edition, out and about again as the 2024 Firehouse tour continues. And you hear the Tolos in the background. They're lining up early for the brand new fan flasks out here in Saxy. Sean Shreve and Bobby Belt, Choppy out golfing in Michigan for another day. 5805 Bryan Street. 5805 Bryan Street. And every single time I pull up to a rural area, a very difficult word for me in my past, I'm like, ain't no one going to come out here? What are we doing? Where are we going? And then they're lined up already deep. I was assuming for us, but no, it's for the fan flask. That's fine.
Yeah, nobody cares to actually physically see us, except Sean over there who's waving, Tolo Sean. But other than that, this is about the fan flasks, which they're going to go quick, given how many people are already here. So it'll be, if you're going to want them, you're going to want to come out here to Saxy quickly, 5805 Bryan Street. And come hang out with us. But yeah, the Wiley, we had a good turnout at Wiley last year in December. This is kind of Wiley area, so I anticipated similar. And it's showing up already.
I do the show from here every morning. This is a much easier drive than getting on any highway.
How far was it?
Like 20 minutes.
What a luxury for you! Like you've got
I skip all the firehouses that are far away from me. And I strategically schedule it off, and then I'm like, okay, Saxy, that's close to me. Let's do it.
Same thing with Chop. Chop said from Roanoke to Saxy, I'm going to skip that one, and he scheduled his trip to Gaylord for it. I guess I'll have to take off the next firehouse. Is what it is.
Where is it?
Burleson. It sounds like. Which that's going to be a hell of a drive for you that day.
Yeah, I feel like I've been within 6 feet of Dawson recently, so I may be out for that. I may be out for that.
35. It wasn't too bad. It said GPS said 35 minutes. I made it here in 28.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, just back roads, baby. Back roads in the woods. Give us the education. Give us the background on Saxy, Bobby Bell.
Yep, we are live in Saxy, so I always like to do a little quick research. And
dude, these flasks, these flasks are in trouble.
Yeah, already.
How many times do you have people hit you up on the side? My boy Paul hit me up. Joseph Hicks, my snake fence, my pest control. He's like, can you hold it? Is there any possible way? This is not going to be for long.
No. And I have a G-Bag chalice that's still in my car from one that somebody told me to hold on for them that they have not claimed yet. So, I get hit up for them routinely. But I tell them the same thing. I don't know if we're going to be able to get them sometimes.
Yeah, normally we have like one sitting in front of us.
Yeah, on this one.
We get the merchandise first hands on it. The donuts have just been opened up.
Look at that.
Palmer's hot chicken and shrimp is going to be out here at 7 o'clock with his State Fair nominated food. So that's going to be at 7, and another Cat Williams ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway.
Saxy, Texas has absolutely exploded over the last 20 years, Sean. In fact, from 2000 to 2020, Saxy's population grew 3 times its size to 27,000 people as of last count in 2022. Saxy was now over 30,000 residents. Founded by a German immigrant, William Saxy, in 1845. We actually got the note from the city here, as you'll see, the pronunciation, the phonetic of Saxy.
Saxy.
Because it doesn't necessarily look like the way you'd expect it to be pronounced. S-A-C-H-S-E is how you spell Saxy. But because it's pronounced phonetically as Saxy. That caused some miscommunication in 1886 when they built the railroad up here, Sean. They built a depot in town, and they spelled it S-A-X-I-E. And a number of legal documents on the city had it spelled wrong for several years because of that miscommunication. Like nearby Wiley, Saxy, Big Onion Town.
Let my birth certificate misspelled correctly. Big Onion Town.
Big Onion Town. Onions were a big crop. They were a cash crop back in the day out here. Early 20th century, generating a lot of revenue from its onion crops, onion, cotton, stuff like that. And ultimately, the onion setup that they had, the little onion sheds they had, destroyed. Tornado, 1930s. Ripped through, killed it. And with the advent of motor vehicles, the train station died, and now it's a booming, bustling city of its own ever since the 1930s.
We knew you were going to wear a sweatshirt like a moron yet again, but I was anticipating a different one. I thought you were going to order a specialty Saxy shirt. Where is it, Mr. Big Talk?
I ordered it. It did not arrive on time, but it's fine. I'm gonna have it anyway. It was these lips. It was like these red lips, like dripping, and it said "She from Saxy," and I had ordered that, and I was hoping to wear it, but it didn't get here in time. So, much like the truck next time. Any
sports research and background? We were talking about an NFL prospect from here. Anything else on the athletics?
So Saxy has become a really big community in terms of like high school football recruits and some of the activity there. They actually have the number 5 recruit in the state of Texas, Kalik Lockett, who is committed to the Texas Longhorns. This will be his senior year this year. So if you want to come out to Saxy and watch a high-profile recruit for your Texas Longhorns, the team of the state of Texas, you can come see a 5-star recruit before he gets to UT.
We're live on the Fan Text, brought to you by Franklin Franco at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And I guess we start off with a trade inside the NFC East. Of course, a full Cowboys-Chargers preview coming up at 6:20. But I was listening to the KMC Masterpiece, and Kevin Hagelin broke in with the news that Jahan Dotson is going from D.C. to Philadelphia. So the Eagles, yesterday, they got all the pub and all the Howie Roseman highlights of look at all the weapons and look at all the options now for Jalen Hurts as Jahan Dotson now joins Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Goddard, and Barkley.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to throw cold water and seem like I'm just being a hater.
Get at the firehouse.
But here's the thing is that when I see yesterday, again, it's gotten to the point where any move the Eagles make is met with, GD, you Howie, you've done it again, you mad scientist. And as we covered a couple weeks ago, the results have actually said that their trades have not been these home runs consistently that everybody thinks they are. Yeah, did they snatch A.J. Brown? Yes, but that was also a player who was upset by his contract standing and wanted out and had demanded out, and Philly was just there to scoop it up and benefit from that. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had performed somewhat well, but, was still a guy who was routinely getting burned. So Philly is not a team that I think is as, thrifty with their acquisitions as people like to talk about.
Accusations.
Yeah, accusations. This is a buy low type of move, again, from Howie. So Dotson was the 16th overall pick 2 years ago, same draft that Tyler Smith went, and he's been pretty disappointing to this point in Washington.
But
very talented. Let's be fair. Very talented. There's been issues with the quarterback in Washington, but it never stopped Terry McLaurin. And so I look at Dotson and I say, okay, why is a guy with this sort of pedigree, why does Cliff Kingsbury walk into that situation and say, I don't need him. I don't need this guy. I can figure things out. Now, does this signal Brandon Aiyuk is back on the table in Washington and they're trying to make room for him?
We'll get to that in a second. The first thing I want to hear is value. What was given up? Who got swindled? How many more future draft picks did the Eagles get? So it is Dotson and a 5th to the Eagles for a 3rd and 2 7th-round selections. How does that sound value-wise to you?
I would take that if I was Washington. Like both teams are sitting here in the division. I'm more frustrated with what Washington got than what Philly got. Now look, Dotson is an absolutely talented individual. He's got high upside.
Slot
receiver. This is a guy he'll be able to play the slot. He's done some stuff outside throughout his career before, but he is a smaller receiver, shiftier guy. He's going to play a lot inside. And yeah, if he's able to click and he's able to reach that potential, it becomes kind of terrifying to have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson all playing it really high. That's 3 first-round type of receivers.
Now, they drafted, who's the substitute if it's not Aiyuk? They drafted Luke McCaffrey in the 3rd round. They're saying to fill a similar role. He had a strong all-around game against the Dolphins, 2 catches for 30 yards, blocking and special teams play. But the Brandon Aiyuk issue is still sitting out there with his former general manager, in Washington.
His one of the guys who knows him best is there in Washington now, and Adam Peters. His former college quarterback, Jaden Daniels, is there in Washington. There's a connection there. You can make a lot of the connections that you want with those two, the Aiyuk and the Commanders. And yesterday, apparently, Aiyuk is on Instagram, and he's liking jersey swap photos of him putting a Commanders uniform. And so he loves to troll. He loves to kind of push the envelope a little bit. And he's done that all offseason with San Francisco. He has not felt like, I don't know about to you, it has not felt like to me all offseason he's had good faith negotiations with the 49ers. Maybe they offended him along the way, maybe they didn't, but it has felt like he's just been dug in on, I want to go somewhere else, and I don't care what you pay me.
And it feels like he's turning down big-time money.
Yeah. The fact that he didn't want to get the word out of New England being that he was going to be offered $32 million, which right now before CD gets his deal is second. That would be the second highest paid receiver, and I don't think anybody thinks of Brandon Aiyuk as a top 5 kind of guy. But he turned it down. He said, no, I don't want to go to New England. I don't care about how much money they're paying me. He doesn't seem to care about what the 49ers are bringing to the table. He's set on the idea, it appears, of I want to go to Washington and play with Jaden Daniels, or I want to go to Pittsburgh for some unknown reason.
Who's third and fourth in the East to you right now?
Fourth is the Giants.
Okay.
Easy to me. And then I would say Commanders third. Commanders are concerning to me in terms of what they can be over the next 2 to 3 years, though.
And the Eagle weapons, all going to come down to just Jalen Hurts. Again, Barkley, AJ, Devontae, Dotson, Goddard.
Honestly, I'm thrilled that Saquon Barkley was signed by the Eagles this offseason, because I think that if they're able to tap into something with Dotson and they create a really dynamic receiving core, if Jalen Hurts bounces back, if Kellen Moore is able to tap into something with Jalen Hurts there, then the thing that becomes a little bit of a saving grace to me is the fact that they did pay Barkley. Because how many times did we feel like here that there was a deference to, well, we paid Zeke, and Zeke is kind of the guy. We got to make sure he's involved. We can't ignore him. Like, it doesn't matter if we've got 3 really good weapons at receiver and Dak's playing really well. We got to keep Zeke as the straw that stirs the drink. I think that the Eagles are going to be guilty of a little bit of that, and Barkley's going to have to be relied on at times where it feels like they're kind of forcing it to him. And I don't know if that's going to be a Kellen Moore thing or more an organizational thing, but the same things happened with Kellen Moore calling plays here in Dallas, that it felt like they had to get Zeke the ball at times where it didn't make sense.
But weapons-wise, when you look at the Eagles versus the Cowboys and then the entire NFL with this group of people, that's a nice collection.
It's a good group. Yeah, it's better than what Dallas has overall. I would take, obviously, Dak over Jalen. I would take CD over A.J. Brown. But overall as a group, yeah, Philly's skill position players are better.
877-881-1053 as we're rolling deep at 6:13 in the morning already. This versus, the last one that I missed with the record-setting crowd. Was that Glen Heights?
Yeah, Glen Heights was packed early. But yeah, I mean, this is similar early on. Yeah, there's a lot of people coming out here to Saxy, and so those flasks are going to be gone fast. If you want one, you are going to have to get it. What, they're already half gone, it looks like.
And we got the breeze.
Yeah, we got
blowing.
The breeze. We got the fan over here. Thank you to the Saxy Fire Department. They're keeping us cool out here, and I'm going to need it since I'm wearing my hoodie, right?
You do you, man. You do you. Jacob deGrom showing up last night with the return. We'll get to that at 6:40. Micah Parsons taking lessons on leadership. And we have a game. The final one before the real thing begins. Thank goodness the final one, as the Cowboys are going to take on Jim Harbaugh and his Chargers. We'll preview that game. Whose NFL life is on the line tomorrow night right here on this radio station? It's Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell. We are set up in Saxy this morning at the Firehouse as the tour continues. It's 5805 Bryan Street. Come on by for some trash talk, some breakfast, and the fan flasks while they last. We're live on the fan cam as well, and we're just getting started with the 6 a.m. Club on the Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you. Listen back to any segment.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
The Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Bar Company in Plano, voted best Mexican restaurant and margarita in Plano 2024. Visit mexbars.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's do the early morning shout-outs to the Tolos who lined up before 6 a.m. for the Firehouse tour out here in Saxy. We got Don, we got Los on social media, we got the great Brian Anderson as well, and then Christopher was so hyped up, he said, I won the tickets. I won the Cat Williams tickets.
Payton
picked up. And bam, got the tickets. We're going to have another Cat Williams ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. Brian from Wiley sporting the Texas Tech gear that Peyton Russell sports as well. And then we got, Alex and Arthur.
Yeah, both of them coming out here. Arthur was telling me about how his wife works in Flower Mound. She commutes every day from Seagoville. So he was telling me to quit whining about my commute from Flower Mound to Dallas, to Uptown.
Christopher's shaking his head. No,
I'm done. But man, these flasks, these are nice. These are what we're giving away. This is what everybody's crowding up here for
on the fan cam
today. Yeah, up here on the fan cam. Nice little red with the black stitching.
Yeah,
and there's no alcohol in them, unfortunately. But you can come up here and get a flask and hurry because they are disappearing quickly.
At 6:40, depends if people have to leave for work. It's probably not the smartest thing. I want to do it before Spittle wakes up. Let's do a little FANAMA with everyone out here. So if you're out here, you want to ask something about the station, the Cowboys. Let's do a little fan AMA with all the Tolos here with the wireless at 6:40 and see how much trouble you're going to ask. And then I'll decide if we can definitely 1,000% answer it. So before you throw out the answer and blabber it, I'll have to filter.
Okay, that's fine. And I will during the break feed all of you inside questions that you wouldn't know to ask, but need to be asked.
Fan AMA, if you have any questions about anything, go ahead and pop it off. Thank you all for rolling out. Do it before it heats up because it is awesome out here with the wind. Choppy is out golfing in Gaylord. He finally did right back on the text chain. I was feeling a little cold there with the interaction, but Choppy, he finally wrote back a little bit.
He did, and he's like sending us content this morning. So he sent us he was sending us some baseball stat that blew him away, which was he sends us at 5:42 this morning a screenshot of something he saw: career intentional walks, Barry Bonds 688. The Tampa Bay Rays every year of their existence, 681.
Yes.
So that blew his mind enough that he saw. Man, I've noticed baseball still he loves baseball.
Loves it.
Because anything baseball while he's on vacation, he's still replying to. So when we'll play the Maddox audio later.
That's why he skipped today. He didn't want to praise Greg Maddox.
That's exactly.
As Peyton already put on the cut sheet, Mike Maddox.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. But that sounds about like Peyton. Christopher, to be honest, you're lucky that Peyton was competent enough to even answer your call on Thursday and give you those tickets. But
he's like, ring, ring, ring. What is that?
Oh, a phone's ringing. No, if you look at if you look at our text history, when he's out, if it's a baseball item, he 100% of the time replies. Other than that, very spotty. It's baseball and matching rompers is what he'll reply to.
Jacob DeGrom is back. We'll get to that along with the fan AMA if you have it for us here in Saxy. Cowboys-Chargers, thank goodness they cut off a preseason game, the fourth one, so we are done. After tomorrow, why do we need to pay attention to this on this radio station?
So there are still jobs on the line. There's still a lot that you can learn about different players. I think there's only one starting position left that's really up for grabs, and we'll cover that here. But John Machota had a good rundown of the 10 players to watch in the Cowboys preseason finale, and I think he's got this mostly right. There's only a couple guys that I might add to this list, but number one, and it's the most obvious one, the one everybody's been wanting to watch all training camp, all preseason, and it's Trey Lance. He says Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made it clear this week that he needs to see more from Lance, but added he's on the 53-man roster. So there's no
reason to watch. He's on.
He's on.
He's not going to be the 2.
But what does he do to potentially boost his value? What does he do to potentially become a trade chip? Because this is, honestly, if Dak doesn't get hurt, The only time you're going to see him the rest of the year will be mop-up duty. So if you want to create some sort of buzz around him or something like that, you're going to need to have him perform well in this game. Had a solid game last time. Can he build on that? Can he be even better? Can he be more consistent? I think that's going to be big for him.
You think they regret trading for him if they could go back and do it again?
I don't think they'd do it if they could go. I think they'd rather have that 4th-round pick, especially after they missed out on running backs that were taken in the 4th round, and they felt like, damn it, we thought we were going to be able to wait.
Was there a glaring running back?
Yeah, there were like 5 running backs at the start of day 3, and then they all got taken in the 4th round before they could pick.
Ugh.
And so that was, and in fact, one of them that they really loved ended up in San Francisco in the 4th round, and so that stung a little bit more. It may have been with that pick that the Cowboys sent him that San Francisco took him.
Nice, perfect.
Yeah, so just lovely. Mozzie Smith is number 2 on this list. He might be number 1 for me, just because you were hoping to see him build on some things. I want to see, not necessarily does he. Similar to Trey Lance, you know, the thing I gave Trey Lance credit for the most on Monday when we talked about him was the mental toughness. I was impressed that he didn't wilt. It would have been really easy for him to wilt with all the criticism that he heard, and he didn't. And that was something that I think you could definitively learn about Trey Lance is he had some mental toughness. Mozzie Smith, we wonder sometimes, does he get in his head? Does he have that Taco Charlton, Tristan Hill, like he hears too much and lets it beat him up? Mozzie was getting some consistent criticism there, and having an allergic reaction opened himself up to all sorts of memes. Oh, he's allergic to run defense. He's allergic to tough coaching.
Yes.
We know what he's really allergic to.
Contact.
So does he come out? I'm not so much interested to see, does he light the world on fire? Does he look like he's just mentally spent when he's out there? Does it look like he's checked out? Does he look like his body language, he's kind of sulking or you know, it's clear that the noise has gotten to him, like it's been clear, I think, at times during practice. So I think that's a big part of what we're looking at here. Number 3, Deuce Vaughn. Has your mind been made up on Deuce Vaughn?
Man, I fell for it last year, and then I did not love as his performance as much as you, a couple of others, and the internet. You know, your aggregators all put out, Deuce Vaughn, nasty cuts. Oh, my gosh, he can sit here and turn it up. I still feel like if we handed off a football in the parking lot here and we're playing, you know, street ball, Deuce Vaughn would be the most elusive and dangerous running back that they have.
He'd be like Doucette, the flag football quarterback.
Did you see him throw yesterday?
Yeah.
Damn. I thought that was fake. Someone said it looks like Joakim Noah shooting.
It looks
That's
like
how ugly it was, how hideous.
He would have finished last in our throwing competition at that one Firehouse that we did.
Yeah, but I feel like it's over for Deuce.
I think probably the thing I liked about the last game, and I guess this is it, didn't you feel like you saw more from him between the tackles, though? Like he was churning his legs, he was pushed for, he wasn't going down at first contact. That was the troubling thing last year for me, was that
troubling? There's nothing troubling about last year. He was Barry Sanders last year.
No, but like whenever he would do that, if it wasn't just a jump cut where he made somebody miss it, anybody got hands on him, he was down instantly. And that was a problem for me. Number 4, Marshawn Nealand. John mentions that he's had a good training camp to this point. DeMarcus Lawrence has been, giving him high praise, saying it's clear that high school, college, he got taught the right way. Because a lot of guys come out of college, they don't know how to use their hands at that position. He does. He's made plays in the run game on the first drive both of these games, so you hope that can continue. Number 5, Brandon Aubrey. He's the only kicker on the roster, so he will play Saturday.
Tolo.
Not just Tolo, Sean and RJ loyalist. And judging by last weekend's game, don't be surprised if he's called on to kick a 50-plus yard field goal. If you're in charge, do you think that last preseason game, this is our only kicker, do you think they will put him out there for a 70-yarder if they get the chance?
Like during the year?
During this last game.
Man.
I think they're such sickos, I think they want to see it.
Yeah, I just don't want an overexertion of a leg and he get hurt doing something stupid. That'd be like Micah getting hurt at running back. I mean, not as bad, but the kicker equivalent of it.
Yeah, because
you don't have him go out there and pop a hamstring because he's trying to kick a 70-yarder. But yeah, if they have zero injury concern, McCarthy would do it.
Number 6, Marist Liufau, who I feel like that's the rookie it seems like you've been most impressed with most consistently.
What's the hair?
Yeah, the hair's the flow is beautiful.
Yeah. All he's got to do is have a little success, and he'll be, in the Palomalu commercials.
He'll have the head and shoulders. I think he's been really good, and with Damone Clark and DeMarvion Overshown being banged up, he's playing in this game.
And I'm really impressed with him because apparently there was a sing-off between Leofau and Ryan Flournoy, the Cowboys receiver. Listen to these two. I think, Pepe, this is Leofau starting off, and then you're going to hear Ryan with a Cowboys sing-off.
What's your hidden talent that comes off the football field?
I'm literally capable of doing anything. I feel like
So you take on any challenge?
Any challenge.
Any challenge. That's the word on the street. So we had a sing-off right now. He just said anything, right? He didn't say anything. We had a sing-off right now.
Used to spend my nights at the ballroom. Liquor was the only love I've known. Oh yeah. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back from being too far gone. Let's see, everybody sing with me. Everybody know this song. Happy birthday.
That's pretty solid. Man, Leofau, this is, I don't know what it is. We've seen this at these training camps. Whenever you got, like, the players of, these NFL players of, like, Samoan descent, they all seem to, like, be just these beautiful singers that we hear. Number 7.
Like you.
Yeah, exactly. I have the most beautiful voice. 7, Tyler Guyton, who left practice early on Wednesday. There's a question about his availability, but if he's in there, Guyton is one definitely, I think, who he's going to get a lot of run in that game. You just hope that he's not going to be limited. 8, Cooper Beebe. That is where the lone competition still exists for a starter is at center. Cooper Beebe, Brock Hoffman there. John doesn't have Hoffman in here, but I think it's a split. Beebe Hoffman is exactly what I would look for in this game. That's going to be where most of my attention is.
You tell Dak Prescott before the year you're going to have 2 rookies starting in front of you.
Uh-huh.
He's feeling what?
Apprehensive. And I think if you said, I'm not going to speak for him, but I think if you asked him, who would you want to start for you, I think he would say Hoffman.
Okay.
Because I think Dak has a similar line of thinking.
What do you said, Udoga?
I don't know. Because Udoga, busts on assignments. That's the problem. Dak has a similar thinking to the one we played from Brady the other day, where it's like, I need to know you're going to do your job. And if he doesn't feel like consistently he's getting the snaps from Beebe, that's gonna irritate him. Number 9 on this list.
So I'm looking at on my offensive line, rookie of first round, excitement, ceiling, rookie left tackle.
Yep.
Maybe a rookie center, and then big question mark in returning at right tackle.
Yes, that's what you got.
Now, to spin it positively, stud left tackle rookie.
Potentially, yep.
A center that just took the job that Zach Wilczuk loved in training camp, and then a guy that we know is good who finally got healthy at right tackle.
Yeah, that's
along with a All-Pro at left guard and a Hall of Famer at right guard.
Yeah, that's the
ceiling and I don't even want to say floor. I mean, things go wrong, it could be disastrous. Knock on wood.
Yeah, the floor is Dak is on it. That would be the floor. Number 9, Ryan Flournoy, who we just played there. He's somebody who's battling. He's been banged up, though. He's been hurt. I'm really hoping that he flashes here because he's had a rough road to the NFL, and I want to see it click for him. And then number 10 for John, Brevin Spanford, the tight end, who, as Brian told us earlier this week, was on his most disappointing, where he said, I was told this guy was supposed to be a blocker, and he's not doing it. He's coming in here, and he's not blocking the way that he's supposed to. And then the one I would add to the list that outside of Brock Hoffman, Keeman Hall. I want to see if Keeman Hall's able to continue what he did in that game last week. He's going to start pushing for conversation at corner, but it's going to have to pop in a really big way the same way it did last week.
Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Then the real thing gets underway. Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp is also on the way. A final Cat Williams ticket giveaway. And let's do a FAN AMA. If you have any questions for the Tolos who showed up in Saxy, how spicy can things get? Bobby goes wireless with the 6 a.m. club. Live as the Firehouse tour continues right here on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up with your lunch for today.
and fries. I'm all in, baby. Join me. Quince in Fort Worth, Tuesday, August 27th from 4 to 6. Details at dfwrestaurantweek.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shout out to D from Corsicana stopping on by. The 6 a.m. Club is bringing it strong as always here on Sean and RJ. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Cowboys Insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Choppy is out for one more day, and we are set up in Saxy as the Firehouse Tour continues. 5805 Bryan Street, 5805 Bryan Street, and Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp is stopping by in about 20 minutes with breakfast for everyone. We already have the donuts, and the fan flasks are going fast, so stop by while you can. Bobby Belt has the wireless, and this could be something dangerous. I used to do this on Twitter years and years and years ago. People above me were like, maybe you should stop. You're getting into some station business a little bit too much. Got a big mouth and cannot keep it shut, so it may not be 100% AMA, but I wanted to do a fan AMA wireless for those that showed up and see if we can get things spicy, Bobby.
All right, so, I'm reporting live from the field, Sean. I'm curious, just before we start this, do you get full veto power, or are we going to give you 3 passes?
Full?
Oh, gosh.
I get full veto power.
I'm going to ask the first question on behalf of Tolo Sean, who just had to leave, but he's out here all the time. Sean would like to know, can we get rid of Brian Broaddus at the station, is his question.
Whoa!
That's his question, not mine.
Broaddus is, he can be a polarizing figure because he'll clap back, right? Me and Broaddus are probably the 2 worst interrupters at the station. I feel mine is all justified dealing with you and Choppy. But Broaddus, he catches heat for that as well. But, he can be very curt. You think Broaddus is harsher on air, Bobby, or on Twitter? And is that where he catches some of the backlash?
On air, he's the harshest.
Really?
100%. Or right before we record Love of the Star while we're in Oxnard and he's taking cheap shots. And
yes.
I get mad.
But no, to answer your question, Sean, we cannot get rid of Brian Broaddus. Because he is the ultimate. Bobby's up there, but Broaddus is the ultimate teamwork guy and MVP of doing all the dirty work.
He's the GOAT.
Bobby,
all right, so we're gonna go around now and get some questions. All right, so I'll ask you to give your name, where you're from, and then you can state your question, and Sean will determine if we can answer it or not. All right, so first up here,
Nicholas from Irving.
Nicholas, what's your question?
So since you won the fight and got 6 a.m., no 5:30s, and you took out another show, I'm assuming there's pay increases for all the star talent.
No. At our station, the pay increase is just working a little less. You don't go up in salary, you just work like a little bit less. I apologize to the Tolos who came out at like 5:15, maybe 5:10. But yes, our new start time is 6. But man, I thought we had like relationships and bonds with people, but they're not happy for us getting to sleep an extra 30. Well, Bobby doesn't get to sleep an extra 30 minutes. Bobby started at 6 anyway. But me and Choppy getting to sleep. Pay is the biggest winner of all this. He coming in at 3 o'clock, but that is the reality of starting at 6.
Yeah, I think that ultimately I think you make a great case. I should get a pay increase because all you are saving time now. I was already starting at 6, so either I start at 6:30, Sean, or I get a pay increase. I think that's only fair. And I would also like to personally apologize that you all have to listen to Maggie Gray from 5 to 5:30 because she is a moron.
Dang, Bob.
Who's up next? Who wants to ask a question here? All right. Name and city, and then your question for Sean to potentially reject.
Alex, Rowlett, Texas.
This could be to Bobby, too. This questions for Bobby. Don't just put me on the spot.
So, as the best show on The Fan, it comes with hot takes, right?
Yeah.
Especially from you, Bobby, and Sean. Have y'all ever come to blows?
Ooh, the closest we've come to blows. Can I answer the closest we've come to blows?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, the closest we've come to blows was it was after the San Francisco game. Or no. It was, I can't remember which game it was. There was an interview we did with McCarthy last year where I felt like McCarthy was not playing ball with me that morning. Like, he did not want to answer my question. So it was the second question I had asked, and I got a 2-second response. And so on the fan cam, you can see I literally just go like, all right, okay, I'm out. Like, I don't know. I can't ask any more questions. And I was like, I can contribute. Like, I can suggest questions. But if I'm asking it, he's not answering it today because he's clearly unhappy with me about something. And when we got to the break, Sean was not happy with that. Sean was saying, I took my ball and went home. I quit. I hung him out to dry. And I was like, I was trying to make sure the interview went better because McCarthy clearly didn't want to answer my questions that day.
Bobby has a tendency. You all saw what he did with Orlovsky at the Super Bowl.
Yep.
There was another pre-recorded interview where we were yelling at each other in Radio Row. Right in front of KNC and G-Bag, and was it Sean Alexander?
No, it was Merrill Hodge.
Merrill Hodge.
I said I didn't have a question for Merrill Hodge, and he goes, "You don't just get to say you have no questions." I was like, I don't think he's very smart. So
yeah, and we butchered that interview because of that horrible communication. We didn't ask him about any of the college quarterbacks that he was scouting that he then went viral for the next 2 weeks. So I was mad at all of us over that.
So what we've learned is that the show falls apart if I'm not asking questions. That's ultimately what we've learned. Who is next here? Who has a Tolo Ask Anything question? Okay, right here. All right, name and city.
My name's Kevin. I'm from right here in Saxy. This is my son, Owen.
What's up, Owen? Owen's clearly paying attention right there on the cell phone.
But he does listen to the show for about 10 minutes every morning when I take him to school. And a couple weeks back, you guys were talking about baby dolls and strip clubs. And he asks, Dad, what's a stripper and what's a strip club? And I didn't really know. And I figured since you're here and you're a new dad, could you explain to a 9-year-old what's a stripper?
Can you explain that, Sean?
Owen is his name?
Yes, Owen. This is for you.
Owen, a stripper is someone who likes to dance. They love music, and they like to dance. And sometimes they like green pieces of paper tossed at them gently, and
gently,
and then everyone goes home happy, and they usually lead to really high ATM fees. Next,
and I would like to add on to that. I would like to add on to that. They are people who like to dance, but they are dancers who are not quite good enough to have enough subscriptions on OnlyFans.
We need to do like a top 5 most awkward things you've had to explain to your kid because of the show. We need to do that one day, like the top 3 things, or explain this, like a segment, just one topic, explain this, and usually it's probably because of RJ or Bobby, not me. I try to stay conscious of that, so I apologize.
Baby dolls was the one that got me in trouble with my own daughter because she heard, well, it wasn't even me. She heard a Wolchuk read, 10-50, Shady Trail, the legend lives on.
Oh, I thought you were saying like she was in there.
No, she heard the read and then heard Zach coming back on Nosebleeds talking to me about it, and she was like, where are the baby dolls? I want to see the baby dolls. And she thought it was like playing with baby dolls.
Because you've never been in a strip club.
Nope. So I'm like Owen, innocent. That's what I am.
That's right.
All right. Any more questions here for Sean Sharif to potentially shoot down? As aggressive as you want to get.
It could be Cowboys. It could be sports.
Cowboys, sports, or drama. Maybe station drama. Who knows? All right. State your name, city, and what's your question?
Don.
Yeah, Don.
I got a two-parter. One, piggyback off of Owen. The Drake conversation at like 7:25, 7:35 in the morning when that video came out. I had to explain that to my 11-year-old.
Oh, the Drake about
the jelking.
Yeah.
The who?
So,
the jelking, the technique that Choppy had described.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an easy one to get out of. Like you could make jelking anything.
Yeah. And then my second part is you understand that we're all going to be devastated if you don't get this contract done. So do you have a timeline on this?
I did get my contract done.
No!
I did.
Is it actually signed?
It's not signed. It's, agreed to in principle. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if it's CeeDee Lamb-esque, but part of the reason we're starting at 6, the contract done for 2.5 years. So thank you for looking out for me on that.
Oh, that's very appreciated, Don. Anybody else? Anybody else have one? No? Okay, then I'm going to jump in with my question now. Sean, who is, other than yourself, you're not allowed to name yourself, who do you think is the most talented radio person that you work with? And who's the least?
The most talented?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but man, I think Chiafalo.
Ooh.
He might be on the rise, man. We were trying to get Chiafalo or Zach out here, but he's funny, he's likable, he's carefree. Apparently he watches basketball as well. Not a lot of people can dive into that, but Eric Chiafalo, my stock up, star up, and he gave me my vasectomy connection.
Gross.
That's taking place at the very end of August. So I'll say talent-wise, maybe it needs to be uncorked even a little bit more. Eric Chiafalo.
But who is the least talented? I also threw that in on the back end.
The least talented?
Yeah, just say who you think it is.
And
you can include Peyton.
Ruben.
Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
No, see, I know that's not true because you gave Kyle credit for when you heard him hosting.
I don't think Peyton doesn't have like your board-hopping producer, ziz and zazz, and bam, I'm going to pre-produce. I haven't seen a lot of that from Peyton, but working with Peyton is a joy because of his unintentional comedy. Is that okay, Pepe? Is that a compliment?
That's fine.
Or an insult?
I'll take it.
I don't know if Peyton's going to teach the future producers of America the way to hit all the buttons and this and that. But in terms of the comedy and working with him and great spirit, Pepe's a 1 seed.
I do. I'll answer one of these off of the fan text right now. The Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. 573. I got a question for Bobby. Why does he need a raise when he's on Dak's payroll? How much does he get paid from Dak? Would you like to answer that one, Sean? How much my annual salary from Dak is?
Well, I thought Choppy was the first one to deserve a Dak salary. Before your time, he made a song like every single week for Dak Prescott, and I don't even know how much Dak noticed it. So I guarantee you Dak does not know who you are whatsoever.
Well, he may now. I think he knows a lot of people at the station based on conversations that we had in Oxford. Yeah.
All right, there it is, a fan AMA. That's for everyone rolling out here to Saxy. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on, and showing up. 5805 Bryan Street, Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp is about to show up to feed you even more breakfast. We already got the donuts. We got the coffee. Was that timed out? Is that telling me there's a commercial break right there with the fire truck in the background? And, of course, the 105.3, the Fan Flash. So show up and show out. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Jacob deGrom is back. College football is back, and we'll do more around the NFL with our final Cat Williams ticket giveaway of the week. That's all next. I think we got a fire truck call as well. It's all going down on the Fan. But let me get you set up with better.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt as
Hump
the
day.
announcer. It's not hump day, and we are getting some
Every day's hump day.
Peyton Russell love in the commercial breaks.
It's very off-putting. It was very upsetting. Yeah, Ozzy and Alexis, they came up here. Alexis, who is on her way to teach at Sewell Elementary this morning, and they wanted to say, they're like, where's Peyton? And I was like, he's not important enough to be here. His ratings are not good enough. His segments have really slipped, I'd say. But they wanted to hop on the headset and tell Peyton every Thursday, 6:40, they're pumped about the payload. And so they were the two who replied to the survey and said that they liked it. And that's where that is. So congratulations, Peyton. It took 9 firehouses before somebody wanted to talk to you.
I think that's a lie. I think plenty of Tolos have asked for my request.
You do get
out
asked
there.
about just about every single firehouse, actually.
All right, so there's Pei getting the love and respect. Our final Cat Williams ticket giveaway is coming up at 7:20. We are out here in Saxy at the Firehouse, 5805 Bryan Street, up until 10 a.m. Jake DeGrom back. His first rehab outing is in the books. 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, 0 walks, 3 strikeouts, and the fastball apparently was touching 100 with some type of intrigue left for the Rangers season. Jacob DeGrom trying to make it fully back.
Yeah, and so I got a chance to see, because everybody was clearly excited about this start and excited about what DeGrom can do, there were a lot of videos being shared on social media yesterday.
Dude, the only Ranger highlights left are all pitching. It's Lighter, Rocker, DeGrom.
Honestly, yeah. Or like if Langford finally clicks, that'd be great. Which he's had his moments, but DeGrom he looked good. But I also saw the first strikeout he had of the game, and I was like, yeah, that's when Jacob DeGrom is pitching against Double-A hitters, and you can clearly see that they're not.
What was it?
It was stuff swinging at trash, like a fastball that was way up and out of the zone, something that was way in the dirt. Now, obviously, I think from learning when you hear pitchers talk about the chess game and what you're looking for and what you're expecting, you can obviously say like maybe DeGrom set him up and just made him look a little more foolish, but it looked like DeGrom wasn't even hitting exactly where he wanted to be on those first couple throws, and it was something that they swung at the garbage.
We have a firing in the American League West. We talked about the plummeting of the Seattle Mariners. Scott Servais is gone. Done. Let's talk about the downfall.
Yeah, and look, I think that Scott Servais was what was
it? Is it Servais? Service?
Yeah,
Scott Servais.
Scott Servais was
Thank you for your service.
He was he was like top 5 in the AL back at the beginning of June in Vegas odds for manager of the year. He was like plus 1,500 and was I think 4th. And he just has an absolute collapse here where ever since like June 17th, they were up on June 18th 10 games on the Astros. They were up 10 games in the AL West. Exactly 1 month later, they were tied in the AL, and that's not going to be acceptable. Now,
right now, they've lost 3 in a row, 2-8 in their last 10. They are back down at 500, even after trying to make some moves as well. They got a Rosarena, right?
Yeah, and they just were like they've been awful. They've lost 8 of 9, I think it is, leading up to this decision. Scott Servais was.
I just said 2-8, but yeah, go ahead. He's counting.
He was Scott Servais was a guy who was an MLB player for a decade. And then he transitioned over into player personnel, like front office stuff. He did stuff here for the Texas Rangers as director of player development for 7 years, 2004 to 2010. So he was here during the first World Series run. And then he got a job as the assistant general manager with the Angels and had his run there before transitioning over into being a manager in 2016 with the Mariners. And so part of me does wonder.
And they just got swept by the Dodgers. So at first I thought it was Angels. When I saw LA, I was like, all right, that makes sense. You got swept by the Angels, you got to go. But they're like, no, even against the mighty Dodgers, you're still done.
Yeah, you can't just be you can't be up 10 and we're 2 months later and you're down as far as you are in the AL West. And so it does make me wonder, does he just walk away completely now, or does somebody around baseball look at Scott Servais and say, well, he could be useful in a front office. We still believe in what he was as a talent evaluator and in developing certain guys. And if that's the case, if you do feel that way, do you end up saying, okay, does Texas want to give him a call? Like, would Texas be interested at all in, hey, this is somebody who had a history of, contributing to our player development in a really positive way leading up to us getting to the World Series? Is that somebody that Chris Young would say, hey, we're still evolving and trying to find the right guys to bring us along, and maybe Scott Servais is part of that?
Rangers will be back in action tonight against the first-place Guardians. They're playing 500 ball, basically, but they're in first place in the American League Central, 2 games up on the Twins and the Royals, and that could be the most fun race left in all of baseball. You could argue it's the Orioles and the Yankees in the East. There's a game and a half of separation. But you got 2 teams that are 2 games back, with KC, the Twins, trying to catch Cleveland. No team in the National League is closer than 4 games back. So things are pretty much settled. In the East and the Central, the Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers by 4.
And, you still got the Rangers in the hunt for the AL wild card,
okay.
Sean. And so this is a heavy, like there's a lot of weight on this series here for the Texas Rangers.
What's the wild card distance? They're 10.5 back in the West. What's the wild card?
14.
Are you guessing or are you telling me?
Yeah, I thought you were.
You're the one who brought up the wild card as a possibility, so why would you not have the wild card
because
in front
of you? Because I was trolling. You think I actually think that? I thought the Rangers should have sold 2 months ago.
12.5.
They're 12. Yeah, I just saw it.
12.5 back. All right, we had Bears, Chiefs last night, preseason football. Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow night on the station. And while we're talking about all the rest of the preseason games and the NFL regular season coming up, let's kind of revisit the rules and how everyone is reacting to them.
Yeah, and this is something where I had honestly forgot about one of these rules. It had completely slipped my mind. We've all seen the NFL kickoff rule, and that's something where the numbers there have completely flipped from last year. So last year, 22% of kickoffs were returned in 2023. So far through the first couple weeks of the preseason, 78% of the kickoffs have been run out of the end zone.
So this is
run back.
exactly what they designed it for.
Yep.
To make the kickoff a non-bathroom play.
Yeah, that's pretty much the exact phrase I heard. I talked to somebody with the league at one point, and they had said that the whole idea from the commissioner's office is, I want no wasted plays. Like, there's nothing about our game that's going to be considered a freebie or something where you don't have to tune in. And, you know, they've done that with the extra point, trying to make that a little more intense, bring that a little more high leverage to that. And then on the kickoffs, they're trying to do the same thing. They were tired of the ball just being kicked out of bounds and meaning nothing. And so the option was you either eliminate the play or you do something to bring it back. And they wanted to bring it back, and it's worked to this point. Now, I'm going to be confused all year, I feel like, about, like, okay, wait, what is that supposed to be? Where's the ball supposed to be? What is this? How does this fall down? The little highlighted drop zone and everything else is a total headache to this point. But despite that confusion, I love the excitement of a kickoff return. Like, I loved growing up watching, you know, Dante Hall run back kicks, or Devin Hester, or, you know, here in Dallas, Reggie Swinton. Loved Reggie Swinton or Kelvin Martin or Kevin Williams. Like, that's an exciting play to me, and it can be a real advantage. You can have a real weapon there, and that's hopefully what Kevontae Turpin is. But that has returned there and is actually being used again as a play. ESPN also writes about the hip drop tackle.
Oh, me and you. One of the rare times we agree with each other.
And they mentioned to it, it's largely been invisible during the preseason to this point. And they're right, because as much as I was upset by it, maybe it looks different once we get into regular season play.
I don't think it proves that we are wrong if it's not being called.
Yeah, no, but I think he's right about it's been invisible so far. Like, we're not seeing. I thought there was going to be too much. Like, I thought there was going to be such an emphasis that
over
stuff
policing.
That it was going to be, you know, you're getting pulled over for going 46 and a 45 kind of thing. And so I was concerned that was going to be the case. It's not so far in the preseason. It hasn't been treated the way emphasis on holding or emphasis on roughing the quarterback or any of those have been treated in the past. So I honestly forgot that this was even something that we were analyzing, because it hasn't popped up in these games. Now, does the season start and it's different and it starts being policed differently? We'll have to see. But at least early on, I'm glad the play is as anonymous as it is, and it seems like it's actually going to be implemented just for potentially, you know, injuring players.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Of course, the big news yesterday, it broke during KMC. Jahan Dotson is a new weapon for the Philadelphia Eagles and Jalen Hurts. So the Commanders and the Eagles making a trade. That's not an Eagle shirt I see way down there walking up here, right? That looks like Philly green. I can already spot it. I can see it.
It's some sort of green. I can't tell if it's
Is
Philly.
that Jets?
Maybe it's Jets. It's hard to see.
They're
but,
looking at us pointing at them right now.
There is a green shirt down there.
I don't think that's Eagles with the lettering. My eyesight is that good, but that is Eagles colors. Plus, he's got a broken left foot. So I don't know. Would an Eagle fan have the broken foot or cause the broken foot?
Maybe it's a Jets shirt, and he's wearing the cast out of sympathy for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
that could be it.
Okay. Dan Orlovsky, listen up, Bobby.
Why?
Says that Philly now has the best wide receiver trio in the NFL.
Well, I think this is now giving Philadelphia the best wide receiver trio in football. I mean, the Eagles have the best wide receiver trio with A.J. Brown, Devontae, and Jahan Dotson. This was a really good offense to begin with. If Dotson just replicates what he did, which is 50 or so catches and 500 yards at that number 3 wide receiver spot, I don't know of anybody in the NFC that can line up and play man-to-man coverage against those 4 pass catchers.
Just say you agree.
I
don't.
Just
say it's great.
I don't.
Great analysis.
No, it's not. He's an idiot, and I don't believe he has the slightest bit of courage of conviction in anything that comes out of his mouth, whether it be about his daughters and his family, or his
major in college,
or his major in college.
All right,
everything about him is made up. He is an NPC who got famous somehow, and I don't understand it.
Give me the better weapons in the NFC, then prove him wrong.
San Francisco. San Francisco's got better weapons immediately off the top.
Without Aiyuk?
Yeah, even without Aiyuk, but I mean they've got Aiyuk right now anyway.
Okay, Aiyuk, Debo, McCaffrey,
Pearsall, and Kittle.
Now, did he say wide receiver trio? Or are you?
He said wide receiver trio.
Twisting your argument to include the tight end.
No, I think pass catchers. If we're talking about
and the
weapons
running
and everything
back.
else. But if you look at even the receivers, Devontae Smith is to me is a clear 2.
Yes.
Like a clear. There's no question. Like, would you take the? You're saying NFC, but I wouldn't take the Dolphins.
I'm not saying NFC. I'm listening to the clip. Orlovsky said the NFC. Best wide receiver trio. So take out the tight end, take out the running back. Wide receivers.
No.
You're still taking San Fran.
Yes.
But come on. Let's have a fair. If Aiyuk is not there, you can't say San Francisco. Let's not be Bobby here. Okay.
Fine.
All right.
Fine.
But they do have.
I won't be Bobby. But fine. Give me what they have in Los Angeles with Kupp and Nakua and Van Jefferson and guys out there.
Okay. Did you have to exercise that to dig deep?
Took a second. I was going, who's all in the NFC West? I was having to scroll through. Give me the Seahawks, Tyler Lockett,
okay.
DK Metcalf, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Give me all that.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, it's Sean and Bobby. Thanks to the Tolos rolling out. We still got the awesome breeze. I see that some coffee and extra breakfast is being delivered. I see some glassware for the beers for you to go ahead and pour this weekend. Where are we at with the flasks? We still got some? All right, we got one flask remaining.
By the way, I don't remember who the third receiver is in L.A. It's not Van Jefferson anymore.
I know.
He left.
I knew you were already you were. That's how I can tell.
Nakua and Kupp are better anyway. It doesn't matter.
Did Ruben tell you that?
Ruben showed you. I was like, oh yeah, he's not there anymore.
There y'all go. You see the dig in.
But no, that's
the broadest. That's the broadest dig in versus you being like.
Did I just say I was wrong? I said I was wrong.
Ruben had to tell you.
But
you were going to correct yourself. You weren't even checking where Van Jefferson was.
I interrupted you to tell you I was wrong.
Yes, you did interrupt, which don't ever do it again. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have our final Cat Williams ticket giveaway to hook you up with. Will you win it? Like Christopher did the other day. Peyton's going to hook you up with that. And how Micah Parsons, he heard the noise, did he? How Micah Parsons tried to become a better leader this offseason. Are you buying it? Commercial-free Expressway is live from Saxy right after this on The Fan.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial-free all the way up to 8. Right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
I do love my workouts. I do love the training. And I'm ecstatic to tell you about Johnson.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Base is at Floor and Decor.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Shout outs out here in Saxy as the Firehouse store continues.
Yep, we have Eric from the Twitch, very popular Twitch user, EJL or ELJ, I always forget, EJL Viking on the Twitch. We have Brian and Wiley, David and Midlothian. They both came out. I saw Jason Michaels was up here too. Big Meat Church fan. So yeah, people still pouring out, coming out.
He's got a dog issue.
Oh no.
Yeah, had a pit bull encounter early this morning, and I'm supporting him. Had this very, very polarizing, dangerous topic.
Yeah.
Which, you know, we usually don't like to do. But unleashed pit bull coming at him and his dog this morning. So we got problems in the hood.
Yeah. That's no good. But I
almost
saw
had another Zeke incident or Dak, or whichever dog it was.
I saw a video last night while I was scanning Reddit and looking for show stuff. And there was some video of a pit bull that was allowed to run free in the middle of, like, Yellowstone. I got a bison just went and flipped that fool into the air.
What?
Yeah.
From Yellowstone the movie?
No, like Yellowstone, like National Park or something. I don't know.
I thought you were binge watching this now that Kristen is trying to make you watch Yellowstone.
Yeah, she's trying to get me to watch Yellowstone for a secret that we can discuss in the future.
Palmer is also showing up from Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp. You can now see them at the State Fair of Texas, and he has created for the Tolos the Nashville Hot Chicken Pancake Poppers. And their money.
Yeah, which they're warming up right now. They're about to be distributed out here to the crowd.
Now,
here,
how are you with spice?
I love hot stuff.
Okay, this has like a perfect amount of spice. It's not if you're Ruben. I think you would support me on this. We're both brown, so we can speak on spice. If you can't handle spice, it may get you a little bit. Like it's probably like a 4 out of 10 on the spice scale. If you don't love spice, maybe a 6 out of 10, but it's basically a fried pancake inside with Nashville hot chicken and cheese, and then the syrup actually cuts it with the powdered sugar on top. That's my fellow foodie, Ruben, who I trust. I think I did a decent job explaining that. But they're being served up a la carte.
It looks fantastic. I know Bossman Spittle's opinion of eating while I'm on the air, and so I'm not going to do that.
Oh, has he talked to you about that?
Not to me, but I've been in the meeting before where it's been like, guys, let's not have a mouthful of food. It hasn't been me. I've heard the feedback, though, so I'm not going to do it. It may or may not have been towards someone whose name rhymes with Mike Bassick.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, I basically try to learn from what feedback does Mike Bassick get, and then I learn from it.
We got the Starbucks out here. We got the beer glasses for the weekend. The Grande is also showing up. It's a fan party with Sean and RJ on the road shopping. We'll be back on Monday.
And I believe we are going, like, without getting into specifics, I think we're going to have another surprise giveaway here to hand out to Tolos here later on this morning.
8 o'clock?
Yeah, I believe 8 o'clock is when we're going to have some other stuff to hand out.
Okay. Let's talk about Micah Parsons' leadership, a humongous story, starting with the loss against the Green Bay Packers, where some felt Micah wasn't accountable, didn't stick around, didn't want to answer all the tough questions, and then a very tumultuous, is that too strong? A very eventful offseason with Micah Parsons in the news.
Yeah, he had a look all offseason. There have been rumblings. I think you are the one who is responsible for these rumblings, Sean, solely. Because, look, when you say something into a microphone on 105 through the fan, that carries weight, and it reaches a lot of ears and a lot of people. But there was talk a lot this offseason about the idea about – yeah, I know, I did. There's a lot of discussion about...
Okay, listen, when I show you my phone, that's not, like, we're trying to keep that off the air. Like, I think that I give you credit that you can do two things at once. Peyton texted, Bobby, you got kicked from the Zoom. I just showed it to you for you to log back in, and you're like, yeah, you're right. I know.
Stream of consciousness.
Be a radio pro.
I'm not that. That's been communicated to me several times by different folks. But the offseason for Micah was a bad PR offseason.
Yeah.
And look, I'll be honest. Whenever we've talked about some of the issues about Micah's leadership or other things, and some people have gotten upset by that, I'll just say that the feedback from other individuals has been, well, you guys are not far off about some of the issues that have existed for him here in Dallas, and it's just been a lot of growth. I would say it's similar to the growth Ezekiel Elliott had to go through early in his career, where Ezekiel Elliott had to grow.
You're saying there has been growth, or there needs to be growth?
No, I think that Ezekiel Elliott grew into a leadership role, and you saw it building, and I hope some of what we see here is a good example of that kind of growth, and that he's getting into that. This was Calvin Watkins over at the Dallas Morning News writing that NFL OGs, not offensive guards, that would be original gangsters, Sean Sharif, in case you're not hip to the lingo. NFL OGs shifted Cowboys stars' leadership approach. And so after the Cowboys' last full padded practice in SoCal on Wednesday, linebacker Micah Parsons met with reporters, and the discussion turned into a confessional. Parsons said he fell short in the leadership department last year and decided it's not going to happen again.
Wow.
I think that's big right there. He said, I think I got the crown, and I need to build up my guys around me and make sure we're all ready, he said. At the end of the day, I'm only as good as the worst person. He said it was during the Super Bowl when Parsons got a wake-up call. He was sitting around with the OGs of the NFL at Delilah Lounge inside the Wynn Las Vegas Hotel.
Delilah.
Ooh, Delilah. When former cornerback Richard Sherman got on him about the Cowboys' playoff loss to the Packers. There was Andrew Whitworth, the recently retired offensive lineman, talking to Parsons about maturity. Parsons took everything to heart. During the offseason, Parsons also had discussions with Tom Brady. He talked to Brady at least 4 or 5 times. Parsons also had words with Ray Lewis, the top linebacker of all time, at the Pro Bowl. Parsons needed the conversations. He was in denial. That is Calvin Watkins' line. Micah says, I think it was a harsh reality and a reality check for me within myself and my self-evaluations. I got to do the best that I can, not only to make myself better, but bring along other guys, and I feel like I needed that. And I had the conversations early on, and you want to strike when the pot's hot. He said that he's trying to mentor Mozzie Smith right now. After some practices, the two conduct wind sprints together. Parsons has become Smith's biggest advocate to have a much better year, too. He also talked about, he said, I don't think no one really cares what I'm doing on Monday afternoon, talking about his podcast. He said, I'm at home with my kids. Why would fans care if I'm on Xbox? We all get free time. He turned it around to the media, said, I mean, you guys have your free time. What do you spend it with? Are you always, he said, are you thinking about me when you're on your free time? I would hope not. That doesn't sound like that's very fun for you guys. Parsons is trying to become something different. He picked Brady and Lewis's minds for how to become great. Parsons realized from the conversations he can't do it alone. He said, I kind of went to my mentors this offseason. How do I approach this? How do I get better at this? This is a task I never had to take on in my life. I think that's important to remember, too. He's never had to be the leader like he's wanting to embrace right now. He says, I think my whole life I was pretty much, Micah is going to do what Micah is going to do. I just expected everyone else to do that. As you learn leadership, some people need a pat on the back and some people need a push-up. He said, if we lose, I just don't want to be like I didn't do everything I could to make everyone else around me better. I think last year I didn't check that box, and that's something I want everyone on the same level.
Applause. I'm gonna give some Micah Parsons applause. I've been critical, obviously. I was in a little bit of some headlines earlier in the offseason for some reports and relaying some information. But already he's off to a good start in doing something that people, especially guys, are unwilling to do. Be like, I was getting it wrong, admitting it.
Yeah, I don't do that.
And no, you don't. Just admitting it to start off and then following up on it by talking to some NFL legends. Now let's see if it changes, and let's see if it stays. But this is encouraging.
Yeah. No,
right? How much are you buying it?
Remember the Titans?
So it's tough. He says the right things so many times throughout his career.
Yeah.
this is the first time I'll say this. This is the first time I've heard him say that he basically feels like he failed teammates. Normally when I hear him say, he's talking about, man, we didn't do this. He's talking in a way that says, I didn't do enough to make guys better. The fact that he throws in Mike is going to do what Mike is going to do, which I think the context is important there because I'm not certain based on the way he said it. Does that sound to you like he's saying Mike is going to do what Mike is going to do, like, hey, Mike is always going to be great, or is he saying he was too often going it alone? I feel like he's saying he was going it alone because he also comes back on the other end and says, I got to check the box of making other guys better, and I didn't do that. And, look, I think there were times last year when you would see massive busts in the run game, assignments weren't going the way they needed to. I think a lot of times that was potentially a little bit of freelance Micah Parsons, where he was trying to rush the quarterback or he was trying to do something to make a play. His desire to make a play got in the way of doing what his assignment was. Do you remember the Hard Knocks segment? The very first episode, I think, or maybe the second one, where Micah is at the Hall of Fame game, and he's on the bench, and he's talking to Leighton Vander Esch, and he tells him, like, man, I want to get over there. I want to be in the mix. And Leighton told him, he said, yeah, but you got to – I know you want to make every play, but you got to know which is your play to make. And that's something that I think Micah is still struggling with, is as good as he is and as dominant as he is, he doesn't always know which is your play to make. Or he doesn't –
Because it's a cool, funny story after the fact when Lawrence Taylor retires or, I'm trying to think of another great where it's like, well, I wasn't going to coach them. They're Lawrence Taylor. You go out and you do your own thing. And it's cool and funny when you're not talking about missed assignments because you're so great.
Yeah.
And you're a great player. And great players should not always follow and adhere to coaching 100% of the time. Your instinct, your greatness tells you, I need to freelance right here. I need to go away from this. That's the reason they make audibles for quarterbacks. So I get it. You're trying to judge like your own greatness versus the scheme and the system. I think this is a really good piece, an important piece from Calvin Watkins. Now, there are people, and this is not just sports, it's at your job listening. You're either a natural leader, in my opinion, or you're not. I don't know how much you can actually grow into it. Does Micah Parsons have leadership traits within him that just need to be sharpened, or are we forcing this?
No, I think that he's dynamic. He is, I think when you hear him speak, we've heard, I think talking to people, we were having conversations out in Oxnard, and how often were we hearing from people like, man, he's smart. Like, he's so smart. And
Mike Zimmer was telling us that.
Yeah, that, we'll hear that he's super intelligent, and he's somebody who picks things up really quickly. And he's a good communicator. He says some stuff sometimes where you're like, damn, he's a good public speaker. And
the stuff I worry about with Micah consistently being the leader is his poutiness.
Yeah.
He strikes me, and I hear that he can be a pouter, and I don't know, like, a lot of times, like, you got to put on the brave face. You got to stand up there and take the PR bullets.
Yeah.
You can't leave the locker room early. You can't get mad if you get a win and your stats are not great against the New York Giants. None of that is leadership stuff.
Yeah.
He's young. We got to throw that in there. Got to be fair to him. But I don't think the pouting can happen as often as what I've heard in the past.
Yeah, and the pouting occurred after – the pouting definitely occurred after the Green Bay game. And in a way that I think didn't sit well with a lot of teammates. And when...
Did you think him and Tank were going to be a thing? And did that get overshadowed by Micah and Malik over the podcast comments? With the whole conditioning and gassed and tired, we were talking about at the Super Bowl.
I think there was tension there. I think that, and I think it's been smoothed over in a lot of ways, but I think that there was, it crossed a line, I think, to some people, the amount of pouting. Enough that when Mike is at the Super Bowl, Richard Sherman and Andrew Whitworth took notice and felt they needed to say something to him. Like, dude, can't do that. You got to grow up a little bit. And some of that is, I think some of that is out there on the record. Some of it's not. But, I mean, I think that there was a lot of guys within the team that felt like, hey, you didn't make that the fallout from that game any easier. And I think Micah learned from that. And it sounds like he's saying the right things. It sounds like he's in the right spot. It's you hope that that's something that continues, that this isn't just talk. This is something where he's able to then actually apply it.
All right, let's run through some power rankings before we get to ours during the regular season. It's Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt with the morning show on the road. The Firehouse tour continuing in Saxy, 5805 Bryan Street. Bryan Street, correct?
Yes,
Not
Bryan
Road.
Street,
Bryan,
not Bryan Road.
Bryan Street. Rolling out here up until 10 o'clock as Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp is serving up the breakfast, and he's flash frying these to order.
Yeah.
Right here. He's just bringing them out to order to all the Tolos. Did y'all like it? Did you think it was good? I think it's a money dish. It's got sweet. It's got spice. It's savory. Bobby's thinking about going in.
I'm really fighting not getting a mouthful because I really want to eat it right now.
We have our Cat Williams. You chose the wrong time expressway. You're stuck for 35
minutes.
minutes.
I'm taking a bite. Sorry. You're going to have to deal with this.
There you go. Gavin Spittle, note this, sir. Boss, if you're watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You know what? Let's give Bobby a bite break by hooking you up with the final Cat Williams tickets. Let's see if anyone here in the parking lot can win this, calling in on the phone right now.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Cat Williams at the WinStar World Casino and Resort on September 27th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Bob, what's your review? Did the
That's
heat,
pretty good.
Did the spice hit you?
It's the right amount. It's just a little bit of heat. It's not too hot. It's good though, and I'll tell you this. I'll be completely honest. I love Palmer's. I'm not a fan of pimento cheese, as we talked about. There's some pimento in this, and I was a little concerned, and it tastes good.
You can't tell.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It doesn't even bug me. And you know me, I'm Mr. Don't Let My Food Touch. This is so good.
Spittle, now will you let those two balls touch?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
You got to.
Spittle sent us the winners of the Big Tech's Choice Awards, as my wife is already getting prepped for the fair. Best taste went to Dominican Frutera Dog. This savory dish brings an explosion of flavor. What is Frutera cheese?
Oh, I love that.
I need a foodie to help me out with that. And Dominican salami. My wife already out. She was gone. Split open and topped with garlic plantain chips, top secret Dominican sauce, cilantro. The Dominican Dog will bring you the best of salty and sweet with the explosion of Dominican flavor. So it looks good, but I don't know what that cheese is. Russo's cotton candy bacon on a stick, self-explanatory. Texas Sugar Rush pickles. Pickle slices are coated in 3 cereal varieties. Lucky Charms, Fruit Loops, and Cap'n Crunch, and then layered in cotton candy, sugar crystals, and powdered sugar before being drizzled with strawberry sundae syrup. This is combined with pickles. Are you willing to try that? Bob, I'm not hearing you.
I am not, because I don't touch pickles. Now, if it's
that one most creative, the sweet one, the candy with the bacon, cotton candy with the bacon one, best taste.
It's one of those where pickles are. I think I told you this the other day. Pickles and olives, like those are the ones that if that's in something, I can't. It's a bridge too far. I can't do it. And so pickles. Now I'm gonna have to. If it's like every other year where they bring in the food, I feel like every year in the morning show, I'm gonna have to try it. And it pushed my boundaries last year. I liked all of it. There was stuff I would not eat normally. The deep fried pho, which I had never had. I'd never had pho, period. And I didn't know what it was, actually, for a long time. And when I tried that, that was good. And that expanded my taste. This expanded my taste today. I will say, just by tasting this, that all better be some of the best food I've ever eaten. Otherwise, Palmer got ripped off, I feel like.
What do you mean?
Because this is so good. He was one of the finalists.
Yeah, he was one of the finalists.
He was one of the finalists. I will say, after looking at the judges panel, I think there might have been a little bit of a conspiracy. I'm not going to say who all was on the judges panel, but I think you can connect dots.
I think you're getting the judges panel wrong. Are you talking about what I sent you last night?
No.
Oh.
Different thing.
I thought you were talking about Derek Holland was judging the Hooters contest.
What a surprise.
And then you said conspiracy, so I thought you were referring. I'm like, Bobby, wrong contest.
No. I saw the judges included that individual, and that's gonna. I think they're trying to stop our guy from shining.
All right, so this is the Expressway. We're commercial free. Let's knock out some NFL power rankings. Last week, thankfully, a preseason football. Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow, and then we will get to the junk drawer.
Yeah, which direction would you like to go with these? Would you like to go NFL power rankings? Would you like to do the rankings of the offenses and defenses from the Ringer?
Power. Let's go power 1 through 10.
Let's go straight power rankings. These are from ESPN. They had their writers come together and vote on the NFL power rankings ahead of the regular season. The number one team in the NFL is, and I'm going to turn my computer so you can't see it.
Kansas City.
Oh, good job. Good job, Sean Sharif. Kansas City Chiefs are number one. They have each team ranked, and then the person.
What is that shirt that Jay Ochoa has? Tolos Keep It Sick. 105 through the fan. This guy. It's the 530 weightlifter.
Yeah, he's got every time he comes out here with a shirt that I never knew we created, and maybe we didn't create that one. I don't know. The Kansas City Chiefs number one, and then they've got who's on the hot seat for each team. On the hot seat, Rashee Rice. Might be legitimately on the witness stand here soon. Number two, who you got?
Number two, San Fran.
No. It is the Baltimore Ravens at number two. I think that's a little much. To me, there's no doubt you've got San Francisco and Kansas City as, until anybody proves otherwise, those are the top two teams. They got Ronnie.
Who voted on this?
All the ESPN beat writers voted on this. Dan Orlovsky was not in here to ruin this, so I can't completely explain it. Number three,
San Fran.
The San Francisco 49ers. The person on the hot seat is Deebo Samuel. Obviously, with Brandon Aiyuk potentially being pushed out, his time coming to an end, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Deebo Samuel, who's already been paid to really show up. Number four.
I feel like I'm going to go to is it NFC?
Yes.
Is it Detroit?
It is Detroit.
Wow.
This upcoming season could...
Is this Detroit Lions separation from us really deserved? Like, the Cowboys did beat them.
Did you feel like they should have, though?
There was controversy.
Yeah, but even without that controversial play, I feel like they played better than Dallas.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it was like... I was drinking at a game. More difficult for me to judge. But I wasn't thinking, wow, they're definitely better.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they are. I would put them above Dallas right now. I don't think it's like a wide, or at least the team last year was not a wide chasm. Now, does Dallas's depth getting decimated affect it? Potentially. Number 5 on this list.
Is it AFC?
NFC.
Don't tell me it's not Green Bay.
No.
Philly.
Yep. The Philadelphia Eagles. The person on the hot seat there, of course, Nick Sirianni, who apparently can't talk to Jalen Hurts without a mediator, as we heard about a couple weeks ago. Number 6 is an AFC team.
By the way, before I name the AFC team or guess, are we having an AFC-NFC switch here? Remember, the last 2 years, all we've talked about is AFC dominance, quarterbacks, greatest division of all time, AFC West. We just sprinkled in NFC teams right there.
Yeah, I think that people feel like Detroit and San Francisco have built really strong overall teams. We already know Dallas has been in contention just about every year. And then people are really high on what Green Bay's doing right now. And so, I mean, I think it's starting to balance a little bit more.
I'm going to guess they say Buffalo.
No.
Is it Houston?
It is Houston. The
Wow.
Houston Texans with Stephon Diggs on a 1-year deal. He is on the hot seat. Number 7.
What conference?
AFC.
Buffalo,
correct. Sean McDermott on the hot seat there. Number 8 and 9 are AFC teams.
Cincy and Miami?
In that order?
Cincy, Miami. I'll go, Cincy, Miami in that order.
Flip it. It's Miami at 8, Cincinnati at 9. And then number 10 is an NFC team.
There's so much Rams love. I'm going to guess the Cowboys.
It's the Green Bay Packers. And here's what I think is most hilarious about this ranking. Who's on the hot seat? The person on the hot seat is kicker Anders Carlson. Carlson is in a battle with veteran Greg Joseph, who's been, like, okay, I'm sorry, we love Rob Domofsky. He was good when we had him on at the station a couple years ago. you can't legitimately tell me that the person under the most pressure right now is your kicker who's in a competition with a veteran.
We're just that good everywhere else.
And then number 11 on this list is the Dallas Cowboys. They are number 11, just outside the top 10. The person on the hot seat, according to Todd Archer, is Jerry Jones.
Yeah, real hot seat.
This is the write-up. He says the easy answer is Mike McCarthy. Maybe quarterback Dak Prescott, too. Nothing that happens this year will impact Jones' status as the owner and general manager, but he has a lot on the line with how he constructed this year's team. Prescott is months from being a free agent. McCarthy and his coaching staff are on one-year deals. If the Cowboys falter, Jones will likely be starting all over, 29 years removed from the Cowboys' last Super Bowl appearance. While the Cowboys said their season ticket renewal is at more than 99%, according to Jones, the size of the crowds at training camp have been smaller, and anger with the organization seems to be higher than ever.
Commercial-free, Expressway. Look at this stylish individual, Tolo Eric. Look at him walking up with his capri pants.
Oh, he's ready. He said he was going to come up here and fight both of us for letting all the flasks be given away.
Is the flask gone?
The flasks are gone.
Flasks done and over with. We probably shouldn't have said that out loud, but we do have. I want him to judge this baking. This is a baking aspect of this Palmer's dish out here with the dough, the powdered sugar, the syrup. So let's see if he enjoys that. But there he is. He's looking fresh. Looking fresh rolling up here. Let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, let's clean up what we missed out on during the course of the week and whatever else came up last night here on Sean and Bobby. And that would include Bobby dying to talk about the Democratic National Convention.
That is not accurate at all. That is not what I said I wanted to talk about.
I told myself I was not going to watch it last night because I've already heard Kamala Harris speak plenty of times. And then they suckered me into thinking that President Bush was the surprise guest. It was either going to be President Bush, Beyonce, or Taylor Swift, and it was a big fat 0-for-3.
Was it none of that, or was there no surprise guest?
No surprise guest.
That's weak. That if you're going to try and pull people, and you got to at least pay off there. We talked yesterday.
By the way, I think it was Chris Cuomo saying those suites that all the TV outlets are broadcasting from are like $500,000 to $1 million for that outlet network to have to pay for.
Jeez.
$500,000 at least.
Economic stimulus, I guess. I don't know. All right, so we talked yesterday at 8:20 about the article from Salon that said, look, this election is going to be determined by the Kamala Harris supporting women who are afraid to tell their husbands who support Trump that they're voting for. And I said, I don't know if this is real. I don't think that this is a real demographic that is enough to say it's along with independents gonna have an impact in that sort of way. Well, now we have proof that they were lying. Over at SciPost.org, they reference new analysis and new research over from the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology that says 8% of couples are Republican and Democrat split. Otherwise, it's a whole bunch of Republican, and they're either Republican.
So 92% of couples believe in the same party.
So the only little variance here is independents. Independents don't marry independents or be in relationships with independents. A lot of them are in relationships with Democrats or Republicans. I would imagine they still lean that direction, though, even if.
And
they
why
are
would that not lead you to believe that yesterday's study was true? That 92% are the same political belief. So that if they change their mind to Harris, they'd be scared to admit it to their spouse.
Because the idea being that it would be more along the lines of when they describe that. Salam was not talking about Republican women who are voting for Kamala or Democrat men who are voting for Trump. That's not what they were talking about. They were talking about like undecided voters who are in these relationships and the mushy middle. That it's the independent women who are now. They're talking more about the independents who might be married to a Republican, I guess. But Republican Party, only 8% of Republican and Democrat split in the household, and I do think that the bipartisan marriages are dead. You don't see those really. Any couple I know, I don't really know of any bipartisan marriages. Maybe one or two, but I mean they're very loose bipartisan marriages.
Is yours exactly the same belief?
No, not dead on. But I mean probably it's close. It's just it's not exactly the same.
Pepe, are you and Mackenzie the same when it comes to all this?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Did you know that when you date? Like, would that have been a deal breaker if you weren't?
For either of you?
No, because I'm not into politics all that much, so I don't think so. But I mean, she's from Alabama, so I knew ahead of time.
What are you trying to get at? I don't.
Nothing.
I don't know
No. Back to you, Bobby.
Is Alabama red or blue, Bobby?
It's red.
They're not blue.
Yeah. No, it's stars and bars down there, bro. All right. We're doing the junk drawer here in the Expressway. Let's talk about cocaine. Let's discuss some cocaine. This was
we already had to explain strippers to some poor kid out here earlier.
This was a topic a couple weeks ago when Peyton Russell mentioned in the payload all the coked up sharks in the ocean. That the sharks who were running into packages of cocaine under the water that were attempting to be smuggled into the U.S. were found to have like 150 times more the concentration of it in their system than other like underwater creatures. And that sounded to me like they just liked it and they were probably going back for more, whereas others just kind of accidentally ran into it.
Here's my question about cocaine. All right, because I love Narcos, obsessed with it. And back then, you're like, okay, I see how they were distributing it and they were ahead of the police and, I see how their plan worked.
Yeah.
Will we look back on movies like 50 years from now about how it's distributed today and say the same thing? Or are there just such crazy creative ways that drug dealers are going about it that it would blow our minds? Or we'd be like, okay, that makes sense. I see. They're just a step ahead.
Yeah, some of it. I think what you would see is you'd see some of that's like, oh, that's a really mind-blowing, forward-thinking way. I think in other ways you're going to go, oh, that was right in front of our eyes. And then in other ways I think you're going to go, oh, cash is king. If you have enough money and can pay the right people, they're going to let you do what you want. And I think that'll be a lot of what we see. But there was a ton of cocaine that washed up on the beaches of Florida following Hurricane Debbie recently. In fact, $1.6 million worth of cocaine washed ashore in Miami. The story says that someone alerted, they called him a good Samaritan, alerted police, alerted authorities to, hey, there's a bunch of packages of cocaine out here on the ocean or on the beach grounds, and y'all need to come get it. As you can see here, that's what it looked like right there. Those are the packages of cocaine. Looks like there's a like an arrowhead on the top of them or something, some logo. But here's my question. There's no chance that before this person called that they didn't put one of those packages in their car, right? They absolutely did that.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I think that
you wouldn't.
But
you'd be terrified. I'd be terrified.
Okay,
I don't want to drive around with a bag of Coke. I don't know who to give it to. I'm not going to consume it.
You're missing the important context here. This is Miami. Okay.
Oh, so everyone in Miami is a cokehead.
Yes. Wow. Welcome to 2024, Sean. They all know where to sell it. They all know how to move it. They all have infrastructure.
It sounds like a little bit of a dangerous stereotype you're kind of going in.
The Miami cocaine stereotype? I don't think that's
not
what
everyone in Miami. Oh, dude, did you ride a horse here?
Raise your hand.
Did you ride a horse
Raise your hand if you've heard the Miami cocaine stereotype, please.
No, it's
all right. There, thank you.
I've heard it, you nimwit. I'm just saying, I don't think you should say, oh yeah, like everyone there does coke. It's definite, no doubt about it. Everyone in Missouri I know is a meth head. All their houses blow up. But go ahead. You go ahead.
So I'm just saying, I think that given the I'm surprised this wasn't picked up by somebody, though. Even if it wasn't this one person, that somebody doesn't just pick it up and go like, all right, well, I'm just going to take one of these, and then I'll make the call, and I'll figure out how to move this myself. You're $1.6 million for 20 packages there. You're looking at a decent amount of cash if you can move one of those. I don't think that's too out of the realm of possibility to think that that's how people felt about it.
More stereotypes to come during the rest of the morning show. We got 2 hours to go, and we have a concert ticket giveaway for the Tolos who rode out here to Saxy. So we got breakfast, we got the coffee, we got the glasses, and we have concert tickets to hook you up with as well, courtesy of Jack FM, along with your college football preview. Maybe you're not waiting for the first weekend of the NFL season. Maybe this weekend is your beginning. The college football kegger, next on Sean and RJ.
You can either go to Bobby's place after the show to hear more, or it's probably...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasters?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Friday as the 2024 Firehouse Tour continues from Saxy. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. In case you did not know, 5805 Bryan Street, as we are serving you breakfast, brought to you by Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp. We got donuts out here. We got the coffee as well. And now we have concert tickets to hook you up with as well, as Jack FM is going to be putting, I think, Ruben and Bobby are still getting the fist pumping on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we have concert tickets for Jack FM's Jubilee featuring Stone Temple Pilots live and Soul Asylum.
Ooh.
Soul Asylum, back from my day.
Were you a big Soul Asylum guy?
They had that song, that really big song.
How does it go? You typically don't know the lyrics. You just know, I don't know any Soul Asylum stuff.
It's one of two songs that I want to say in my mind, but I don't want to say the wrong one.
You're going to go, oh, we're halfway there.
No, it's a Runaway Train. Runaway train, never going back. I don't know the lyrics, but like you say, runaway on a one-way track. Peyton, you know Soul Asylum, Runaway Train?
No, I was just going with your words, Sean.
Okay, you just trusted me.
I was going to say,
that's a great song.
What are you doing? You think he actually knows? Throw it to Peyton for anything that's pop culture.
Shout out to the Tolos, Philip and Saxy stopping by, and I felt real bad because Trisha from Wiley and a law firm, she came by with the freshly baked cookies.
Aww.
And she's like, do you have a flask? And I was like, we ran out of the flasks. We're going to have a talk with management about giving us twice as many coming out here to these things. But I think we got an oatmeal peanut butter combination. Ooh. And she brought us out. But Trisha, I got you whenever we get the second shipment of fan flasks in. They were pretty sweet.
They went, yeah, and they were very popular. People were snatching them up, but yeah, that should. I think that'll probably make a repeat appearance. I would imagine.
The flasks?
Yeah, I would guess so. With how popular
they're sweet looking. All right, so you're getting ready for two types of football: the NFL and college. Choppy's not here, but we can still pop the keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Yep, that's right. We have college football week 0 on the docket. And week 0, I never know totally how to approach week 0. Because
why are we calling it week 0?
Because it's not a full-fledged launch for everybody, and it's a lot of weak games typically. Last year, I think it was USC was taking on like San Jose State or something. And this year, even though there's a couple of top 25 teams that are playing in week 0, there's no like real big marquee matchup between two teams that have a lot of prestige.
The Florida State game is in Ireland.
Florida State is going to be in Dublin, and Florida State is a 10-point favorite over Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech has been considered by a lot of people to be a team that could kind of wreck shop this year in terms of be one of the true teams that'll play spoiler along the way, because they've got just a number of games in their schedule where they could make things difficult. They've got Notre Dame, Miami, Georgia, Florida State. They've got all these different teams in their lineup across their schedule where they could potentially cause a problem if they pop in one of these games. And Georgia State or Georgia Tech has started, kind of turning things around a little bit and is a little bit on the come up. Florida State's in an interesting position, obviously, after they lost so many people at the end of the year last year. That's what led to the whole controversy that left Paul Feinbaum at odds with the Florida State fans. But the big acquisition there this year for Florida State, which has a ton of NFL talent up and down the roster, is the quarterback, and that's DJ Uiagalelei, who was at one time the christened one. He was the next guy at Clemson. So Clemson had gone on just a ridiculous run where they had Taj Boyd, who was really good at Clemson. Then they had NFL talent in Deshaun Watson. They go from Deshaun Watson into Trevor Lawrence. And DJ Uiagalelei was supposed to be the next guy after that. And it was just supposed to be an easy transition. And then into Klubnik. It was supposed to be that kind of a ease of quarterback dynasty, essentially, that Clemson had built. DJ never figured it out at Clemson. He was one of the worst college quarterbacks I've seen at a big-time program who played at Clemson. He transferred to Oregon State last year, played there, had some success, still was not what he had once been hyped to be, but he was somebody who did enough to where now you've got people believing that he's going to be able to step in and contribute in a big way for Florida State, although not everybody. So there's a report from Sports Illustrated that an anonymous ACC coach, as these kinds of takes tend to be anonymous, is skeptical that DJ Uiagalelei is going to even be able to improve at Florida State and be any better. Says that, no, we've seen what this guy is. He's ultimately the same player that was at Oregon State. It was just a different kind of game than the one he was playing at Clemson. It's not going to be any better returning to the ACC now.
Pat Mahomes is basically sponsoring everything now football-related in Lubbock. Dedicated $5 million towards the $242 million South End Zone and the Football Center project as well. So Texas Tech is naming, guns up Peyton, naming their soon-to-be completed walkthrough area in the Football Center in Mahomes' name. He's also going to be recognized for the Texas Tech quarterback meeting room and the offensive coordinator's office in the new South End Zone building. So Pat Mahomes buying up all the sponsorships and he remains a big-time Texas Tech fan representing.
Yeah, and that's something where Mahomes has made his footprint known as a guy who supports everywhere where he's been, in terms of he is still a big DFW, North Texas type of guy, even though he was in, Tyler Longview area.
Do you feel bad as a football scout questioning yourself that you didn't see more of what Mahomes is when he was right here in our backyard playing?
No, I mean, Mahomes was a guy who, it was all there on tape in terms of like the incredible Mahomes freak plays that we've seen before were there. The biggest problem with Mahomes was what he was asked to do at Tech, where you just didn't know, and there were too many questions about is he not capable of doing these sort of things and making these reads and functioning in an NFL offense, or is it just he wasn't asked to do it in the type of offense that Tech runs? And so that was the only thing that you weren't certain of. His decision-making got a lot better coming out of college. That was something that I probably missed. I mean, I still thought he was a first-round quarterback, but you didn't think generational type of player when he was coming out. You thought that guy could be a boom or bust type of player, and he clearly boomed. I did feel confident that Trubisky was a more solid option. And
Trubisky?
Because Trubisky was that same draft. Trubisky went third. And so I did feel like, all right, well, Trubisky will be the guy who ultimately I think is exactly what you want and is going to be stable. And that's why people are still terrified of the one-year starter in college football. Trubisky's part of that.
Is Ryan Leaf angry again? Ryan Leaf has gone through ups and downs. We've gone through ups and downs of Ryan Leaf at the radio station. I remember him sitting in studio, and then a short time after, he got arrested for breaking into houses, stealing people's prescription medicine. And then we're at the Super Bowl. We have these awesome, very sincere sit-downs. And then he's kind of going off on different people, putting them on blast. I know he's on your airwaves with the NFL Network. And yesterday, a headline came out from Bro Bible. Ryan Leaf rips Pat McAfee and Kirk Herbstreit, calling them overly sensitive and narcissists. And I didn't even remember that Ryan Leaf was part of College Game Day.
I didn't remember that either. I know that feels a little pot kettle situation, calling them overly sensitive, because Ryan Leaf, for all of his development and his growth as a person, has still historically been somebody who's pretty sensitive to criticism and the things that people say about him.
He got mad at Lee Corso, and because Corso said Washington State, Leaf School, and Oregon State was the No One Wants Us Bowl. And, Leaf got all worked up, and Herbstreit was like, are you kidding me, dude? You're taking this the wrong way. Well, then the College Game Day producer, who Leaf said told me I was number one on the set, so that's delusional sign, a delusional giveaway. The producer's like, yeah, we gotta take you off the air. And he's like, well, have whoever made this decision call me. Let's talk about it. And it's like, someone above my pay grade. So this is Ryan Leaf thinking. It was McAfee and Herbstreit saying, quote, they're the most overly sensitive people I've ever met for guys who live in this high platform. They get criticized all the time, but boy, God, are they overly sensitive narcissists.
I will say, as much as I think that's pot kettle, I think it's right that McAfee gets pretty sensitive at times with criticism. We've seen it. I've never known Herbstreit to be that guy.
Herbstreit to me has been Mr. Buttoned Up, not gonna step in anything.
No waves. He doesn't make waves.
No waves. But now it sounds like he's waiting to unleash. He's like, I'm gonna talk about transgender athletes, and I'm tired of being quiet, and I'm gonna tweet what I want to say and say what I want to say.
Yeah, which that was something where when he had interviewed with Dan Dockich, who you were the Grim Sharifer. We had him on the airwaves, and I think the next day he was fired in Indianapolis.
I got Ryan Leaf locked up and Dan Dockich fired.
Dan Dockich was he told Dan Dockich after he had weighed in on the transgender athlete controversy that he had said specifically, I've kept a lot of my beliefs quiet because I followed what Lee Corso says, which don't talk about politics, don't talk about social issues. That's nobody's interested in wanting to hear you talk about those things. And he said, the closer I get to the end, the more I'm saying, you're going to hear from me a lot more when I'm done, and kind of giving a preview. So I could see he acknowledged in that interview with Dockich, he said, I have a massive temper, and it causes me to flip out from time to time. So maybe behind the scenes, Leaf has dealt with that temper and feels like he's just overly sensitive. Because we know McAfee will send his hornet's nest on people who criticize him.
I had no idea. I saved this story from the other day. Maybe embarrassing. I don't care. We talk sports and college football enough. I would have heard this by now. I did not know that colleges had football general managers.
Yeah, they're
general manager.
Yeah, they'll be general managers or
because the Alabama football general manager just got a contract for $825K a year for 3 years.
Yeah, and not every program has them, or a lot of times everybody generally has somebody like that. They don't all have the same title. General manager is just a title that some teams choose to use, or sometimes it can just be director of football or just different things that are in there. But yeah, that's USC had been trying to poach him, and he's an up and coming star with folks in the college football world, and so he's somebody who they were, with Kalen DeBoer being there and them trying to transition everything as smoothly as they can from Saban to DeBoer, which has gone really well to this point. It's something where they're lucky that they weren't able to snatch him away.
What else you got for the Kegger?
We've got a couple more games that I think you need to pay attention to this week. SMU is going to be on CBS Sports Network at 7 o'clock on Saturday, going up against Nevada, which obviously SMU, the team that has been described as the sleeping giant by RJ Choppy for the type of money they have backing them. And then I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow, Sean, because at 2:30, 3 o'clock, we've got the Cowboys game, which I'm going to have to be locked in on. But I'm going to have my laptop up, and I'm going to have to be streaming over on ESPN some Tarleton State football.
Oh!
The Tarleton State Texans take on McNeese State. You can watch that on ESPN tomorrow at 2:30. I think some double box action.
You've been accepted to the football program like basketball?
I've been accepted just in general because that's my home, right? Like, I mean, I hung out at the basketball games. Sadie Beck, the star pitcher at Keller Softball, just committed to Tarleton. This is going to be her first year there as a true freshman for Tarleton. And so, yeah, that's my program. There's an announcement on the horizon about myself and RJ Choppy that I don't know if we can make yet related to Tarleton. But stay tuned. We're going to be close to that football program this year.
College football Kegger with it kind of week 0, kind of getting it started. Tomorrow, and everyone needs to be handing in their slips and permission slips to the wife and the family that you are about to be gone. You're about to be checked out. I got my DirecTV Red Zone package the other day. Went and signed up for it early versus 11:54 when I'm scrambling on the computer trying to make sure it goes through on that opening Sunday.
I get 2 Saturdays. I get really 2 Saturdays where I can sit there and watch all of college football. Because once Sunday starts and I'm traveling on Saturdays to road games or doing different things, Kristen's like, no, you're not taking the entire weekend to not be around. And so I get 2 Saturdays to be in front of the TV.
Is Jacob deGrom back? And maybe our favorite pitcher at the station has a documentary coming out this week, and you may be interested in that. In addition to college football, the Rangers are back in action and what to watch for in the Cowboys' final preseason game tomorrow. All coming up with Sean and Bobby live from Saxy on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation, also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shout out time, as we still got the awesome breeze and wind here in Saxy at the Firehouse located on Bryan Street. Stop out for another hour and a half as we got the breakfast, we got the giveaways, we got concert tickets, and the fan flasks flew out of here very fast. And breakfast from Palmer's Hot Chicken and Shrimp. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Bobby Roberto Belt. Choppy will be back on Monday, and we got to throw out some shout-outs.
Yes, shout out to Coach Casey over at Saxy High School. He is one of the coaches there. I believe he said track is what he is, but he
looked like he could be a track guy.
I'm very flattered that he brought these size shirts and thought they would fit us. Because that means that
as we have our fried chicken balls and homemade cookies sitting to the left and right of us.
and he made sure when he walked up, he was like, yeah, maybe your wives could wear these.
Yeah.
But if you'll notice, he pointed this out to me. I didn't realize. You see the shirts they've developed here, Sean? That's the Van Halen logo. Like it's a nod to it.
That's badass.
It's really cool. So thank you to the folks over there at Saxy. I know we had Jason and Levon who just showed up here.
Where's Levon?
It's just down the road from over here.
Okay.
And then he said he used to live in Saxy and then just came over there. And then you had the brothers.
I got David in Midlothian. Casey brought the shirts. Bill brought us Starbucks.
Yes, Bill from Starbucks.
So we got all the iced coffee from Bill. Thank you for that. And then the twins, Diamante and Devontae from Allen.
And their buddy wanted to be here today. He couldn't. Harold was not able to make today because he's having his baby. So congratulations to Harold on the birth of his first child.
Below the belt previews, Cowboys-Chargers, who is on the final cutting block. That is at 8:40 here on your home of the Rangers. And Nick Eatman will join us at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. What time's your pregame get underway tomorrow?
Noon, I believe, is the pregame. I think I'm on in the. I don't think I've seen Tim's email yet. I would imagine I'm on around 12:30.
We don't care. We just want to know the start of the pregame.
You saw the YouTube numbers yesterday at 8:40. You know what
your words are running together real fast today.
I know they are.
You're not. There's no comma. There's no dot. There's no punctuation.
I know.
They're just all one long run-on sentence. Why is that?
I didn't.
Are you nervous out here in front of the people?
I didn't take my stuff this morning. There was that. But I also, you mentioning it's all one long run-on sentence. That's how they first prescribed me Adderall. My doctor said when she was talking to me, she said, hearing you talk to me about your symptoms and the things you're going through, she's like, you have not completed a single thought before you've started another. It's been one wrong, like long stream of consciousness. And she's like, I think we should put you on Adderall. And I was like, okay. So I just took some back in the car a little bit ago because I was clearly running way too fast.
Did you sneak off to the parking lot?
did you not see at 7:55? I said, "Where's the water?" I said, "I got to go out to my car real quick," because I could feel it. I could feel I needed to
It's
balance
just amazing.
myself.
It's amazing the opposite effect, because your leg is shaking a million miles an hour, and I would think, and you're talking so fast, I would think that's after taking it. But no, it's the total opposite effect. It brings you down and calms you.
Because you really noticed it in Oxnard. Because the last
I will sell drugs. I'll go to Miami. I'll do anything. I will never allow you to go to Oxnard without that again.
Yeah.
Ever. I'll do whatever. I'll serve time. I don't care. Whatever I have to do to secure that, I'm doing it.
Because Thursday, when I found I had one and I took it, then you were like, "Why are you better today? You're a lot more like put together. You're not jumping in on it." And I said, "I took Adderall." And you went, "Oh, that's," and we realized pretty quickly that a lot of my issues out there in Oxnard, I think, were related to I failed to get my script before I left.
My guy back here sitting on the van, he's just laughing. He's shaking his head at old Roberto.
You know what I'm talking about.
All right.
Those amphetamine salts, bro.
All right.
That's what they're called. That's what they're called on the prescription bottle.
All right. Jacob deGrom. My 3 reasons to pay attention to the Rangers the rest of the way: Rocker, Leiter, deGrom. And Jacob deGrom back making a minor league start. First rehab, 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts, fastball touching 99 to 100.
He's at the very top of the list of things you're still interested in with this season, right? He would have to be number 1. Or would Leiter and Rocker coming up be
deGrom 1?
deGrom,
now Sandler is getting me hyped that I should be paying attention to Rocker 2, maybe over Leiter.
Yeah, Rocker has been flat out dominant. I mean, every week now we're seeing, you keep waiting for it to kind of come back down to earth. It's not yet. It sounds like what Jared was saying, and I know what Evan Grant had written the other day. Evan Grant had said, "I'd be stunned if he made another start at Frisco." Like, he's going to Round Rock because he's not being challenged there. And so Kumar Rocker's an exciting part of this. But Jacob deGrom is the rehab start. I saw him out there signing autographs for fans in Frisco, like walking into the stadium yesterday, and he looked sharp in that Rough Riders uniform, but he looked good. It was encouraging when you see there's still that velocity that's on it. It doesn't look like he's having to work that back at all. There's still the bite on the slider. It looked really encouraging from the clips that we saw yesterday.
Kevin Hagelin, listen up. I know Corey Majors is our real Tolo dedicated KMC host, but hey, this is for you. With Greg Maddux, we're getting Greg Maddux Michael Jordan-esque stories once a week now.
Yes, dude, this is...
And he was my favorite all-time pitcher.
This is super exciting, every clip we've seen from this. Andrew Schultz, who's one of my favorite comedians, he does the Flagrant 2 podcast. He had tweeted the Bonds clip we talked about last week of Maddux and Bonds talking about the chess match, and he quote tweeted it, and he said, "I don't even like baseball, and this is super interesting. I saw this clip yesterday from Schultz tweeting it again, and he said, okay, it's not that baseball's not interesting. It's whatever Greg Maddux talks about it, it's super interesting. Okay, like, this guy's just, like, awesome." And so this was a really cool clip from a documentary that's set to air this Sunday, which I've got it scheduled in the DVR now because who knows how many more things are in there we're going to want to play next week. But it's a clip of Eddie Perez, the old Braves catcher, talking about a matchup they had against the Astros during, I believe it was the 98 season. But a matchup they had against the Astros, and the way that Maddux decided to approach Bagwell in the at-bat.
We were regular season, and we were winning like 8-0. It was easy game in the 8th inning. And he told me, don't throw anything inside on Bagwell. Call everything outside. And I said, okay. I think it was somebody out. And he wants to go inside. And okay, it's your game. So I went inside, called inside, and Bagwell hit like 1,000-mile.
Oh, boy, Bagwell way back.
And I was mad, and I was like, what are you doing? And he goes, they got a good team. We got a good team. We're going to play them in the playoff. He's going to wait for that pitch. 3 months later, we're in the playoff, bases loaded in the 7th. We threw 3 straight changes and struck him out. And I was walking to the dugout. He goes, hey! And I look at him and said, you remember? 3 months ago, 2 months ago? And I said, no, I don't. He was looking for that pitch, the homer that he hit. And I I was like, this guy, it's how smart he was.
The professor. How many guys, that's what I wish I could ask Bassick right now, maybe in crosstalk. How many guys would give up their regular season numbers, would give up a home run to set up a future encounter? Love it.
It's one of those where, and I say it all the time, but like when you talk to guys who played in the major leagues, you realize, like, I don't understand a damn bit about the game of baseball. I mean, you think you do.
Yes.
And then you hear the way they look at it and the way they approach it and the way they're all in on this.
Yep.
They all understand it. And I mean, Bonds and Maddox, they get exactly what each other are doing and what they're looking for. And it reminds me of the little stuff like the game within the game that a lot of people don't see. I'll take it from the NFL perspective, just because I know the NFL better.
No,
and know.
Well,
no, I'm just saying I know. I've had people tell me these sort of things more frequently.
Oh, that you know it better. That you're just genius.
No, I watch the game different than you, like Brian. You'll have somebody who, if you feel like you're moving the ball really well against a team, for instance, and a coach may have a sense of, oh, we're going to run these guys into the ground today. I already know it. First inning, we've got it, or first quarter, we got them. That you might start on 1st and 10 running, like, let's run the ball on 1st and 10. Or let's start doing some things. It's like, why are you willing to 3-and-out punt it? And what you're doing is we're screwing with the analytics numbers. Like, when a team is researching us later, they're going to see trends that we do things on first down that we have no intention of doing, that we feel like we can. We can sacrifice it in a game where we're up 7 in the first quarter because we're able to do that right now because we know we're going to beat them. We can sacrifice a possession knowing we'll get it back, knowing that we got a handle on these guys. And so that sort of game within the game chess match that exists in really, I feel like every sport is always fascinating. And Maddox definitely seems to be one of these guys that will remind you don't know this game the way you think you do.
We can only talk about it because RJ Choppy's not here with his Greg Maddox hate, and we can only talk about aging, maybe RJ's number one fear in life, because he is not here living it up in Michigan.
Yeah, RJ Choppy, it turns out, is officially perimenopausal, as it turns out, according to research. So Chop is currently living in the first of 2 checkpoints in life where research is now showing you age at a rapid pace. So according to research, they have found, scientists were doing this study. This was over in The Guardian last week. Scientists in the U.S. were doing studies trying to figure out the aging process, where the most dramatic changes occur, how things happen. And they found 2 ages, Sean. 60 years old is a rapid time of decline where you get wrinkles and all sorts of other things with your body starts to age. But then it's 44. And 44 was an age they were not expecting to see.
Ugh.
And RJ Choppy is 44 right now. So when they first got the raw data back and they looked and saw, whoa, this is a spike that we don't see in terms of molecular changes that occur across the board, they were like, well, this is women. This is women going into menopause are skewing this data. So they went in and they dove and they looked at it and went, oh, no. Like, men at 44 go through the same scope of molecular changes, the number of molecular changes that women go through at the age of 44. So they say that when women are going through menopause around that age, men are essentially going through their version of it. They just don't have those same issues with the reproductive stuff. And so they say men age rapidly at the age of 44, which, Sean, you are how old?
42.
42. So you got 2 years left before your life is essentially over. Have you felt like the kids so far have accelerated any aging for you, or have they kept you young? People, I feel like, split their argument of how
accelerated it. We're old parents. The aches, the pains, getting up. There's a bed on my floor every Sunday. There's a mattress. My wife bought a special mattress so we don't have to get up and down, and it's family day on the floor of my living room. We used to get the guest bedroom mattress out. It was too much of a pain and hassle, so she bought one. She bought a fold-out mattress, but we had kids too old.
I'm not letting you blow by that. That is adorable. You have family day on a mattress on the floor all day?
I mean, is it adorable or lazy as hell?
No, that's adorable. This is
Look
the
at
chair.
Eric.
Look at
yeah.
That's adorable, right, Eric? Yeah, that is so sweet.
I have a once every Sunday photo of the 4 of us just sprawled out.
Dude, yep, this is the daughter.
Late.
This is the daughter changes.
It's really lazy.
However you want to try and twist it, go right ahead.
No, the aches and the pains, man. And then waking up overnight and everything. But RJ, he believes all these medical studies, so this could get in his head. This could get in his head because we all know that RJ tries to act like he's 24 and 34, but now 44, downhill.
Let's see. We talked about earlier in the show how little he replies to things. I'm going to send him a screenshot.
He's been replying lately. He must not be mad at us anymore.
Oh, yeah, he's gotten over us making fun of his little his and hers dresses he was wearing or whatever. I'm going to take a screenshot of my prep, explain the story, and text it to him. We'll see if he replies.
What to watch for in the Cowboys' final preseason game tomorrow. That's next. And below the belt on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll talk Cowboys Raiders, who inch closer to or move further away from making the roster.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
For the first time since a devastating, embarrassing, whatever other descriptor you want to put on it, loss to the Green Bay Packers back in January, the Dallas Cowboys will take the field at AT&T Stadium tomorrow. And they'll do it against Jim Harbaugh. Maybe Jim Harbaugh can get in the ear of Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker a little bit and be like, hey, you're reflecting poorly on me. How about you guys fix this? Because this is making us look pretty bad. They do get the Chargers tomorrow, and what we're not sure of still to this point is the availability of Tyler Guyton, which would be way up the list for me of guys that I want to see perform in this game and be ready in this game, because he's going to need this work more than just about anybody. As we've talked about already, he is, to me, Mozzie Smith, the defensive version of Trey Lance right now. Like, I got to see it. I got to start seeing you
need
perform.
to see it from Mozzie, not Guyton.
No, not Guyton. But Guyton and Mozzie are the two that I want to see the most. Guyton being the guy who his availability is in question. But outside of Guyton, Mozzie and Guyton are right there as the two guys that I want to see the most perform in this game. Guyton is unavailable at the moment as they still work through the knee soreness, trying to figure out which way it's going. I think it's trending towards not playing, because I don't think the Cowboys, as much as they would like to get him some live game reps, want to put anything in jeopardy in terms of his availability for week one, given the depth issues that they have. I think we're looking at there's going to be another trade before week one where they acquire some sort of an offensive lineman, because they have way too many guards and not enough tackles. So does that look like a swap of a draft pick for a tackle? Does it look like you take some of these interior offensive linemen, which you have just a gluttony of? Do you take one of those and try to move it to somebody who's got better tackle depth but is looking for something on the interior? They could approach it a couple different ways. They could wait for cut down day. The problem that I think you're seeing right now is nobody cuts NFL offensive linemen.
Yeah.
You're not releasing an NFL offensive lineman at the end of the month. You are what you're going to do is you will try to
getting rid of pitching.
It is considered the thinnest position in the NFL by most talent evaluators. They don't believe. I was talking to a scout one time who said that in the NFL, offensive line is the one position in the entire league where they have more spots available within the NFL than they do people talented enough to fill them. Like that they feel like they have maybe 80% of what they need in terms of the actual available spots when you consider the depth that you have to have behind. Most teams struggle to go 5 deep. But if you go 5 deep, then after that you're talking about even a smaller handful that are able to go 7 or 8. And so the Cowboys have had some of that depth tested, specifically at tackle. So Tyler Guyton, I'd be surprised right now if they did play, or if he did play, but still something where if the knee soreness is not as big of a deal, if they want to really send that message, then they would go ahead and let him play. Mozzie Smith on the other side, again, another big part of that. Those two guys in the trenches. What are the biggest things that you need to see specifically, or that you want to see in this game? Are you just looking for health? Or are there guys you want answers on?
Health. I mean, receiver. You know, I think that is receiver the position that can fool you the most from training camp practices.
Yes.
Yeah, and they have one-on-ones, right? And I also am curious over this question, like, how many players really elevate their stock, not because of really just how good they are, but now they know what everyone in practice is doing in the fourth week. Do you know what I mean? Like, I may not be as – this is just a theory of mine. I may not be as good of a corner, but I know that you're going to run – I know the offense is going to run one of these two routes.
Sure.
I'm more familiar with the program or the script than me elevating my game or being that good. It's the familiarity that is allowing me to keep the plays. But if I'm throwing out there against someone new, someone random, that's just a theory that I've had of a camp that's like this long.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a bad one. I think
wow, thanks.
No, like I'm saying,
I don't think it's idiotic. It's not the dumbest thing I've heard.
You know what I'm saying? You're saying it's just a theory. I'm saying I think there's credence to that. I've never asked that specific question to anybody before, but it would make sense to me.
Like, how many guys are just shining because, they know what Jalen Cropper is going to do on this route because he's seen him every single day.
Sure, and I think that's why it's also...
Whereas in a game, I'm putting you out there against someone brand new.
Which is exactly what I was about to say. That's why somebody like Keeman Hall probably stands out to them, is that Keeman Hall does stuff in practice that then when they get into a game setting, it's, oh, here it is. And that's why when you get out of it, they want to see, all right, show me you can practice consistently. Show me you can make big plays here. That's huge. That is a big part of this. We like seeing that. But if you are a practice warrior, if you are showing up in practice and not carrying it into these preseason games, I have issues. And I have concerns about what you're able to do when you're outside of that structured setting. And so when you see that sort of transition, it definitely creates problems. You're 100% right that receivers have the biggest benefit of anybody in training camp to look good. Because when they get a one-on-one, let's say they're standing back at the 40-yard line, and you've got, including the end zone, 50 yards worth of turf in front of you. And you're lining up maybe inside the number, not all the way inside of the slot, but you're lining up inside of the number. That corner is standing there against a receiver with no information. I don't see a formation. I can't tell what kind of a play they want to run by the formation. We don't have a defense back here, an alignment that we're trying to disguise things or maybe tricking the quarterback into giving certain reads. I have no down or distance to be able to read what kind of throws they would have here. No safety help. And he has the entire width and length of the field, essentially, to run around and do whatever he wants on an untimed down until the ball is thrown. And so because of that, the corner is working at a massive disadvantage, which is why whenever you see, oh, look at Trayvon Diggs get cooked out here. To me, it stands out when they make a play. When a corner makes a play in that situation, I'm more just floored at, wow, you were able to hang with that guy on a complete island, no help, no information in front of you. The receiver it's disappointing if they don't get separation a lot of times because of that. So, yeah, I think that being able to transfer that into the games, the receivers, it's important, and I don't know that they've consistently been able to do that yet. The running back room, still something that we're trying to settle here. Deuce Vaughn specifically is the biggest question, which I know earlier when we read John Machota's article talking about the 10 players that you should watch out here in this game, you felt like Deuce Vaughn was we're kind of over the Deuce Vaughn fascination at this point?
I'm not over. I mean, I don't want to sound disrespectful. I'm a fan of Deuce Vaughn. I want it to work. I had a Tolo not happy with me. Probably you set me up probably unfairly because Dean Julia tweeted, listening back, I think you were a little unfair to Deuce. How many regular season carries did he really get where it wasn't a blowout and the other team knew they were running the clock out? Might be more interesting this year if they give him early opportunities. Well, I'm assuming after that preseason he did something to not get those regular season carries and work.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, so they wanted him to be involved. Like when we hear at the end of last season, Brian Schottenheimer approached him and said, let's start getting you some work with the receivers. Let's start having you run around with receivers. Let's find other things for you to do. When you are a running back that far back on the depth chart, you have to do other things. And the problem, I think, for them last year was they put him back there to be the backup punt returner, and he didn't show a lot of confidence in fielding punts. I think kickoffs have been a little different for him. That's something he did more consistently at Kansas State, but the punt returns were something where catching a punt backed up against the end zone seemed a little skittish about it. And I think because they couldn't justify having him involved in that part of the game, it was tough to justify having him active as well when they felt like, well, Malik Davis and Rico Dowdle and Tony Pollard, they give us all these different things that they're able to do. Hunter Lipke can block or run or we can do these different things. Deuce is not going to be able to pass protect because of his size. He's not going to be able to frequently run between the tackles, and he's not going to be able to contribute in the punt return game. And so I think that ultimately is why he didn't get that kind of an opportunity. Now, I will say, I know
ability-wise, is he definitely last in the running back room?
No, because I think he does.
Give me the straight up pure running back ability in order. Just talent
overall across everything, including pass protection and things.
No,
I would say. Okay, no, just running the ball.
Just running the ball.
Okay, Dowdle. Zeke, Freeman, and then I might say Deuce over Malik Davis, but Malik Davis is just more well-rounded. And Deuce, the thing with Deuce, the reason why I was so encouraged by the preseason game is he showed something in his ability to kind of keep his legs churning, pick up extra yardage. You don't want to feel like you left anything, the old line Joseph Randall gave about DeMarco Murray. You don't want to leave meat on the bone. There is nothing more frustrating than when they feel like, man, this was blocked up for you. It's so hard in today's modern NFL to justify running the ball a number of times and running the ball in certain situations that when you leave yardage on the field, that makes it worse. Like, that makes it even tougher for us when we say, we give you this opportunity. It's not nearly as efficient in a lot of ways, and if you're not going to pick up every last bit of what we need, what are you doing for us?
By the way, listening to the Zeke segment to Open KMC yesterday, holy crap, was that fascinating. Sharif, you're a hater. He's going to be top 5 in the league in rushing yards. I was stunned driving home. I had to stay 10-2. I had to keep both hands on the wheel with some of the Cowboy homerism that is out there.
And I'm curious, let us know on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line right now. I'm curious about this because I know.
Like, I had to take away Emmitt Smith's running back football card. Like, he's not allowed to talk about running backs anymore. And I have to do it with Tolo's as well after I took it from Emmitt.
What is it that you think Zeke's going to do this year if you're a listener right now?
Go ahead.
Text us your expectations. 877-881-1053. What kind of a player do you think he is right now, and what do you reasonably expect from him on the field this year?
And break it down for me like a scout. Like I had to do 3 or 4 years ago when I said, I'm not seeing – all right, I'll be broadest here.
Mm-hmm.
No elusiveness. No breakaway speed. I think his toughness works against him. Like every year he's dinged up, and I think Zeke is a tough SOB out there, but he's always dinged up. Second level, it's not happening. We're not getting any second level elusiveness or making guys miss. Not breakaway speed. The agility's not there. Goal line power, short yardage, I'm trusting him. So tell me why that scouting report is off.
No,
tell me why a 40 or 50-yard run is happening. I think Corey Majors, listening to Tolo, said one of those long runs or a 100-yard game has not happened in 2 years, something like that. Not an outstanding receiver. It's just, I mean, it is what it is.
You're getting a lot more support right here. 469, he ain't doing nothing. 325, going to have around 700 yards, maybe 6 touchdowns. 682, Zeke is going to
706. I mean, I'd probably sign up for that.
Yeah, but I guess I don't think that's
out of Zeke, not out of my number one spot.
He might be splitting that with you, like depending on what they end up doing. 817, Zeke will do nothing but score a couple touchdowns from 5 yards in. Good goal line work. That's about it. Third down back. What's ChatGPT thing? Yeah, I just had to ask ChatGPT. Give me Zeke's stats. They think you're dead wrong about Ezekiel Elliott. ChatGPT does.
What'd they say?
They say you got a couple factors to consider. The role in the offense. Zeke's likely to be a key factor with Tony Pollard being gone.
Oh, that's true.
Offensive line. Cowboys' offensive line, while experienced, has some changes, including Tyler Guyton.
Wow.
Effectiveness of the line matters. Competition.
Dude, we should fire Broadus. ChatGPT knows it just as much as him.
If they're right about this is going to concern everybody. Rushing attempts, they project 250 to 280 for Zeke Elliott. Yards, 950 to 1150. 10 to 12 rushing touchdowns, 25 to 35 catches, 150 to 250 receiving yards, and 1 to 2 touchdowns. So, Sean, you're talking about you might get 1,400 scrimmage yards and 14 touchdowns out of Zeke Elliott if this is right. ChatGPT.
I like it, Poppy.
Below the belt here on your home of the Cowboys. Cowboys-Chargers, final preseason game tomorrow on this radio station. Final hour, I think my baby girl might be making an appearance. I might be breastfeeding out here in Saxy. So stop by for that. We got 1 hour to go. Stop by for the giveaways, the concert tickets, and the breakfast. And Peyton Russell, this football segment is for you. Let's get you ready for your fantasy drafts. Plus, Nick Eatman previews Cowboys-Chargers final hour right after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, and the Tolos out here in Saxy. The Firehouse tour continuing. We're here for another hour. Thank you for listening, turning it on, and leaving it on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. RJ Choppy will be back on Monday.
I got plenty of shout-outs here from that last break. We got Sid from Garland is out here. Molly and Antonio, fresh out of the hospital with.
Right. We got to save them for last.
Okay, we'll save them for last. Rustin from Greenville, who I met out at Fan Bowl, took a picture with him. He thought I was too drunk to remember. I was not. I did know that. And then we got Adrian, who is also from Saxy out here. Mike and Laura from Saxy, and they actually saw us at Wiley last year. So they're return customers here.
All right. Molly and Antonio making my wife and I look bad as they brought their kids out here, and one of the children, 4 days old.
Yep.
4 days old. My man still has the hospital bracelet on.
Yep.
I could tell she was calm, cool, and collected. Me and my wife, hell no, we would not be bringing our kids even out in the sun. We'd be all terrified. They got the little girl, the adorable little girl out here running around. Now, is Ava the older one or the younger one?
Ava is the baby. What's the older one's name? Abby. So it's Abby and Ava.
Abby and Ava. Very cute. Ava's my daughter's name, who I think is making an appearance out here.
He did make sure to say, he said, make sure you tell Sean I only took a week of paternity. You're up to what?
You know what?
You're up to 7 weeks?
You know what? I'm tired of this paternity shaming. You know, I'm tired of this. If your work came to you and they're like, you know what? Instead of 3 weeks, we're going to give you 7 weeks of vacation.
Yeah.
Are you taking it? And you tough guys, you jerks are going to sit here and try to tell me, no, I'm married. I'm just married to the job so much. What Antonio did not tell you is he already works from home. So he's a slacker like that. He already works from home. He's basically on vacation. If I worked from home every single day, I wouldn't need an escape from the office. I just wake up and walk down to the room. But no, you fake employee of the months out to act like you're not going to take your 7 or 8 weeks of full vacation, your 4 extra weeks that they give you after having a baby. And I don't feel any shame. I work as a parent. I'm not like you. I'm not like Chicalina LaGrande. I'm not like my father. I'm not like you old school dinosaurs who refuse to change a diaper. And you're like, no, that's woman's work. That's Bobby Belt, y'all. That's Bobby Belt, and that is the other men that I know.
I changed plenty of diapers, and I also purchased plenty of diapers, Sean. I'm the hunter-gatherer is what I do. No, I'm curious now. Now I got to know, because he said if you work from home, it'd be different. So did you? I don't know. Did you not take any paternity with Ollie when you were working from home?
I took paternity.
So you were taking paternity from working from home too?
Yeah, I mean, I was just being sarcastic in that. I'm gonna take whatever extra vacation they give me. I'm gonna take all, and you fools would too. Don't be sitting there and lying to me. Only my dad would say, no, I'm not taking extra vacation. He shames employees when they hand over a vacation form.
Kristen lectures.
Y'all be the suckers.
Kristen lectures me routinely about how
I work 6 days a week for 10 years, however long Cowboys pregame was. I don't feel no guilt.
Kristen lectures me routinely for the amount of time I will take in general that's like allotted to us, where I won't take like
that you leave it on the table.
Yeah, that I don't expend stuff. We were talking about something from 6 years ago yesterday, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I remember that because you didn't expense the hotel that you could have expensed." I was like, "How is that the way you remember things?"
$200 to check a bag unnecessarily at DFW Airport because I just don't want to deal with it at security. One of your Bobby Hissy fits cost you $200, and I made sure to tell your wife at the baggage claim as soon as we landed, I ratted you out.
You are the snitch. You're the station snitch.
I can't tell if Ruben's shaking his head at me being the snitch or the money.
Oh,
me.
Yeah. See, this is my boy right here, Ruben.
He agrees with me.
Shut up. That's right. He's cheap. I forgot.
I'm looking out for your girls. I'm looking out for the food as the family of the year. They're rolling away. Congratulations. 4-day-old baby Tolo already out here, and she said the older daughter, Abby, likes to watch us on the fan cam.
She likes those bobbleheads during the break.
The
little, yeah, she loves watching that.
All right, let's go to our child of the show. That would be Philip Peyton Russell, who is self-proclaimed fantasy football know-it-all. Pepe, how many drafts are you in? My college draft is in jeopardy of falling apart. I'm about to be a one fantasy football league player as no one wants to be the commissioner.
Really?
Carter Freeman is our fan station commissioner. Pepe, how many are you in? How many have you done?
I'm in 3. That's my max I'll go to. Any more 3 because, man, these fees, man, keep going up. They keep increasing. I think I'm in 3 leagues, and 2 of them so far are $50 leagues.
The Biden fantasy economy.
So 50 is your most expensive league buy-in?
Yes, yeah.
All right, sorry, I thought you were going to talk more. I drank a sip of water. All right.
Sorry, it's past 6:40 on Thursday, Sean. Come on.
So Vegas, Pepe, I want to see if you agree or disagree. Vegas has sent the odds for fantasy football production. Now, Peyton, without giving away too much of your strategy, it used to be running backs first. Where are we now with it? Where are we now in terms of quarterbacks, wide receiver, running back? Rank the order of fantasy football draft selection in importance.
Well, if you have the first overall pick in any league, it could be PPR league, standard, half PPR, whatever, don't be stupid. Pick Christian McCaffrey. With the production out there in San Francisco, Brock Purdy, he's going to get touches. He scored, 1,000 touchdowns, it seemed like last year. Every game he was scoring touchdowns. Pick Christian McCaffrey. Don't be dumb. But then it's a little bit of a drop-off. I mean, you have guys like Breece Hall and Bijan Robinson, but
wait, so we're still doing running backs?
I think so. First overall, you for sure do running backs. I think you wait, though, on Justin Jefferson. With the quarterback situation in Minnesota, I don't think you have to reach so much for Justin Jefferson there.
Here's my McCaffrey issue. Last year was the first time he played 16 games since 2019. This is the year you take McCaffrey, he screws you by getting hurt. What are you laughing at?
Take that, G-Bag. He came back, he shuts you up.
He played in 3 games, then 7, then 6, then 11, and then 16. That'd be scary, but I'd also be scared to take Breece Hall. All right, I'm surprised that you're not saying just go with the receiver 1 or maybe the quarterback 1. So people are still taking running backs 1. And give me your fantasy strategy as well on the YouTube, Twitch, and the Franklin Frankel injury text line. Franklin Frankel injury text line. It is sponsoring Christian McCaffrey. 877-881-1053. Back to you, Pay.
Yeah, so I'm going Christian McCaffrey 1. Now, a lot of people are saying, you look at these insiders for, on ESPN for fantasy football, and a lot of people are saying pick CeeDee Lamb number 2. Outside of him, there's not really a whole lot of receivers. Now, they're expecting him to get a new deal, be there week 1 against the Browns for the Cowboys. A lot of people are saying pick CD number 2. And then you have Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson. Now, Tyreek Hill is right outside the top 5. He's about 5'6" right now. I mean, do you pick? I would pick Tyreek Hill over CeeDee Lamb right now if I had the number 2 overall pick. I would go Christian McCaffrey 1, then Tyreek, then probably CeeDee 3. So I'd go back-to-back wide receivers there, and then start, thinking about picking Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson, because the running backs, man, after Bijan Robinson, it's a downpour. I mean, you have Jonathan Taylor, maybe Saquon Barkley if you think he's going to get the same production.
You say downpour?
Downfall, I guess. Downfall.
Okay, downfall.
Yeah, we're not pouring down. We're falling down.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
All right.
I mean,
most regular season fantasy points at quarterback. I want you and Bobby to guess. Quarterback fantasy leader, according to Vegas and Bet Online, is
Lamar Jackson.
Pepe?
Mahomes.
Both incorrect.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is number 1. And it makes sense. It's like they run him into the ground. They're like, you're a tank. Run through people. We're not trying to preserve you. We're not trying to save you. Just go ahead and keep getting it done.
So they're not concerned about the Diggs departure then. They're still buying that.
But he can run.
Yeah, but Lamar runs. So I don't know.
But he doesn't throw.
Is Lamar 2? Is he second in this one? I don't understand.
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, God.
Is Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Now with Jahan Dotson is number 2, and I benefited from all them goal line touchdowns. He just sneaks in. Yep, the tush push.
Yeah, that's the look, I get it because he does pick up all the touchdowns on the ground. He's going to be asked to throw a lot. I wonder if the tush push changes at all. Is that going to still be incorporated in the Kellen Moore offense, or is he going to be too proud to carry over that idea?
Josh Allen, number 1 scoring fantasy quarterback, then Hurts, then Mahomes, then Lamar, and then tied, a 3-way tie, y'all, with Dak Prescott and C.J. Stroud is Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I mean, what was he told at practice the other day? He just wants to run.
Yeah.
He's not worried about it. He doesn't want to throw. And so, gosh, it's been so long since I've played fantasy that, I'm trying to remember the specifics of the quarterback scoring. I always felt like the quarterback scoring was out of whack, that it didn't properly weight what they do.
All right, Peyton, you want running backs or receivers next?
Let's go running backs.
All right, and this you can bet on this, obviously. So if you think Dak Prescott is going to lead the league in fantasy points, you can get his odds at 10-1. Jordan Love is 15-1. Brock Purdy, 20-1. Choppy would talk about that value right there. And Caleb Williams is 25-1. Pepe, you said running backs?
Yes, running backs.
All right, running backs. Christian McCaffrey, who you said to take number 1, is 1. Followed by Breece Hall, Bijan, y'all's boy from Texas. Then, dude, this is a scary running back list. This is terrifying. McCaffrey, Breece Hall, Bijan, Saquon, Jonathan Taylor, A-Chain, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kyron Williams, the Rams. Then Kamara, Etienne, Henry, Pacheco, James Cook, Josh Jacobs. That is the most terrifying running back list I've seen in fantasy in a long time.
Why is that? Yeah, and I mean, they didn't even include Rico Dowdle. He's not even on there.
Well, Zeke would be on here first.
Well, I mean, either way, I'm surprised they're not in there with as confident as the Cowboys seem about the running back room. But it is the Kyron Williams one is one where people are really high on him across the league right now as a super stud that's about to break out with the Rams in a big way.
Wide receivers. CeeDee Lamb leads the way. As the receiver you should draft first. Then Tyreek Hill. Then Amon-Ra. Then Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson 10-1. Would you advise staying away from Justin Jefferson? I am staying away.
I mean, he's produced pretty good. Even when he loses guys, he still produces. So, I mean, he's going to be a volume target. But, yeah, I wouldn't – I don't know that I'd have him way up at the top.
He's a late first-round pick, though. If you're in a 12-team league and you have the 10th or 11th pick and Justin Jefferson is still on the board, I would take him for sure in the first round still.
Then tight ends. Bobby, who's number 1?
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce, good job. Not George Kittle. You lost that argument. Kelce, 5-1. Sam Laporta, 6-1. How long till Ferguson? Trey McBride, then Arizona. Mark Andrews, Dalton Kincaid, Kittle, Evan Ingram, Kyle Pitts, the great Kyle Pitts, Njoku, and then Jake Ferguson. If you think Jake Ferguson can lead fantasy tight ends this year, you can bet 20-1 odds on it.
So I think he's going to be their number 2 option. in the pass game. Here was my only concern, and I think we had discussed this last week or a couple weeks ago, that Jake Ferguson, if you look at his numbers, he was, I think, both years now, all of his touchdowns have come in the red zone. And if they're not all in the red, like it might be as much as all of them inside the 10. Because so inside the red zone, every touchdown of his career has come from there, or every touchdown last year came from there. And he also scored most of them from inside the 10. So are they going to have that deference to Zeke inside the 10? Is it going to be like, we're down here, let's just protect the ball and make sure Zeke scores? I do wonder if that cuts into his numbers at all.
Peyton, do you wait in the final 2 rounds for your kicker and your defense every year?
No, because I'm usually a guy that I want Justin Tucker. I want him, and so I'll go early. I'll go 8th or 9th round with the kicker if I have to.
Justin Tucker is your leading fantasy kicker. Then Koo in Atlanta, Butker, Aubrey, Elliott. So Brandon Aubrey 8-1 to lead fantasy and kicking, and then your Dallas Cowboys are the number 1 defense. As my wife shows up in her old school Dallas Cowboys shirt that she loves so much. Cowboys 1, then the Ravens, Jets, Texans, Eagles, Chiefs, Browns.
Yeah, that's I'm guessing that's just the takeaway based and the amount of touchdowns that they've been able to score the last couple years of the Cowboys, because they're not the number 1 defense like in the NFL. So if you're talking about them as a scoring defense, I'm guessing that's where a lot of that comes from, Peyton.
Yes, yeah, a lot of that is.
Wow, what great insight.
I should have reminded you. I should have reminded you last year after you gave Peyton the fantasy segment. You went to break and you're like, "Yeah, we shouldn't have done that."
No, I didn't. Peyton, don't take that. I don't remember if I did. I may have. All right, we are live in Saxy here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Stop by for some final breakfast as well, and some concert tickets for us to hook you up with. Let's see who is on Nick Eatman's list of Cowboys to watch with final cut downs decided against the Chargers. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, right after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, we got Baby Sharif on the fan cam.
Oh, man, you were not kidding, man. She had that left hook, cocked and ready.
Yeah, you think I'm angry.
Dude, she's she's staring at you please try me. But, man, she is...
she got both fists ready to go at all times.
She is... you're going to have to lower the fan cam a little, Sean, because we're not getting her told. Look at her. She is Gerber, baby. Look at that.
I know. We do.
She's a cutie.
We do make beautiful children. We do. Ollie got rejected for Gerber baby, so maybe this one can give me more weeks of vacation and retirement.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna have to take off for the. She's gonna be your retirement money right there.
Shout out to the Tolos. Zach came out here from Saxy with his beautiful looking son Luca. Kent and Wiley, and we have a popcorn delivery.
Dude, yeah, this is, it's hard to see it right up here.
This is from Kent, right?
Yeah, this is from Kent. It's Dean Ann Gourmet Popcorn. They are, veteran-owned and operated, and their whole business, at first they used to sell, but now their whole business is they help with, fundraisers and help provide popcorn for, people who are doing just various fundraisers for charity and stuff like that. So very charitable organization and very charitable of Kent. Brought us a whole bag of popcorn from the office folks there.
So now we got to split up the popcorn and the cookies that Tolo made for us as well.
I can't have. Okay, all right. I want the cookies.
Your wife. I mean, God knows you guys can't eat everything.
No, I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to not eat as much junk lately.
Okay.
Not that they're junk. They look fantastic, but I think that one of these cookies might be more carbs than I ate yesterday total.
He's a crybaby. You see, he's a crybaby. Yes, he is. All right, let's bring in our boy, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official sponsor and casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, who is on the final checklist for Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow? Who's on your watch list and why?
Oh man, I still want to see Trey Lance, of course. I mean he's the quarterback that's going to play most of the game, and I think even though that doesn't change probably what his role is going to be, I still he's the guy that I think we're all just looking to see what is he still. It's still out there. If Deuce Vaughn's getting carries, I would like to see him. I think he should, and I think all of those running backs. I'd like to see what they're going to do there. Malik Davis, Royce Freeman, Hunter Lipke. We saw last year where he really used this game to his advantage. So this is a tough one as far as who is going to play. I know all of our social media team sometimes will ask, who are we putting on this graphic? And I hate this game for that reason alone, just because it's you don't know who the Cowboys are going to say, rest him, he's good, he's on the team, or man, we just need to see a little bit more. But I would imagine the running backs and the quarterback, the running backs are the ones that are still up in the air.
Nick, if Keeman Hall goes out in this game and does something similar to what he did last week, is he somebody
Hall of Fame? Yeah.
Is he somebody who is legitimately going to be able to force a conversation about the last corner spot?
He has to. I mean, that's what you do. Not to sound, I forgot the old Jets coach now. I forgot his name, but this is why you play to win the game. Herm Edwards. I don't know why that escaped me, but that's why you play him though. That's why you don't just sit there and practice for 6 weeks straight. And he went out and made a play in the game. He's made some other plays as well. He's aggressive. But Andrew Booth, I thought, did a nice job too. The guy that they brought over from Minnesota. So that last cornerback spot is going to be an interesting battle, because usually it's a guy that can kind of do a little bit of both, a safety and corner. Gives you a couple of spots there at the end of the depth chart. But I think Booth is probably in good shape to make it. But Keeman Hall, if you keep doing things like that and keep making plays in a game, and it's not just pick sixes, it's getting up there and making the tackles, on a short gain and just willingness to tackle, bring guys down. He's an aggressive player, but for him and all those guys, making a play on special teams will help you probably as much as anything you do on defense.
You know, Nick, whenever we talk about surprise additions to the 53, guys who, you know, maybe were kind of out of nowhere and not necessarily of the super surprise Brett Maher, you know, Dan Bailey variety. But when we talk about, like, man, I thought that guy was kind of on the outside. Good for him. He made the roster. Usually I feel like we're talking about a guy who was consistent all the way through training camp practices, and then it didn't just stop there. It carried over into the game. So who are some guys you think that have checked that box to this point, who this game might be the final test of, hey, this is your last chance to show you've surprised with these consistent practices, and now if you can carry it into a game one more time, you're in a conversation?
Willie Harvey comes to mind from that regard, 55. Maybe, and I'm not saying 55 for y'all, I'm saying just in case fans, that haven't been watching practice. Maybe you, Sean. No, I'm kidding. You guys need to be out at camp more. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but man.
God, well, Nick, we will come out there. We'll trade you. You do our show hours, and we'll do your DallasCowboys.com show. How about that?
That's true. Yeah. Well, maybe I need some boost in the ratings, so I'm sure you guys would be able to do that. No, I think I'm trying to think who else. Like
would Julius Wood fit that?
You know, I was thinking a safety and receiver. Wood and Imani Johnson there at safety, but I think he's played better. Julius Wood has played better. And yes, I think he's got a pick in the first game, made some nice plays in the second game as far as, you know, a physical tackler. So yeah, he's a guy in there, you know, at safety. They're playing a lot of free safety. So how many do you need? Do you need 4? Do you need 5? And I think the 4 is solid. I mean, I think Wanye and Marquise Bell are going to be your backups to Hooker and Donovan Wilson. But then after that, is that where Wood comes into play? Is there a tweener, a corner safety type? And then you always have to factor in the guys that are going to get cut on other teams. It just happens every year. You think these are the guys, and then next thing you know, it's not Julius Wood. It's a player that's better than him or better than you know, maybe Booth or whoever Keemon Hall. Is there somebody that becomes available? So you always have to factor that part into.
Talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Nick, we know the Cowboys historically have not wanted to. They generally, every draft pick tends to get through the first round of cuts. Like they don't like cutting draft picks for the most part. Which draft picks from this past spring might be in jeopardy of their spot on the 53? Is a guy like Justin Rogers, who's after the acquisition of Linval Joseph. Who all is fighting here? Flournoy, Rogers, is that the kind of guys we're looking at?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Rogers, the fact that they just keep adding guys here and they haven't added officially Linval Joseph, but that's been the worst kept secret here all off season, that was going to happen. And so, you know, you add him, Jordan Phillips to the mix. They may not even be done there. You know, he just didn't really flash like you wanted him to in the games. That doesn't mean, you know, wouldn't be a spot for him on the practice squad. And I would imagine Daxon it will be on the practice squad just because he gives you a roster exemption, and that's another defensive tackle. Ryan Flournoy, you know, he had a touchdown in the game in the first one of the preseason for the team. This is a game for him. I would put him on that list that used the previous question. This is one where he could really help himself, and kind of like Hunter Lipke last year, where maybe you're right there, just do enough where it's not even going to be a question. Because what happens, it's not just so much about impressing your team, but you do enough in a game like that on NFL Network that now you're not going to get him through cuts if you even try to cut him. So this is a big game for a guy like Flournoy.
Nick Eatman joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline to preview Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow. So Micah talked to the media about leadership. I'm a big fan of a lot of the things that he said. What did you make of the comments, and how much are you believing in what Micah talked about in getting better in that area this offseason? You guys have it up, DallasCowboys.com.
Right. You know, he And I will say that I left earlier this week, and I wasn't at that press conference for him. I did see the story. I did hear the press conference. But what I've loved about what he's done is all training camp. I mean, he's given the media what they want. You know, the media wants a guy to step up there and say some interesting things, and he certainly does that. But at the same time, you know, I think leaders are leaders in their own way. You know, you don't have to be the most vocal, but you can. You have to be a great football player. I mean, that's the thing. Like we've seen guys that go up there and say the right things. But if you're not a consistent great player, just think about in all of the leaders that you've ever heard, who's a great leader in sports. When you start naming them, it's usually players like Ray Lewis or Magic Johnson or, you know, Troy Aikman. Yeah. But they were great players. I mean, like, you have to be. And so that's the box that he has to check first. And, you know, I think that I think somebody got in his ear this offseason. I really do. He understands the negative things that have been said about him from fans, from, you know, it's hard for a young player. You go out there and you play great and everyone loves you. Well, he's done that, but yet he has, I wouldn't say everybody loves him. And I think that's something he's had to kind of understand this year. He's going to be him, but I like the way he's kind of embraced that. I feel like it matters to him what people think to a certain degree. And, but I think he can be a leader on this team. I mean, especially by the way you go out and play. And I think the stuff that happened with him and Malik Hooker and all that, I think he's going to learn from that and grow from that. And if he does that, I think he's going to be fine. I think he'll be here for a long time. I'd rather take a chance on a young player like that maturing a little bit as opposed to saying, trade the guy, get 2 first-round picks and see if you can get another guy that's as dominant as what he's been.
Nick, are the leadership traits there that you can see and that you've heard? Or are we just trying to make this a thing because he's a great player and vocal? Like, which one is it?
Well, I think those players are leaders. Like Terrell Owens is a leader. It's just, was he leading the right way? I mean, that's the thing. Like you are going to be a leader. I mean, like, if you're loud, you're vocal, you're a good player, you're going to take people under your wing. But is that the right thing? There was a player here, you guys know him, a couple years ago, didn't open his iPad ever. Didn't ever do what he needed to do to study and be a better player. And talent-wise, he had some, but he wasn't as good. And then what does that help the other players at his position going, well, do I need to do that? Because he's not doing that. That's leadership. It's not good leadership, though. And so my point is yes, it's important for him to be a leader the right way. And I don't know if it's there like it would be, you know, for some other players to take people under his wing. Sometimes it's harder for the great players to do that because you don't have the patience. You know, I mean, I don't know if Michael Jordan was a great leader. I mean, he was, but I'm just saying as far as, you know, a mentor type. So to me, he'll be a great leader. I don't know if it's going to be the mentor that we're all looking for, but I still think that he's going to be, you know, he's got leadership skills and qualities because it does start with being a great player.
Thank you, brother. Have a great time tomorrow, and then we'll do this thing for real. We'll recap on Monday.
Love it. All right. See you guys. Have fun today.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Crosstalk with Mike Bassick and the KMC Masterpiece is next. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, it's the Mike Bassett crosstalk, and I'll tell you what, whew, it's a big game this weekend for the Dallas Cowboys. Who's going to make the team? Who are we going to cut that's going to be a Pro Bowler for another team?
I'll tell you this, Mike. The Cowboys game this weekend has as much impact on their playoff chances as the Rangers games do.
So you know what's interesting is when we were at spring, because Nick Eatman's like, man, you just got to be out here longer because you never know, like, who's going to, Will Harvey's going to be the next Ray Lewis or something. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not going to have one impact on any play that matters worth a damn.
Willie Harvey,
in the NFL.
friend of the show, came in studio with us. We love Willie Harvey.
Great for him. I could have Jesus Tinoco in here too. When we were in spring training, they're like, oh, Jesus Tinoco, man, can he throw? And then he got released, and he's in some other AAA organization. Like, I just, it drives me insane. Because if you go, hey, I like Nick Eatman, but it's like, hey, guys, I want to go over your notes last year in training camp. Because nobody's going to remember what the crap they watched in 2023 at training camp. Because then the season starts, and then we watch the real players play. Like, who had an impact in 23 at training camp where you're like, God, I didn't think he was going to be worth a damn, and man, was he awesome for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like,
Xavier Woods is the one who fooled me the most.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember guys who pop at training camp, but I more remember them from past years where it's like, well, they popped, and then I don't remember what happened. But I mean, like, yeah, you get occasionally a guy who, you know, flashes at training camp. It's rare who flashes at training camp and then it carries over. But
so,
yeah.
For most MLB teams, now that there's 26 guys on the team knows 23, if not 25 guys. A minimum of 23, a maximum of 25 guys going into spring training. It actually doesn't matter what you do. The only thing that matters is if people get hurt and you have to replace an injured major leaguer with a guy that you weren't going to take out of spring training. Bobby, I'll ask you this. Before a day of training camp started, how many guys on the 53-man roster, please don't say their names, how many guys on the 53-man roster were automatically on, which means how many spots were really being competed for? Competed for? Whatever.
Yeah, there was competition for him. Probably, I don't know, I'd probably say there were 8 to 10 spots entering camp, and pretty quick that dwindled to 5 or 6.
Okay. So, Sean, how's that fire station going?
Hey, I got a question for you, Mike. It's a training camp theory, and maybe it's a spring training theory. I was wondering if guys aren't actually, like, shining and getting that much better in the 5th or 6th week of training camp, and they're just better against the same guys that they're seeing. So, like, we're hearing them at the very end. And, Corey, maybe this makes sense to you. Whoever it makes sense to, please speak up to make me sound more correct. But it would be like seeing the same pitching, Mike. So I'm better at the same pitching versus, all right, now we're going to face another team, and I'm really not – I'm not going to do anything because I haven't seen this person every single day. Does that make sense? That was a training camp theory of mine with some names that we're hearing late.
Oh, yeah, because then you start to pick up on tendencies of the player, the opposite of you, and, like, you know how fast he moves his left hand in certain situations. And so, yeah, it starts to become if you don't treat it as monotony, it starts to become like, hey, how do I get an edge here?
So, like, should I really shine? I'm asking. I don't know. Should I really shine in the 7th week of defending Brandon Cooks very well, or, like, I know what Brandon Cooks is going to do right now. I've seen him the whole offseason and 7 straight weeks.
Well, I mean, if I'm a coach and I'm watching a player, I do want to see a guy learn something. You know, like, I don't want to see a guy make the same mistake over and over and over throughout camp. So I do want to see that he grew and learned something from it, because that's what's going to happen throughout a game, right? In a game, you're going to have to learn faster. You're just going to have to condense it a lot more.
What do you think over there, Kevin?
I think you make it a really intriguing point, Sean.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, interesting. I appreciate the thought behind that.
Kevin,
you're also caught off guard right now by Subway announcing that they're reducing their $14 sandwiches to $6.99 now.
What?
Yeah.
Is that because they had that emergency meeting?
They had
about
emergency
not
meeting, so they're
anymore?
going from $14 to like $6.99. They're bringing back the almost $5 foot long.
They have a
How does that affect the election?
sandwich?
Oh, my God.
When's the last time anyone's been to Subway?
A
And what do you
long
get?
time, dude. It's Jersey Mike's is
I
place.
can't remember going since COVID started.
I think the appeal of Subway, right, and this was like the problem with the business model, is they were maybe losing money on those $5 sandwiches, but people went there because they're like, it's solid enough that $5 will do. And then they're like, but now it's $11. And you're thinking, no.
They said it was never about inflation. It was about private equity firms using inflation as an excuse to price gouge.
Oh, man. What a bunch of buzzwords.
I'll eat Subway in a 2-week window every year, which is when we're in Oxnard. Like when we're in Oxnard, I'll hit it for lunch. There's one no matter where we've stayed or where we've been, there's a Subway right around the corner. So it's been one of the easier ones, just go and grab. So I eat Subway a couple times in Oxnard, but outside of that, it's not consistent. I protest Jared Fogle is what that's about.
That is fair.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, I like this at 12:20 today. The combo platter. You can find your inner nerd. Give us a sports opinion, and what's the nerdiest thing you love or love to do? Also, we have Mickey Spagnola at 11, and at 1 o'clock in the C block, we'll be joined by
Kyle Yeomans.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that.
Triplets.
You know what my favorite part of on Fridays when Mike throws it to Corey for the tease? I feel like it's not just setting up a tease. I feel like it's also Mike genuinely wondering, what are we doing on the show today, Corey?
Hey, Mike, the question when Kevin asks Gavin Dawson, so what do you guys got coming on the show today? And Gavin does it's going to be amazing today.
Sometimes he seems surprised about what's coming up.
Mikey, I got some content if you need some.
Heck yeah, I need some.
All right, and Kevin, this is for you as well.
Okay.
This is part of. Don't sound so scared.
But you could see why I might be scared, right?
Yeah. What'd you think of the surprise guest at the DNC? That's why I usually try to get Kevin on. This is a clip from the Greg Maddux documentary that is coming out this weekend. And Michael, I would like to know how often this actually happens. Peyton and
this is Eddie Perez talking about Maddox's approach to Jeff Bagwell.
We were regular season, and we were winning 8-0. It was easy game in the 8th inning. And he told me, don't throw anything inside on Bagwell. Call everything outside. And I said, okay. I think it was somebody out. And he wants to go inside. And okay, it's your game. So I went inside, called inside, and Bagwell hit 1,000-mile.
Oh, boy, Bagwell way back.
And I was mad, and I was like, what are you doing? And he goes, they got a good team. We got a good team. We're going to play them in the playoff. He's going to wait for that pitch. 3 months later, we're in the playoff, bases loaded in the 7th. We threw 3 straight changes and struck him out. And I was walking to the dugout. He goes, hey! And I look at him and say, you remember? 3 months ago, 2 months ago? And I said, no, I don't. He was looking for that pitch, the homer that he hit. And I was like, this guy. It's how smart he was.
That's amazing.
How good is that?
Love it.
He's the smartest pitcher in the history of baseball. And it's not even, I don't know if it's close. Now, other guys do, I'll say, think similar to him.
Yeah.
But he's able to keep count of the pitches in his head and how many pitches he executes in the game, not balls and strikes. You read things about him and you hear these things about him, and it does go to this. When you make a lot of money and your contract is guaranteed, you can do those things. I never could. First of all, I was never that good. Second of all, I couldn't go, it's okay if I give up 3 runs in this inning. No, you will get sent down to the minor leagues if you do that next time. So
yeah,
I think that there's a difference in, obviously, guys at training camp, guys in spring training. If you have Dak Prescott's contract, I know that he's on a 1-year deal, but he doesn't have to worry about anybody ever taking his job. He could throw 7 interceptions in one practice session because he's trying sidearm throws to see if they work. If that's Trey Lance, they're going to release him.
And it almost makes the story better that Bagwell hit the home run because it makes it seem like he's...
Uh-oh.
Oh, we got to go.
See you later, Sean. Sean's got to go put a fire out.
Today. Sean.
Hot take alert.
Hot take alert.
Call the fire department. Sean is hot.
It makes it better. Guys, we're doing a radio show here. Keep it down.
I'm really disappointed now that it's not a hot take alert.
Yeah. We got in trouble for that. We used to play a siren for a hot take alert, and so many people were pulling over. We had to stop it. But it makes it better that he gave up a home run to Bagwell because it makes Maddux seem like so selfless versus guys trying this and showing someone a fastball down the middle of the plate to set them up for a future at bat. But it's better that Bagwell hit the home run. It adds to the story. Right?
I saw the video on this morning too, and when he calls time and brings Lopez up to the mound, they had a runner on Perez. He had a runner on second, and he looks back and then he's like, "No, hold on." And I do wonder if there was something to whoever the runner was on second was kind of giving away the call, giving away the sign or whatever. And he was like, "Look, we're going to really screw with them here." But that is next level thinking, man, and that's what he did so well. That's why Kevin loved him so much because
that was
wasn't great.
awesome. Like in
He was
3
great.
months, they're good, we're good, we'll be in the playoffs. So let's do this.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. You're hurting your little baby's ears with all those sirens.
I know. It's a lawsuit now against the Saxy Fire Department.
Oh, what a weird way to tease your Firehouse tour.
What's her name?
Ava.
All right, Ava.
She's obsessed with Ruben right now.
Well,
I think she thinks Ruben and I are brothers.
Hey. Tomorrow, Ava and Sean are going to turn on the pregame on 105.3 The Fan at noon, and then watch every play and analyze it 5 times.
Yes.
You know it.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, I don't even know because it's going to be
That's
so
what I'm
good.
afraid of.
It's going to be so good. I don't even know what's going to happen on the show.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Coming up next, Peyton goes on vacation.
Have a good weekend.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the YouTube or the Twitch, plenty of ways to get your shout-outs heard today. And also, we will have a Cowboys preseason ticket giveaway in the 11 o'clock hour and the noon o'clock hour.
Wow, I did not know this. This is awesome.
This is late breaking news, Corey.
Awesome.
But you can't win the tickets, I'm
For
sorry.
the game tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you want to go to the game tomorrow, you can win tickets today.
Heck yeah.
When?
For free.
When are we doing that?
In the 11 and in the 12.
11 and 12.
I'll leave the rest up to you, Corey.
We're giving something away.
All right. Now, let's start with my question about the Cowboys defense. But you know what? Let's hype you up just a little bit. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 7 as I ask if the Cowboys can have a top 5 defense this year.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
Because I've seen this thrown out some, people asking if the Cowboys can have a top 10 defense. I think that is certainly achievable. So I wanted to push it a little bit more. Will the Cowboys, not can they, will they have a top 5 defense this year? I can give you...
I feel like I heard Sean say earlier that somebody has the Cowboys in fantasy football as the number 1 overall defense.
Oh.
And in fantasy football, like across the board, they're in the top 5. So like that is what you're seeing now. That's different, obviously, because that does deal with turnovers, sacks, fumbles, and stuff. It doesn't deal with like and points as well. But what do you define as a top 5 defense? Where do you put that? Is it points? Is that the most important thing for you?
I think you either have to go to points allowed or DVOA, right?
Is that your logarithm that you use?
Yeah, that just feels like the way of the world.
All right, DVOA it is then. But I like points.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll go.
You run up and down the field on me all day and don't score, I'm fine.
You don't really care.
We're going to win.
Okay.
We'll win.
I like that. All right. Before I crunch into some of the numbers, do you think... Go ahead.
You don't care if a team runs up and down the field on you all day?
And doesn't score?
Oh, and doesn't score.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, isn't that what every playoff game ends up being against the Cowboys? Is the team dictates the tempo and the flow of the game?
But if you don't score against me, if I'm holding you to nothing, I'm winning.
I want to continue this conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When a team, and it would be tough not to score, but when a team is just like 5, 8, 3, 12, 5, doesn't the defensive coordinator then have to adjust his defense because the front 6 or 7 aren't getting the job done? And then it eventually leads to points because then you have to start bringing safeties up or adding a linebacker into your kind of core defense. Like, is it tough? Is it tough to give up a lot of running yards and then also not give up a lot of points? Or at least points.
I also wasn't just saying running the football. I was saying I was kind of saying if your offense is going against me and you can't score, then I'm winning because you can't score. So that's the most important statistic for me when it comes to defense.
I think they can be a top 5 defense. I guess it matters it matters how you're grading the defense.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because
Yes.
sometimes they say, we have a top 5 defense. We allow the bottom 5 in yards.
I always thought
bottom 5 in points. Which one is it?
Several years ago, I thought we had a fake number 1 offense because we had the most yards, but we were like 6th or 7th in points. And I'm like, oh, the hell is the difference?
So you'd say it's points allowed?
Yes, I think points is just
significant.
Nobody goes, well, I know we had more points, but we gave up 150 more yards, so I feel like we lost.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
go back.
they don't really think that.
Was it that Ravens team that only gave up like 10 points a game and won the Super Bowl? And you're like, yeah, you're not scoring against that team. They don't have to score much, but you're not scoring against them.
So I will say this, to have a top 5 defense, they have to win a lot of coin flips. And even if they don't, maybe the other team defers. They have to play with the lead. I do understand now why saying we have to take the ball first, because we saw last year, I know they were 12-5, including the playoff game, 12-6. If they get down by 10 points, It even has to be less than that. But if they get down, they lose because then the other team, Corey, just gets to kind of run the ball and dictate the tempo, and we can't stop it. And this defense, to be a top 5 defense, has to have the other team wanting or needing to pass the ball 40 or more times a game. If they get that, then they can be, to me, a top 5 defense. If a team is like, we are going to keep running it because we believe we can keep dictating the tempo and the flow of the game, then I think that they could maybe do something good with points because it'll be a shorter game, but we won't really respect the defense as a great defense because we're like, anytime they need a short yardage situation, they just run the ball for 6 yards on first down, and we're in screwed over position now.
The one thing that you're going to see from the Mike Zimmer defense is a strong commitment to stopping the run, to slowing the run. And that's going to be a big factor for what he wants to do. Last year, Kevin, was it 6 games into the season, Dan Quinn had to tell everybody, look, we can't pass rush this game because y'all aren't He literally had to tell his players, sorry, guys, I have to take this away from you because you're children and y'all don't know that you have to do this other part too. So, and that's where Mike Zimmer, that's the first thing he teaches. Then you'll add the pass rush to it, but he wants his linebackers to be able to fill gaps. He wants his safeties to be able to line up in that alley too and be able to stop the run. So that's the first thing for him. And Kevin, if that's difficult for offenses to do against them, and they're in long yardage situations whenever it comes time to pass, this is going to be beneficial to the defense. I think they have very talented players at every level, and they got better. I honestly think they got better and bigger in the middle of their defense.
Okay. Do you get the sense in the last 2 years, and I'll break down the numbers and everything for you guys, do you feel like the last 2 years the Cowboys had a top 5 defense?
Yeah.
Borderline.
Okay. All right. Then you guys are spot on. Now, here's one of the tricky things about DVOA. It's kind of the same thing with WAR. Certain places have like what they call a proprietary formula for this. And so that's why you see the differences. You know, we've talked about this with Baseball Reference and ESPN.
So like this is like D-WAR or something for...
Kind of. But so I went on ftnfantasy.com. So that's one spot where you can take a look at the DVOA. The Cowboys were 7th in 2022 and 4th in 2023. So, like you said, right, kind of on the fringes. If you go to Pro Football Reference, 2 years ago, they were 5th. And then last year, they were 6th. So, again, kind of right in the fringes. Their defense last year, they were 5th in average yards given up and 5th in average points given up. So, they're kind of sitting like right there in that number 5
And they force
spot.
a lot of turnovers.
Yes.
A lot of turnovers.
That is absolutely true, and that is a big part of this. And so when I saw an article on The Ringer, and they were projecting defensive performances for 2024, they have the Jets at the top, followed by the Browns. So obviously, you're going to see a tough defense right out of the gate, like we've talked about. The Ravens 3, and then the Dallas Cowboys 4. And I guess I am cautiously optimistic that this defense can be better than last year, whether it's hopefully the emergence of Overshone or a more improved Micah, like we talked about yesterday.
The addition of Trayvon Diggs?
Yes, he's back.
I know that sounds weird to say that, but yeah.
You're right. So I think I am cautiously optimistic that the Cowboys will be a top 5 defense. And so I'm glad to hear that you guys are like, it feels like they've been a borderline top 5 defense. And so I see it being possible again this year.
And to kind of speed up and ramp up the process, adding Kendricks was an important factor.
Yeah.
Like that's a big deal because now you have a guy that's comfortable in the system, knows what to do on the field, and knows whenever the play is called, how to bend it if he needs to, and how to line guys up if he sees something different. Because there would be some guys that are like, oh, crap, I didn't know I was supposed to do that in that situation, because experience just helps. So, man, I'm really ready to see like the full force of this defense, because I want to see what Micah is capable of doing in all these other areas, especially since he got a little bit lighter. And from what Broadus was telling us, is able to keep offensive linemen's hands off of him. And if he can really navigate the field better, then Micah could be a beast that we're looking at Defensive Player of the Year, and we've been talking about it. Maybe he actually can be there.
Now, one thing that they'll obviously have to be, and I've seen some text come in about this, They have to clearly be better against the run. Although, I just want to point this out for the record. I know we key in on it because this is our team. Well, for most people listening, you probably love the Cowboys. I love the Cowboys. The Cowboys were not terrible at run stopping last year. They were in the middle. I know it feels like they were terrible because we can remember this game or that game where you're like, what the hell are we doing? But they were actually dead set in the middle. If you can move them into a top 10-ish run stopping team, then I do think that this defense could be tremendous.
How many of those, I do wonder, Mike, how many of those games last year were blowouts and couldn't be running games anymore?
That's where I'm at. I think that this has nothing. This is where when you only play 17 games, these are all fake stats.
Huh.
Because if you're up 21-10 in the third quarter, you're going to be a really good run defense team because they're not going to run anymore.
Yeah, let's look at this real quick. Cowboys-Giants, 40-0. So I'm going to assume they stopped running the ball at some point. Jets-Cowboys, 30-10. Cardinals whooped their ass, by the way, so we're going to leave that one out. They ran all over them because they were like, we got to run early.
They had the lead.
Yeah, they had to do something.
Their quarterback ran, Dabalina.
Cowboys 38-3 over the Patriots. And then, the list kind of goes on. Rams 43-20. So there were a lot of games where that it sets up well for them, but Kevin, there were back-breaking moments in games. That's the important factor is there were back-breaking quarterback runs that you were like,
sure,
how did we not stop?
Yeah,
you came
that
in here.
Bothers
there were
me.
so many Mondays you came in here and you were just like, I can't believe that they couldn't stop the quarterback from running.
Because you would see the same setup, and I was like, look, if I can see it, you should be able to see it. Like, if I could see it and go, oh, that's got quarterback run written all over it, the people on the sideline or the people on the field should be able to go, hey, just a damn minute. That looks like the quarterback's going to run. Next thing, it's 2nd and 1.
But I think, the factor of this is if you want to slow them down, beat the crap out of them, man. Be one of those physically demanding teams that really, like, at the end of the game, you're like, I don't want to play them again. Think about the Niners. Nobody wants to play them after they played them that week.
Sure.
Like, I don't even want to play the next team this week because they beat our ass so much. So that's another thing that I hope Zimmer and his hard-nosed football mentality, that bleeds into it as well. They were a very skilled team last year. Lots of guys that could do lots of very good things that gave the ball back to the offense. I want them to be a physical team that wears down an opponent. And that's, Kevin, that's where I think you'll rise up in some of these rushing statistics where you'll go from middle of the pack to probably even top 10 there as well.
And if you can do that, then obviously there will be a lot of optimism for the season. And I get this, for the record, from the 469. I like the Cowboys, but I can't love them after heartbreak and heartbreak and heartbreak. I get that. I do still love the Cowboys. But look, we've talked about this before. I
still love the Rangers.
Yeah, I have no question about, well, they did just win the World Series.
Yeah, but how many heartbreaks did I have before that, Kevin? Do you remember 2011?
Yes, Corey, I remember.
Game 6?
Yes. No, you don't need to elaborate anymore. I am familiar with what you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to my daughter, Eleanor, who is 8 months old today, hanging out with her today since she has had foot-hand-mouth disease and has to stay home from daycare.
Son of a gun, that stinks.
Yes, it does. I just got off at 4 o'clock this morning from the third shift, so pray for me. I'm going to be tired until Mom gets home.
Your foot and your hand are both sick, and your mouth.
Okay.
That's a beating, dude.
I also, before I had a kid, I did not really understand that was like a real serious
Who comes up
disease.
with the names for these things?
It felt lazy. But when I heard that, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Did you put your foot in your mouth and you got sick? And then I would read about it and I was like, oh, this is actually problematic, especially for kids. But
Yes.
before, Brandon was born, look, I don't remember what happened when I was a baby. And so I had no idea that this was like a real, like actual serious disease.
Yeah, hope everything works out for your kid's foot and hand and their mouth.
Okay, see, I feel like...
Is it both hands or both feet or just one?
Just one, that's why it's singular.
Is it the opposite foot from the opposite hand?
Hold on. So you think the other option could be feet, hands, and mouth disease?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike knows literature.
He's married to a doctor.
Yep.
That's a good point.
He knows words.
From the 817, shout out to my son, Jonathan Rodriguez. He's a freshman at Lake Ridge High School in Mansfield, was just moved up to varsity permanently for cross country.
Nice.
Woo! As a freshman.
Congratulations.
Impressive. with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Get those shout-outs coming in all day long on the text, on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Coming up next, you want to stick with football?
Let's do it.
What do the second-year QBs need to specifically do to be successful in 2024? We'll hit that next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stroud to the end zone. Touchdown! Tank Dell! Perfectly thrown by C.J. Stroud right in the bucket.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 940. Can I get a shout-out for finally going back to college to finish my degree in computer programming after putting it on pause for the last 10 years to take care of a family member who has been sick? Yes, you can.
Yes.
They did not leave their name, but from the 940, that is for you. Shout-out. Good job.
No, I totally appreciate that text specifically because mine was different reasons, but I didn't get my degree until I was 29. And
What the hell?
I was 33.
Okay, well, there you go. So that's two people
Or
on the
32.
show
I
that
can't remember.
took their time to go back and do that. And hey, man, if that's something you want to pursue, go after it.
Okay.
It'll all work out at some point, man.
No, that was delightful. I got caught up on Mike laughing about the age.
Well, he was playing baseball for a while before he didn't, he's a very busy baseball man.
That is very true. All right. So I'm fascinated by this group of 4 starting second-year quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, and Will Levis.
All right.
I want to know, and we could start on whichever one you want. And, Mike, I think you'll enjoy this. Somebody already texted in. Bryce Young needs to grow 5 inches to have a successful second season. Assuming we have to operate within the known limitations of how the body works.
If they go 5 and 12, that'll be 3 inches taller than his height. Because he's 5'9".
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that he gets shorter offensive linemen?
I don't know. I'm suggesting to throw in between their legs. Nobody will see it coming, and he's short enough to do it.
If that's the case, Kevin, he had one of the bootiest offensive lines of all teams last year.
True.
That did not help him at all last year.
Is that a word?
Yes.
It is now.
Did they draft offensive line? Oh, wait, they traded it for Bryce Young, so then the Chicago Bears had the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, that part is definitely true. So what I said it at was I think Bryce Young to have a successful second season. And look, I know people get upset about wins not being a quarterback stat, but just to feel the progress, I think the Carolina Panthers need to get to at least 6 wins. If you can say, hey, we went from 2-15 to 6-11. I realize you want to progress, but I think at least then you definitely say, okay, well, we feel like we're moving in the right direction. Let's roll into 2025, see if Bryce Young can take another step up, blah, 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 blah.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I mean, Troy Aikman 1-15, then 7-9, then 11-5, and then Super Bowl champ.
Yes. You're not anticipating that same arc.
No, because he's 7 inches taller.
They did not draft a single offensive lineman.
Oh, then they should be in great shape.
They did extend 2 of their offensive linemen very early on in the market, and they moved one of their veteran guards to center, and then they added a couple of other pieces. But yeah, they did not draft anybody to go, hey, we're going to be that much better this year. But they got to be better there for him to be able to do his job. And I know they added Xavier Legette he's the one, Mike, that if you listen to him talk, you're like, that is Boomhauer. But they added him and gave him a weapon at receiver, and they added Jonathan Brooks from Texas as well, the running back from Texas. Those are nice little additions there that can be good for the offense. He's going to have to know how to utilize them, but he's got to get the blocking up front first. And last year their receivers just looked slow. They looked, I don't know, man. They changed the turf or something, or
from the
get some flubber.
From the 806. I think Bryce Young needs to go work out with Jonathan Kuminga or whatever Warriors player grew a foot in the offseason. But that didn't really happen.
I don't know, man. Kendrick, I can choose the MVP for you. Perkins made it happen.
Okay, that did happen. But Kuminga growing 6 inches.
Not going to happen.
That did not, and that did not happen for him either.
I mean, serious question. If you did add an inch to his shoes, that would help Bryce Young.
Sure.
Lifts.
Like I would make him
wrestlers use lifts in their shoes or have those boots that elevate them.
I would make him wear shoes that have an inch bigger sole in
I've
them.
never understood how lifts work. They go inside your shoe and they make you taller.
It's essentially just like a heel, but inside of your shoe.
I've always been tall.
Sure.
So
you have
in your face, Kevin.
Sorry, Alec. My bad. I didn't mean to. Alec is short. If anybody wants to know like what we look like, that's the reality. We're a tall show, and then there's Alec. He's great at what he does. I'm not taking that away. I'm not saying short people can't radio.
Ask Bobby if he has any jokes about Alec and who used to don't. That joke is shocking.
All right.
From the 817, I like this one. Shout out to my face. My son just left for his junior year of college and I'm feeling sad. Your voice in my ear holes makes my face less sad. That's from Adam in Arlington. That is delightful.
I'm having a struggle to figure out if I want to talk about Stroud yet, because
if not, who do you want to jump to?
Maybe Levis.
Okay, let's go to Will Levis next. I would argue the most nondescript of the group. What do you? I saw that look. Does that feel fair?
Coffee and mayonnaise.
What does Will Levis need to do to have a successful season?
I just feel like he's going to be like that. What was the quarterback at A&M that was at Tennessee and then blew out his
Ryan
knee?
Tannehill?
Yeah, I just feel like he's like the next Tannehill.
Okay.
And that's not horrible.
Yeah.
But it's like somebody you're always like, we know he's not good enough, but he's okay enough that maybe at once every 2 to 3 years we can make the playoffs with him.
So they were not a great offensive line last year. I base a lot on what their offensive line is.
They did add a lot to their offensive line.
And they got Bill Callahan this offseason.
They did.
And he's well known as one of the best offensive line coaches around. Like, he's very good at it. He also bent the knee to John Gruden so they could win a Super Bowl back in the day. They also they signed Calvin Ridley. They got Tyler Boyd.
Yep.
So they gave him weapons. I think the dude has a big arm. It's just whether or not the thing he needs to do is show that he can command the huddle. If he can do that and those guys start to believe in him a little. Did you hear George Kittle talking about Purdy? He's like, you got guys like Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams, and they're all looking at Purdy thinking this guy's going to make us better. That all the guys in that huddle got to believe that he has control of the offense. So if he can command it and looks like he has it down and has it all in control, he's got the weapons around him to do it. And like I said, they added the piece, and that is Bill Callahan, that I think is very important to what they did to their offensive line.
Now, you bring up something interesting because you look at Will Levis last year. He only played in 9 games, 58% completion percentage, and then he had 8 touchdowns versus 4 interceptions. So not terrible, but not the most amazing statistics.
Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, okay. So when Corey's talking about, hey, whether it's Latham, whether it's Cushenberry that they added to the offensive line, or Ridley, Boyd on the wide receiver front, they got DeAndre Hopkins. He has to take advantage of the revamped offensive line and these revamped wide receivers. I'm not saying if it doesn't work out this year, he's screwed. But the Titans, we talked about the problems of the Panthers. The Titans seem to have at least recognized what an issue was, and they're like, let's go here, let's go here. Obviously, the running game's going to be different.
I'm going to take you off topic, but on topic.
Okay.
I was thinking about this the other day, and we always have discussions about this, but we are talking about Jordan Love and kind of his long shot MVP chances, but I think that he's a good bet because of the odds. But, man, if they would have played Jordan Love, let's just say Aaron Rodgers, as soon as that pick was made, said, I'm out.
Yeah.
And they'd have been like, well, screw it. We're just going to play Jordan Love.
Yeah.
The way that maybe you play Will Levis, the way that you played Bryce Young. Like, I might be trashing on Bryce Young, and it's really not fair. He is short. There's nothing he can do about it. I do think that will be one of his major detriments to his career. But if Bryce Young wouldn't have played last year and then didn't play this year at all, and just maybe played one game, right? The San Francisco game that Jordan Love's parents sat in the upper deck.
Literally in the last row of the stadium.
Like, Jordan Love, I don't know, like, how quick would they have given up on Jordan Love, or would I have? I'll speak specifically to me. How much would I have trashed Jordan Love after 1 or 2 years in the NFL?
I mean,
and yet sitting on the bench for 3 years?
Yeah.
2.5 years?
Ended up being very beneficial for him.
Yeah, so these guys, I know we're trying to make opinions on them. That's our job. But I guess I just have to remember that. But then do teams give up on, like, Will Levis goes 6-11 this year. Numbers are below average. do you give up on him? Or do you go, hey, I think he's still going to be Jordan Love. We just have to wait till year 4?
I think history says, whether it's Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, just the most recent examples, that the team's like, no, I saw it. I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and move on. This is the quarterback. I want to go ahead and run to cut 4, because this is the quarterback that I have a very simple, different opinion than all the rest.
Play action here. Steps up in the pocket, looking downfield. Now he'll take off and run. The whole left side of the field, wide open for Richardson. Touchdown!
I understand there can be a lot more nuance to this. Anthony Richardson, goal for this to be a successful season, stay on the field and play all 17 games.
He loves
or even
to run,
15
though.
or 16.
The way he loves to run, and he's not one of those dudes that doesn't takes tackles in a light way. DeMarco Murray was very good at not getting tackled hard, right? If you go back and watch,
That's a good way
he would turn his shoulders right at the end and just barely get knocked down. Anthony Richardson's like, no, I'm putting my body out there. This is how I play the game. Josh Hamilton was that way, right?
Yes.
This is how I play the game. You can't stop me from being this kind of guy.
Which I do appreciate.
I agree with you. He does need to be smarter in the way that he uses it. He abuses his body on the field. We saw it last night, Kevin. The decision making is still iffy. You saw everything in full effect.
Entire spectrum of Anthony Richardson.
The dude can make the most magnificent plays and make a touchdown. He can also he doesn't see a guy and throws a pick six on the goal line. So there are a lot of things there, but I agree with you. Get the experience this year. Get every bit of experience you can so you can start making better reads.
Now, this last one, I'm fascinated to see what you think, because thus far, clearly the marquee performer of the quarterback class. What does CJ Stroud have to do this year for it to be a successful season?
Win the division and win at least a playoff game.
Agreed.
I will say that'll be successful. I think that maybe with people right now, they're like, he has to. Now, if he matches up with Patrick Mahomes in the first round or second round, you might be screwed. But I think a lot of people feel like as long as he doesn't play the Chiefs, he should make it as far as until they play the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Do you think he needs to finish in it? Because just in my notes,
They won a playoff game last year, right? Okay.
So I said I think they need to make it back to at least the divisional round. And I kind of wonder if the expectation is going to be you need to finish top 5 in the MVP race. I'm not saying that should happen, but I kind of feel like a lot of people's expectations are if you don't do that,
Corey, I'll just leave it with this and then let you just go after it. I think where Kevin's coming from and where I'm coming from, his cards are built up to he is the next Patrick Mahomes.
I agree, yeah.
So that's where the world that invests in people through cards are saying CJ Stroud is the next greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL. So that's why I think Kevin is saying, and I'm kind of like, dude, if he doesn't do something super special, his cards are going to go down by 40%.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, don't overdo it. Yeah, what he did last year was fantastic. And if he does that again and maybe adds just a little bit more to his game, he's got weapons. He's got a great coach. He's got a really good defense. Don't overdo it. Remember we talk about Tony Romo always felt like he had to prove something.
Yes.
And there was just on this play has to be a spectacular play or the world's over.
And then the season when he didn't was the best season of his career.
Stroud's really good at going out there and just staying within the drive. I heard a word, I wish I could remember who said this, calm aggression.
Oh,
that's a great way to describe CJ Stroud, because the way that he is, you can just see he has so much poise, but then whenever it's time to go, man, he pushes it. So just continue to be who he is. That experience that he got last year, winning a playoff game at home, I believe it was too, and then going on the road against a very good Baltimore team, that experience is going to help pay off again as he continues to go. He's got it. Just don't lose the things you did last year, and then add a couple more elements to it.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Please shout out to my son, CJ Williams of Frisco Heritage High School. He broke the state sophomore discus record and threw it 195 feet, 11 and a half inches. He's just now starting his junior year. Well, we'll hit the
half more of an inch.
We'll hit the record books.
You're so close.
From the 817, shout out to me and my wife going to a concert at the casino tonight, and then I'm getting a brand new pickup tomorrow. That is awesome. And shout out to Clarence Hill. After 29 years, he is leaving the Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Where's he going?
I don't know the answer to that. I was flipping through his column. I don't know if he mentioned
I like
that.
Calvin Hill. It might be politics because he tweets a lot about
You just said
politics.
2 different names.
Yeah,
but
Clarence Hill.
Clarence
Hill.
Hill.
Dang
Calvin
it. Dang it. No, chill. A lot of political tweets.
Yes, that is true.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs, but also it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Old Jacob deGrom took the mound. We're back, baby.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
By Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 903. Man, I love this kind of focus. Shout out to my 9-year-old daughter for making the swim team at the local club this week. # Brisbane 2032. So 8 years away from the Olympics. You got to have that kind of focus already. I appreciate that.
Will there be an Olympics in 8 years?
Yeah. Why wouldn't there be?
Because he doesn't know if we'll be around?
Yeah. Well, half, maybe.
Okay, I got it. Hopefully so. From the 940.
Corey looked at me like I'm insane.
Hey, guys. Can I get a shout out? I've looked forward to hearing your voices since 2 p.m. yesterday. Right after Wow. Right after y'all went off the air, I got the call that my PET scan results came back positive. So pending the biopsy on the 6th, we know it's most likely cancer. At 29, this was super hard to take. That makes a lot of sense. I imagine at any age it's difficult, but especially the younger you are, the more difficult it is. Corey, we've talked about this quite a bit. We just lost a friend to cancer, and I'm sure everybody listening right now, whether it was you, a family member, a friend, I feel like everybody in the world has probably been affected directly or at least kind of indirectly by someone with cancer. So our prayers are with you for sure. Now, sorry, this is a hard transition. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, well, let's talk pitching. So we talked the other day about Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter. They both pitched on the same day.
Yep.
2 days ago. They both had great appearances.
Yep.
Yeah, Leiter's had 20 strikeouts in the last 3 games or so?
Two games. 11.
Jerk,
he got it in 3 2/3. He got out 11 guys. He got them all out by a strikeout. And then the other day, yesterday, without having it in front of me, I believe it was 5 2/3. And he struck out 9 guys and gave up 1 run. And then Kumar Rocker didn't give up any runs yesterday in his, was it 4 innings? And
I
8
believe that is
strikeouts?
correct.
So they're both pitching great. I will say this does go to preseason football. I want Jack Leiter to work out so well. I love the kid. I think that he can be a solid pitcher in the major leagues eventually.
Starting pitcher?
I don't know.
Okay.
When I watched the highlights of the 11 strikeouts, the game where he struck every hitter out that got an out.
Yeah.
He didn't strike out. He didn't go 11 for 11. Is 7 or 8 of those strikeouts, I know major leaguers aren't going to swing at those pitches. They weren't strikes to strike guys out. They were chases. And I'm like, most major leaguers aren't going to swing at that pitch. I'm not saying all, but most. That's the tough thing about watching tomorrow's football game. How does Deuce Vaughn run? All I can do is watch him run against guys that aren't going to make the NFL.
Right. Guys that won't make tackles.
But that's all I can do. I can't judge Jack Leiter and go, well, it wasn't a good outing because that wasn't Juan Soto and Aaron Judge. Unless he's going to go up to the major leagues and pitch, I really don't know what he's going to do. I can only judge him against lesser talent, and he's doing very well against lesser talent.
But you can still, what I like that you just said is you can still identify the things that work there that probably won't work, or at least might not work at the next level.
Right. And so last night was Jacob deGrom's turn to pitch for the first time all year in a, let's say, real game. He's been throwing to live hitters at the ballpark and stuff like that, but that was the first time where, hey, you have to get 3 outs to leave the mound. We can't just stop the inning, or you got 3 outs and 8 pitches and we're going to throw another 7 more because we need you to throw 15 pitches, then go sit down for 5 minutes and then get back up or whatever. So he's able to throw 2 innings, no walks, 3 Ks. He did give up a run, which the great news is watching his highlights, everything looked very Jacob deGrom-like. The breaking ball was sharp. The fastball was firm. So everything that I saw in like the 5-pitch highlight thing that MILB showed, it did look like the Jacob deGrom of early April of last year. So that's good news. I'm assuming he's going to need to pitch at least one more, if not two more games in the minor leagues. It doesn't matter, AA, AAA. Like, I'm sure if AA is traveling kind of far away, he'll just go to Round Rock or whatever. But it doesn't matter. They don't care if he's facing AA guys or AAA guys. That's solid competition. It's not the major leagues. So there won't be total lack of discipline. We talked about this before. You go down to rookie ball, and they might swing at a ball behind their back. Like, you just don't know what those guys are going to do. You have a better idea, AA and AAA. They have a little bit of an approach.
Right.
They have some guys have a solid approach. But anyways, good news for the Rangers. He will probably start, I'm guessing, 4 days from now in AA or AAA, and then up his pitch count to around 45 to 50. And then it'll be up to the Rangers. At that point, he could be at 50 to 60 pitches his next outing. Do you want it to be in the major leagues? Because that won't kill you in the major leagues, as in like, oh no, our bullpen is shot. And the thing is, they're not in competition to make the playoffs, so you don't have to worry as much about it. And on September 1st, they're going to carry an extra pitcher, and maybe your Jacob deGrom starts are this. Now we tie them all together. Maybe it's Jacob deGrom for 3 to 4 innings and Jack Leiter for 2 innings.
I'm intrigued. Do you want to dive into that some more at noon as well?
Sure.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, but that might be the way that you get Jack Leiter major league innings here is you tie him behind.
Yeah.
Or you can have him start. Jack Leiter has not thrown a lot of innings this year.
Yeah.
And
he just had a lot of time off before these two.
Yeah, so it's weird to me that they're like, hey, you need some rest. I'm like, he hasn't pitched much this year.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I go to Major League Baseball, and I go to Rookie of the Year candidate Paul Skeens. I didn't know this, but yesterday as I was driving around town, I switched over to MLB Network Radio, and CJ Nikowski was on. He's been doing it for years now, and I didn't know this. In the month of August, Paul Skeens has not hit 100 miles an hour on the radar gun.
On any pitch?
On any pitch.
Whoa.
Now, his first start ever in the major leagues, he averaged 100.2 on his fastball.
Wow.
And it might just be you're 127 games into the season for Pittsburgh. They're 60 and 67. He got the win yesterday. He's 8-2 with a 2.16. He's unbelievable. But I clicked on his first 5 hitters, because that's how many he faced in the first inning. He did have 99, so I don't want anybody to think, oh no. But he didn't hit 100 miles an hour in the first inning yesterday, and sometimes that might be your inning where you're the freshest to maybe get the ball at 102. He was touching 102, 103. Yeah, I think it was 102. Yeah. He might have touched 103, but I know he was touching 102 in those first few appearances. And so this is the concern, but this is the impossibility, because then Justin Morneau was on, former first baseman for the Twins, talking to Nikowski, and he was saying, here's the deal, we don't know. All right, skip him a start. Rest him. What does that matter? We've talked about this before. It's not proven that helps at all. It doesn't mean he's now never going to have Tommy John surgery, or maybe you're just delaying the Tommy John surgery by a month. Maybe you're delaying it by 1 year. But there's nothing proven to say, well, instead of throwing 100 on average, he's throwing 97.8 on average. His velocity's dropped approximately 2 miles an hour as the season has progressed. He's never thrown every 5th day, and I know they're still not even throwing him every 5th day. They're actually throwing him every 6th day.
True.
Because he's only pitched college baseball where he pitched every Friday night. And so it's just interesting. His velocity's come down a little bit. He's still a very good pitcher.
Yeah,
might not win Rookie of the Year. Because Jackson Merrill is coming on very strong at the end here.
And the start yesterday pushed Skeens back in front, but it is a razor-type margin in terms of the betting odds.
So let's just say I go, okay, Paul Skeens isn't going to pitch September 15th and beyond. We're going to shut him down. He's not going to make his last 2 to 3 starts of the year. That might cost him Rookie of the Year. Now, here's the other thing, too. They might shut him down for wrong purposes. Pittsburgh is a cheap organization. The reason they didn't start him in the major leagues is they did not want this to be considered a full season. If Paul Skeens wins Rookie of the Year, if anybody wins Rookie of the Year, no matter when they were called up, it's considered a full year in the major leagues. So you call a dude up on June 1st because you're like, hey, we held him out for 2 months, and he ends up winning Rookie of the Year. That's considered a full year, and he only has 5 more seasons until he's a free agent.
Yeah.
So there could be multiple things in play here. It's Paul Skeens. Is it, hey, you're not throwing 100 on average anymore, we want to back you off? Or we want to back you off / shut you down so Jackson Merrill can win Rookie of the Year and you don't get a full year of service time.
Doesn't that, I mean, maybe you don't care at this point, because I feel like we talked about this with Chris Bryant. Doesn't that eventually have other consequences with your relationship with the player?
I think it does,
yeah.
But I don't know if Pittsburgh ever believes they're going to have enough money to sign Paul Skeens anyways. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they're hoping to get 7 years out of him, maybe 8. Maybe they're just like, or, hey, in this offseason, do you offer him a 6-year contract at $22 million a year just so you get 1 extra year of Paul Skeens?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's dangerous with pitchers right now.
It is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday like this from the 903. Shout-out to y'all for keeping it real. Appreciate that very much. And from the 469 update, I did a shout-out to my wife last week who was in the hospital with massive infection in her pelvis. I remember that she was released from the hospital yesterday with a line in her arm to continue antibiotics, but she's home, safe, doing better with the family. Thanks to everybody who showed up at Methodist Hospital. Coming up next, let's chat with our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing,
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shake.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, good morning.
I am most excited that you're here at the time we discussed yesterday and that the time zone
Was I
change
confused?
hasn't thrown you off.
Yeah, I finally figured it out. 9 means 11 here.
See, there you go.
Took a while.
Is there, I mean, I'm sure there's a variety of players, but I'm curious for you, who are you watching this weekend that could legitimately have a job on the line?
You know, I think that the committee at running back is got 3 right now, and they can probably afford a 4th. So the guys not named Rico Dowdle, Ezekiel Elliott, and Hunter Lipke, those guys, Deuce, Freeman, Malik Davis, I think they need to have a good performance in the game if they're going to be that 4th running back in the room.
Does Kevin's favorite player of all time, Wanye Thomas,
he's awesome,
need this? Because he's likely not going to play in this game, is he?
No, he's got a strained groin. It happened in practice. Get my days straight. I believe it was Wednesday.
Okay.
The last padded practice. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday. He pulled the groin. I saw him walking off the field, and he told somebody, "Oh, it's my groin." So, yeah, he's not gonna. He won't play in this game. But he's got the roster made. He and Bell are the backup safeties.
All right, there you go, Kevin. Don't worry about it.
No, I would just
don't worry about. I know you've been stressed about it.
I don't want this injury to deter him. I'm not kidding, Mick. I would like to see him get some real playing time this year. I know the Cowboys are looking really good at safety, so I'm not exactly sure how that will stack up, but he seems like a guy who gets stuff done on the field.
Well, I think if you and you know what, when you're watching on TV, it's hard to tell what the personnel is on the field. But I saw in some instances in practice, not necessarily the preseason games, that when they go to a nickel type defense, he seems to be on the field for Donovan Wilson.
Okay.
So Wilson's more of a kind of run stopper. But I've seen in some of their change-up defense, they're using him down close to the line of scrimmage and not doing what they were doing last year with Jaron Kearse, but just kind of a change-up guy. I think he's better in coverage, and, you know, he's kind of a big safety, him and Bell, so that's interchangeable on how they use those guys.
Another player that Kevin discussed with us yesterday that I wanted to kind of ask you on your expectation for him this season is DeMarvion Overshown, because yesterday Kevin said this year he's going to win 3 All-Pros.
No,
and,
no, untrue.
But Kevin asked I thought this was an interesting question. Like, are my expectations too high of what this guy is and can do?
No, I think your expectations are probably, you know, right on. Now he's got to get healthy.
Yeah,
and they've kind of slow played him in coming back from that ACL. But when he's been in there, and I think you saw it in the first preseason game, he looked really, really good. And he's so versatile. But he's got to get healthy. It's not the ACL. He has a hip pointer. And I remember seeing where they were going to put a pad on the hip. I think we talked about this once, because I said, I don't know if I got a hip pointer, right?
Yeah.
What you never experienced that. But you got to be able to run. So they can pad the hip, but you got to be able to run. And so he was at least at last padded practice on Wednesday. He was in uniform. I don't know how much they used him in team, but he got through some individual drills. So he's just got to get healthy. But to me, you know, he's kind of the third guy in there when all three when all the linebackers are healthy. But in his absence, Leofau, oh my goodness,
yes,
he has played awfully well. And they will find ways to get him on the field. He's one of these guys that he just kind of makes plays. He's good in coverage. So, maybe if say it's 2nd and 12 or so, maybe he comes into the game for Damone Clark, who, by the way, is still nursing a sore knee. So I think they got a combination, as long as those linebackers are healthy, that will be a significant improvement over last year.
And since you're talking about Leofau, one of the things I noticed, whether it's just in practices or actually in the games, when you talked about his coverage, it seems like especially across the middle of the field, he's been very effective.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And he's a guy that, when they try to run the tight end down the seam, he can run with them. And when they have to take maybe a running back out in the flat, he senses what's happening and he gets there. So they're really happy with him. And, and if you look at the draft choices, there's 8 of them. 6 of them are going to make this team. I think the last 2 in the 7th round probably headed for the practice squad, Thomas and Rogers. But I think the rest of those guys think Flournoy, I think he's going to force them to keep 6 wide receivers. And then if you look at all the rest of them, Kalen Carson, probably at this point, and he's finally back in practice, I think he's the 4th corner. So, I think those guys have really stepped up, and maybe, I want to say maybe one of the best classes they've had, but, previously, they've had, I think the last 2 years, 8 draft choices, and they all made the team. So, yeah, I think, and they need these guys to step up, because this is how they're going to get better. Replacing some of the people they lost, is they need this draft class to step up and be good.
All right. I'm just curious, because I do want to talk a little bit more about the draft class in the column that you wrote, the Corey reference yesterday. If the Cowboys are taking 6 wide receivers, does that mean Brevin Spann-Ford is maybe going to have to go through waivers to get to the practice squad, or do you still think he can be on the 53?
Yeah, I don't know if they keep 6 receivers, if they can keep 4 tight ends, because you got to kind of look at Hunter Lipke as a multi-dimensional guy, fullback, but he can do some of the things that you would have an H-back do. And I'll tell you what, this last week, just watching practice, Peyton Hendershot has stepped up his game, and they've given him some opportunities. So it'll be interesting to see how he fits in to that tight end room, along with Ferguson and Schoonmaker. He may end up being the 3rd guy, and then we'll see what happens with Ford. We'll see what happens with Fant. Although for Fant, he's kind of Hunter Lipke, and so I don't know that you can have 2 guys doing one job that Lipke's going to do. They like him, and McCarthy likes using a fullback. He's kind of, he's young, but they've expanded his role, and he's sort of like, let's see if I say it right, the guy in San Francisco, Jersic.
Oh, is it Juszczyk?
Juszczyk, sorry. I knew
Kyle
I would say it right.
Juszczyk.
Yeah, he's kind of that type of player. I'm not saying he's as good, but he's kind of put on some strength, kind of bulked up a little. And I shouldn't say, like bad weight. He just looks bigger from working out in the off season. So, yeah, I think he kind of fits in where he can play 2 different roles, fullback and maybe H-back as a tight end.
I'm kind of curious because Kevin and I have kind of been watching Hendershot and kind of curious on him. You said he stepped up his game. Okay, is that what it was that was kind of keeping him from... Okay.
Because he missed so much time in training camp, it's almost like it was a foregone conclusion. Well, he's not going to be here, but these last 2 padded practices, which, by the way, going back... I don't know if people were criticizing or whatever after the Vegas game, going back to Oxnard and getting in 2 more padded practice. I think it was very beneficial, especially that last one when the juice picked up and it was pretty competitive. And I don't know that you can do that here because you're going to be indoors and it's a different atmosphere and everybody's home. and I think your concentration level is different because you're moving back into the house and wife and kids and all that stuff. When they went back there, those last 2 practices might have been 2 of their better practices they've had in training camp.
Now, I realize there's a lot to take a look at in this preseason game, but is there any part of you that if the Cowboys get to midfield, you just want to stop it right there and give Brandon Aubrey the opportunity to kick that 68, 67-yard field goal?
Yeah, I don't know that they need to do that because think about this. That's in their opponent's head.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
We got to be careful because, whatever we do defensively, once they hit the 50-yard line, this guy's in range. So maybe you play it differently because, and especially when he's indoors with perfect conditions like he was in Vegas, he's got 70-yard range. It's just a matter, do you hit it straight? And that's a long way to hit it straight, right? I think I told you, I don't remember if I told you or not, the next day or 2 days later after that game, I walked it off, and it took me 84 steps to get from the 46
I do remember that.
to the end line.
A lot of steps.
That's a long ways and I'll tell you what, those uprights start getting real skinny. So, but it's amazing that he's got that, not only that range, but the ability, to hit it straight, the accuracy. And I think he's going to be really important when they try to start changing up the kickoffs, like trying not only to angle the kicks, but maybe hit some line drives, which you have to be really careful with because you don't want the ball to angle and roll out of bounds and the ball goes to the 40, right?
Yeah.
What you'd like it to do is hit it high enough so nobody in that front line can touch it, but line drive it where it bounces before it gets to the returner, because then once it hits the ground, you're good to go. You don't have to wait till the guy touches the ball. And that can give you, like a 10-yard advantage if you can do that accurately and consistently.
And do you think, as we're talking about kind of making cuts, you think CeeDee Lamb's going to make this team? Or how's that?
I don't know.
Do you think anything like advances now that they're back in DFS?
Yeah, I think maybe back here, it helps out. You're kind of more focused on stuff. You're back in your office, and again, it's not just up to them. It's up to their guy. I keep saying it. What do they want? If they want a shorter contract, like 3 years, then, your guarantee or your signing bonus is going to be smaller because now you can only spread it out over 3 years instead of 5. So that factors in. So there's a lot of combinations that have to be worked out. 3 years, not a long time, right? And think about it. They could have control of him for 3 years. This year, franchise.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure they at least want 4 for sure. And I looked up Justin Jefferson's, and they got, it's a 4-year deal, but they actually put a voided year in there to make it 5 so they could spread out, prorate the signing bonus over a longer period of time. And that last base salary that he's probably not going to get is like $43 million, I believe. I wrote down. So yeah, he's not going to get to that. He's not going to have a 43. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was 33 million base, and it's not guaranteed in 2028.
Okay, so yeah, I got you.
So that helps the average, right?
Sure.
Because that drops the average to 31 million instead of 35 million.
Right.
So when everybody says, well, that's what he's got to get, 35 million, okay, but what's the guarantee and what's the signing bonus? Because his is 31.5 million.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you next week, and we'll be wrapping up with training camp.
Sounds good. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday from the 945. Shout out to my beautiful fiance and new Tolo, that's Tanya, for being the best life partner for you, or for him. and said, I love you. That is delightful. Also converted a new listener. I like that very much. From the 214, shout out to me. Trap the hopefully only armadillo that was absolutely destroying my yard.
What'd you do with him? Like after you trapped him, are you going to take him to the hill country and let him ride? Or what's
He
what are you doing
said
here?
that, let's just say armadillo.
New shoe, new boot?
Now lives lakefront at Lake Levon.
There you go. Oh, buried there?
I don't know that to be the case.
I don't want to know more.
I'm not disputing that either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Penny Hardaway sneaker stealers, Ronda Rousey, and the New York Islanders general manager. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Frankel and Austin. Jason Williams on Graham. Penny, one-handed dunk around Marbury.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is, geez. Well, Mike said, can I repeat that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, Mike said right when we're going back on there, and he goes, oh, Penny Hardaway, I bet he blew his knee out doing that. And so, like, that's while I'm getting ready to talk.
Did he?
That's all he did was blow out, it felt like. After about 4 or 5 years, it was like Noah when he's had too much. Blowout City.
From the 214. Thanks again, everybody, for supporting this show. From the 214, shout out to all these teachers going back to teach these badass kids. I love it. I love it. I love it. It is a shout out Friday. However, it's also Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Remember, you can hit up the Odyssey app, click on that microphone button. You can leave an audio message of your Forgiveness Friday. So that is always available as well. Now, somebody asked in the break, Ronda Rousey, I thought she went away after her terrible acting skills. Well, she's back in the news.
She's with Turtle.
For the most delightful, sounds from the Entourage movie, with the most delightful reason. I do not care for Ronda Rousey whatsoever. She was mean to one of our coworkers who taught Alec and was the nicest person in the world. And also that just seems to be her general demeanor with people in general. So Ronda Rousey held an Ask Me Anything Reddit. And it didn't go.
Where is this, on Reddit?
Super great. Yes.
I gotta go look at this.
It is on Reddit. So she's very well known, in addition to her fighting career and failed acting career, for retweeting things that said the Sandy Hook massacre was a fraud. And so
who is that from? He got sued for
Alex Jones did that too. Yeah. No, there were multiple people.
He lost a lot of money.
Yes,
on
yes,
that,
he
right?
did. I don't know if he's actually paid any of it, but yes.
I don't think you have to pay anything when you lose in court.
Man, Topical. And so she followed that up by saying, thanks. I just figure asking questions and doing research is more patriotic than blindly accepting what you're told, especially when it comes to kids being shot. You definitely want to do the research, which I'm sure she did lots of. So here a sampling of
Googled it.
Some of the questions she got on the AMA. Considering 20 children were slaughtered and one was shot as many as 11 times, is it fair to say that you owe people a much better public apology than the one you issued? Next one.
Oh, this is it. Like, I'm looking at it, seems like this is the only topic that exists.
Oh, yeah. In your graphic novel, Expect the Unexpected, will we see something unexpected, like you apologizing to or acknowledging the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre where 20 children were ruthlessly gunned down? Another person said, Talk about expecting the unexpected. Can't wait to read that book. And here's another question. When you voiced Sonya Blade in Mortal Kombat 11, did all of your past bad decisions regarding your views about Sandy Hook being staged cause you to deliver an incredibly uninspired performance? Or was it just because you weren't right for the role to begin with? And so this is all it is. Look.
Well, I found one, Kevin.
Okay.
How did you manage to be the worst actor in Fast and the Furious and the Entourage movie?
It is amazing her power to tank these film franchises. So she was a disaster as an actress. She was a great fighter until the rest of the world caught up with her, and she got smoked and whined about that. She was terrible in the WWE, so keep reaching for that relevancy. All right, let's go to Penny Hardaway. A man has been arrested for stealing 26 pairs of shoes from Penny Hardaway's home in Memphis, including exclusive versions of the shoes that were only made for Penny Hardaway. I understand shoes can be worth lots and lots and lots of money. Is that the only thing that you would steal if you went into a house? Now let's make it clear. Don't steal. I did that when I was a kid.
Don't break into a house.
And don't break in. That's a great point. That's probably a better point. But it took them months to find this person who stole the shoes from his house. Are you surprised that someone would break into his house and just steal shoes?
I feel like this is a person that knows Penny Hardaway.
I could see that.
They know
knew
his
exactly
shoe
where
collection.
to
They're
go.
like,
Yeah.
this is like, I know these specific pairs of shoes are quality, going to be worth
I think
something.
it's like, I know this is different because it wasn't at a home. I think it's like at the last Dallas card show when those guys stole possibly $2 million worth of cards.
Sure.
Like they had scoped it out and then, you know, like I won't say anything that would get me in trouble, but I think that there's a lot of rumors going around about that in the card world that, you know, maybe, you know, something fishy happened there.
Yep.
Wow.
So,
yep.
Or, Kevin, sometimes people just don't know what they don't know. And they think that some things are more valuable than they actually are. And they go in and try and get.
I could see that.
They're like, these shoes, I love shoes. And, you know,
yeah,
instead
it's
of.
Penny Hardaway. Obviously, they caused him a lot of knee injuries.
Was it his shoes? It's got to be the shoes.
It's got to be the shoes.
It's gotta
That's what
be
we
the
found out from Nike. And who made those shoes?
You know what?
Nike.
That's a fair. That's a fair
Nike has
point.
now blown out on Zion.
Yeah.
And blown out Penny.
Yeah, in the 90s, they blew out Penny.
Wow.
I mean, those were really far apart. Do you at least feel like, hey, those are like.
I'm sure nobody got injured in between there wearing those.
I don't think you believe that. All right, let's go from that to Iowa coach.
Mike encourages people to try and break into his house. We all heard it.
That is still one of my
DFW
favorite
Security's
commercials
over there
ever.
right now,
And
trying to
you-
get some things fixed.
You said, don't break. You can break into my parents' house unless you're really, really good at it. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, because I'm sure no matter what security you have, if you're a professional breaker in of houses, you probably know how to, do different things to help yourself out. I saw these guys, they were breaking into places where you get those like cash loans or whatever because they have to have cash on hand. And they were, I don't know how professional they were. They got caught on camera multiple times, but they knew how to cut cameras pretty quickly. And then they would wear kind of masks and stuff. I saw this like on the news about a month ago here in our Metroplex.
Wow.
And it was like 3, maybe 4 guys that were going around these kind of places that they were going to these cash loan places that they knew they knew where the kind of safes were and they knew how to get the cash and then how to cut the
interesting.
The cameras.
Okay, well, as Corey brought up earlier,
I don't want them trying to rob my house. They
into
seem very good at it, and it
people's
doesn't seem like, I don't know, do they just say, hey, just let insurance cover it? Whatevs.
Do you love this level of, I don't know if it's passive aggressiveness or whatever when it comes to college football? We talked about how Lane Kiffin talked about how Coke was the worst for you and everything like that. So
Win bias.
Okay, not that kind of Coke. Brian Kelly walks up to his presser for LSU. There's a Coke sitting up there. He grabs the Dasani, starts drinking it, and says this.
Just a shout out to our sponsor, Coke. Smart water, great Coke product, minerals, vitamins, it's just great for you. It's refreshing, healthy, and Coke provides you all the products that you need depending on what you like. And I love Smart Water.
Smart Water, not Dasani, my bad. Do you love this level of passive aggressiveness?
Yeah, he's trolling somebody that he I don't know if he dislikes him, but he's doing some trolling
like
out
he
there.
might not like
I
him,
like
right?
it. I like that a lot. I think it's
Yeah, you did
hilarious.
a heck of a job there.
I like it.
Okay, very.
I want more of that. I want more. Kevin, I know that Jimbo
He just stated facts.
and
about
Nick Saban would go at each other passive aggressively all the time in their press conferences. I love that stuff, and I want more of it. Then I want it to turn into like aggressive instead of passive aggressive. Is that what it would be? Like, what's the opposite of passive?
I mean, aggressive.
So aggressive,
Just regular aggressive.
I want aggression from the coaches.
Aggressive, passive.
All right, I got a quick question for you, as it is also a shout out Friday. If the beginning of this sentence from the 661 says, "Shout out to my pretzels Presley, it's her 8th birthday," or do you think it's an autocorrect and it should be my daughter? Or
My
Precious Presley. Okay, here we go. From the 661, shout out to my daughter, or pretzels, or Precious Presley. Happy 8th birthday. Y'all said happy birthday to her last year, and she asked me this morning if y'all were going to do it again. Boom! Happy birthday. Hope it is awesome.
Britney Spears.
What?
Oops. I did it again. I gave the shout out. You know what I'm saying?
You know what concerns me?
I did it again.
Yeah.
Is when we were at Specs yesterday, there was a shocking amount of people that came up to Mike to tell him how much they loved his
humor,
stupid joke yesterday.
Thank you.
When he was like, "Yeah, I would have thought that was for Albert because he was digging pool holes." That was his joke.
Oh, it was even better than that. You didn't deliver it well.
Because I don't want to encourage you. There were many people who came up to the Specs.
Joke.
Who's
You're
like,
hilarious.
"That's the funniest thing I heard all day."
Gosh, listen to funnier stuff.
So far, text in what's the funniest thing you heard today. 887, 881, a lot of 8s. And then
You don't know the last part is 105.3? That's literally the name of the station.
877,
Yeah,
not
I knew. I threw in
887.
too many 8s, man. I was thinking of CD.
88.
All right.
Des Bryant.
Does the
Drew Pearson.
Antonio.
Michael Irvin.
The worst 88 ever.
Does the New York?
Michael Irvin?
No.
Antonio.
Antonio Bryant. Man, that would be a hot take. Fire off the sirens. Does the New York Islanders general manager need to ask for forgiveness? Because Anthony Duclair, he posted a picture, I believe it was on Instagram, of him cutting off all of his beautiful hair. I say that because I have no hair, and so I'm impressed when people have hair. It's because the GM has a strict cut and shave rule, and now this is like really taken over social media. This policy, by the way, he's had it in place forever.
Mattingly, cut those sideburns.
Yes, he's been in the NHL since '87, and he said no facial hair except for during the playoffs or jewelry, and you have to have jackets and ties on game day, and your hair can never go past your collar. So with this addition, Anthony Duclair had to cut his hair.
That stinks for him, I guess.
It does.
But do you want the job or not?
Clean shaven, man.
Like, isn't that do you go,
do you think he
screw
knew
this,
that?
I can work anywhere?
Okay.
Heck yeah.
But they let him out of your contract. You're like, I don't want to cut my hair.
I'm not cutting my hair.
They're like, all right, you're released.
And they're going to hold that again. They're going to be like, you know what? Then you'll never play again. No, I don't want to play for you because I don't want to cut my hair.
Yeah.
Let me go somewhere else where I don't have to cut my hair because this is a stupid policy. This is what I would tell them. And then they're like, well, then you can sit your ass at home for the rest. And you're like, fine, pay me.
Okay, man. I did not expect that fiery of a response.
That was
from
aggressive,
you.
aggressive.
Yeah, that was aggressive.
Can I ask for forgiveness
for that?
You're
fine.
I got 2 of them, Kevin.
Okay.
For laughing at somebody on the highway. He pulled up behind me on the way home from the Rangers game the other day, and I was behind another truck, and we were going probably 90 miles an hour on George Bush. And this dude flies up behind me, and I couldn't get over, and he's on my butt and everything. So I finally wait until he could have gone around me, I guess.
Yeah.
I wait, and I move over, and I pass the truck in front of me, and this dude gets on the butt of the other truck that was in front of me. That truck just slowed down until a complete stop. I watched them on the highway, and the guy refused to go around him. He could have at any point, but the other guy was like, screw it. I'm just going to come to a complete stop and stop you on the highway. And I laughed so hard at the guy that was behind him because he could have just gone around. Just go around. And then also, I got to ask forgiveness for Lucy.
Okay.
Because she dropped her ice cream on the floor the other day.
Did you laugh at her?
No, I didn't laugh at her. She dropped it on the floor, and
That's
I
when
said,
you berate them, right?
I was like,
That's when you really tell them, like, what are you doing?
No, I was like, you can pick it up and you can eat it. That's perfectly okay. It's our floor. You know, it's not like, 3-second rule, too.
Do you have any pets?
We do. The floor, where she was fine. It's fine.
Okay.
But she looked at it, and as she went to grab it, she goes, now I got to throw this whole damn thing away. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Man. Lucy.
So, yeah. Should I ask her for forgiveness for that?
We'll let it slide this one time. Does this person need forgiveness from the 469? Shout out to the sidewalk for keeping me off the streets.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. Alec thinks that's hilarious. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy.
You trying to beat my jokes?
Why doesn't McCarthy and the Cowboys staff get more respect? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Grammy Award winner.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here they come. 1st and 10, 2:12 in the game. Goff back, throws it left. Laporta intercepted at the 30-yard line by Donovan Wilson.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in this segment, we will have a Dallas Cowboy ticket giveaway. I will leave that up to Corey. Whenever he shouts the magic phrase, that will be time. Right now,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of standing room only tickets to the Cowboys' final preseason game and their only home preseason game this season. You can win by being caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Then a reminder, next hour, we will be doing a giveaway for a pair of seated tickets to the Cowboys game.
So the tickets are in seats?
Yes, you get to sit in a seat. These tickets are courtesy of Miller Lite. We love Miller Lite for being one of the sponsors of our Buffalo Wild Wing Tour, which is coming up each Friday during the football season.
I just know our fans like sitting down.
That is true. Not just the Cowboys fans, but across the Metroplex. I do think you see that a lot. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go. I didn't do it.
Yeah, I know. That's going to be...
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I love you
a lot for that.
Love you more.
So I want to start with this. I'm just curious y'all's general thought about why Mike McCarthy and maybe the Cowboys coaching staff in general doesn't get more credit. We've talked about this a few different times in terms of whenever you look at the rankings for, coaching staffs and everything like that, they're usually about in the middle. And ESPN just did another survey, and they put out their rankings. And this time it was for the entire coaching staff. And guess what? Mike McCarthy and the coaching staff were just about in the middle. And so I was reading some of the notes about that. Since he became the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, this is Mike McCarthy, of course. They have a top 5 offensive success rate, top 5 expected points added per play, top 5 added points per drive. So you would feel like that would at least reflect well on either the offensive coordinator or if you think it's Mike McCarthy. But then there's also another note in there that Dallas would have been even lower if not for Mike Zimmer, because Mike Zimmer is a great defensive coach, which means if not for that hiring, they would have been, 19, 20, something like that.
And a lot of people consider Dan Quinn a great defensive coach too, right?
That's true.
So he had one of the worst defenses. Now, Micah Parsons helped out tremendously in that draft, but I remember, I will eat my words. I remember, you're like, could they be like top half? And I'm like, are you insane?
You go,
Kevin?
yeah, this is the next doomsday. And I was like, that's not what I'm saying.
And it was good. It was a very good defense under Dan Quinn.
Well, that's good for the Cowboys that Mike Zimmer changed everything that much. I think they're going to be tougher. I think they're going to be a tougher defense.
Okay.
But yes, the Cowboys are a middle of the pack team.
Okay.
In most categories.
Do you think then that is the case when it comes to coaching as well, because they're sandwiched in between the Chargers and the Eagles. And obviously, I know there's a lot of talk about this job security of both Nick Sirianni and Mike McCarthy. It's not surprising some of the ones at the top. The Chiefs, the Lions, the Rams, the 49ers, the Ravens. But
I would say, Kevin, if you're going to check boxes, one of the boxes that doesn't check for Mike McCarthy teams in the tenure is beating good teams. So if you're going through the list and you're like, can he beat this team? You're probably going, are they above 500 and good?
Okay.
Probably not. So you would give that coach the advantage because Mike McCarthy's teams, when they match up with those, even in the regular season, not just the playoffs, but even in the regular season, they fall. So I think they're a good quality team that for whatever reason, when they go up against somebody that can adjust, come up with a better game plan, they can't do the same thing on the other side.
all right, and I want to just double check with you. I know we've talked and joked with Bobby about he's maybe not the world's biggest Mike McCarthy fan, but do you think middle of the pack, 16 to be specific for this coaching staff with McCarthy, Schottenheimer, and Zimmer, that's what they focused in on, is fair? Too high? Too low? I think it's a few, not a lot, but a few spots too low.
I'm with you. If we're gonna do the whole thing about Dak, like if I wanted to give in to Bobby and go like, fine, all right, he's won 36 games in the last 3 years. I know he hasn't been the quarterback of all those games, but your team has won 36 games in the last 3 years. Well, so has the head coach.
Yeah.
And so I would say if we're going to put Dak somewhere between 7 and 15, then I think that's where Mike McCarthy and his staff belong.
Okay. Fair. All right, let's go from...
Wow, hold on. You're saying that he should be top one?
No,
is that what you're
I was hoping you guys would be a little bit more engaged in this conversation. No, you're good.
I thought
No, you're good. You gave me a good answer. Let's move on from that to Creed Humphrey just agreed to an extension for 4 years, $72 million. That includes $50 million guaranteed. Now, Mike, I know you love the Chiefs. Do you love Creed Humphrey?
Did Creed Humphrey have something that might have gone wrong with him in training camp? But I guess this is a good sign that they're signing him to a big-time deal.
Something wrong like
a small minor injury that they were concerned about. For some reason, I thought I heard that. Like an ankle or I can't remember what it was. But, yeah, this was one of those picks where if they would have done something else, they would be in deep doo-doo. Does that make sense? Like their line was, it felt like on the verge of, because correct me if I'm wrong, was he either a rookie the year that they lost to Tampa Bay or
I think that is
I think he was
correct.
a rookie, and it was like, oh my gosh, if they wouldn't have drafted him with everything going wrong on their offensive line, so is this too strong of a term? He looks like a future Hall of Famer?
I don't think
agree.
that's too strong.
Yeah, I agree. He's an extremely talented center.
Yeah, so that's a great sign because they're going to have to let some guys go. They had to let Tyreek Hill go. Like that was a tough decision, but they're like, we're going to let our best offensive weapon go because we believe Patrick Mahomes can make below average, and average pretty good.
Do you guys remember the discussion we had about Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors making their $10,000 bet for Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Yes.
I don't remember this.
Do or do not?
I do not.
Okay. Well, we talked about it and said, I bet that's not going to work out for them. Well, it did not work out for them as they had to call off the bet, of course. But
because you can't gamble.
That is true. But, Corey, this is the part you'll hate even more. They had to go through multiple education training sessions over this. How much do you think, let's just use this example, they will learn from those betting training sessions as opposed to the only thing that NFL said was you can't bet?
Well, it depends.
Okay.
Were these training sessions, because I've heard the Cowboys have done like media training sessions where they have multiple rookies.
I could see that being helpful.
But also, Kevin, like there are other training sessions where you watch videos and then like a guy in like a robe and a coffee cup, he's like, oh man, this app, can you believe that? You know, like,
was it a training session you were watching?
Somebody
knocks on the door.
Yeah, somebody knocks on the door. Is like, hey, what's wrong with the printer? And
That might
then
be a
you say to
different
that
thing.
coworker, I got
You'll
something
skip that
for your
part.
printer.
That might be a different. You might be watching a different.
I'll show
video.
you a thumb drive.
Did you watch it? What the hell?
Because he's talking about a computer. And anyway, so yeah, like those are videos, Kevin, that you watch, and your company's like, learn from this, you idiot.
Yes.
And so I think that maybe he did learn something. They did.
Okay, I don't know if that helped the case at all. Here's one of the things that I kind of wonder about sometimes. Like, because we do different training models. I never want to be in a training model with Corey again because I'm afraid of what's going to happen. Yes, I don't want to be a part of
That's
that
the Hawks.
whatsoever.
They lose.
But whenever, like, I give this example when we took like our sexual harassment training seminar, the question is something like, Steve said Brenda looks hot in that skirt and maybe it should be a little shorter. What should Brenda do? And it's like, A, appreciate the compliment. B, wear a shorter skirt to work. C, if she doesn't like it, maybe go somewhere else because this place isn't for her. Or D,
tell HR.
Feel free to tell HR. It's the most ridiculous question.
Go work somewhere else is the correct answer,
That
right?
is.
Like
See-
if it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, you know what? That is a fair point.
We might get that one wrong.
Gosh. All right. Yes, there were times when I think that is a very fair thing to say.
You want me to show you what to do with that input device?
See, and this is why I don't want to go through training with you ever again. And the only time at the newspaper I had to sit through a sexual harassment seminar was because of something Corey said, and then he didn't even have to go because he was out on assignment. And then finally, I also
that
want to
kind of
let
paints
you know,
me in a bad light, Kevin.
Look, I thought the comment that you said, man, now I gotta
just move on. Yeah.
I gotta think about this as well. Hey,
It was a different
I know what
time.
to say. Yeah, it was a different time. And finally,
good call.
Not
man.
okay. Be nice to everybody and don't harass anybody. Bengals defensive end Miles Murphy is expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks, so that'll be hurt the Bengals on their depth edge rush for a few weeks going into the regular season. He's got a sprained right MCL, so he will miss at least, it seems like, perhaps 2 or 3 to 4 games. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we continue more shout-outs on a Shout-Out Friday. And you could tell us reasons why you wouldn't want to go through a training session with Corey. I guess that works too. But with the end of the season almost here, why are the Rangers doing this rehab stint with DeGrom? Why is it important to get him back into the majors? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. Shout out to my friend Jacob for just being an epic guy. He does have a lot of problems, but man, I got to say, he's epic. He's got beef with Mike, though. Oh, my gosh.
Me?
I guess it's you, but then he also
Maybe it's McCarthy.
That could be that he just proposed to his girlfriend as well. So I hope we can squash the Mike beef and also that she said yes. From the 817, shout out to my wife. 5-year wedding anniversary tomorrow. We met in college, now rocking the world with an amazing 18-month-old. Shout out to you and your wife and the kiddo.
So we're squashing Mike's beef is what we're doing here? I'm confused.
Hey, we might still be in trouble for the last segment.
Gotcha.
So I don't know.
What's his name?
I'll get back to you on that.
Are you going to confront him?
No, I'm just going to be like, I'm sorry.
All right.
I wonder what the beat is. Probably Cowboys.
Yeah.
There's no way, unless he's a big Dwight Powell fan.
Yeah,
That's happening.
I could see how either one of those would.
Yeah, if his friend's Dwight Powell, he really doesn't like me.
All right. So this question came up, and I've been kind of fascinated. We've done this the last couple of days. We've kind of had a couple of topics based off of, you know, some things that people have texted in or dropped in the chat on the YouTube, on the Twitch. So very much encourage that if y'all can participate in that. But this came in from the 972. Serious question at this point in the season with about a month left. Why are the Rangers playing with rehab stints for Scherzer and DeGrom? Now, obviously, this question came in yesterday. In the meantime, Max Scherzer was scratched from his expected rehab start tonight due to arm fatigue. And I know he's not under contract next year. At this point, does it feel like that might be a wrap for him? I mean, I know nobody should decide that for him, but it feels like we're getting to that point.
Yeah, I would, if you made me, let's say, because we were talking about betting.
Yes.
If you made me bet, I would say he doesn't pitch another inning this year in the majors. Maybe a week from now or whatever, he feels good enough to make a rehab stint to see how it feels. I think it's 50-50 Max Scherzer retires at the end of the year. And I would say he's not going to be a Texas Ranger next year. So I don't know if he's going to pitch again. I just don't think, from what I, think, I guess I'll just say, is I think that Max Scherzer, they were hoping he had something left in the tank. And unfortunately, his arm at 40 years old, let's face it, 99% or more of major league pitchers, their arm is not going to respond at 40 years old to keep pitching. And his arm is finally, I think, giving out on him. He's a easy first ballot Hall of Famer, great pitcher. But then we move on to Jacob deGrom, who's not an easy first ballot Hall of Famer, but pitched yesterday 2 innings. I would say this. Here's the answer that I would give to somebody saying, why not just throw him in the majors yesterday, 2 innings? I would say this. 1, he might kill your bullpen. And you'd say, well, who cares? We're out of the playoffs. Fine, good response. But I don't want to throw him more than 25 pitches in an inning. If for some reason he struggles and he's on rehab, and I'm going to be, my brain is going different ways here. Tyler Mahle, they had to put back on the injured list because he's throwing the ball 88 miles an hour. That hurt you going forward the rest of the few days until you had the day off yesterday. And if you have multiple guys in your rotation that you're not sure if they can pitch more than 5 innings because their arm isn't built up for it, I don't have an expanded roster. So then all of a sudden I throw Garabito 4 innings, or I throw Garabito and he gets hit up, and after 2 2/3 I have to take him out and I have to put in Urania. And Urania throws 3 innings. Well, those guys are down for the next 2 or 3 days in my pen, so I can really hurt other guys in the bullpen. So you can give him a couple of innings. I know he has to get 3 outs. He has to get 3 outs in Frisco. You can't just take him out and go, he's throwing 25 pitches. We'll switch the field. That's how you can do it in spring training or stuff like that. So it gives him competition, but yet if he's throwing 25 pitches in an inning and you're like, that's plenty, I'm not pushing him any further. You can take him out and you can ruin your AA bullpen and move guys up from A ball. And it's like, so what? Kind of, my guys in AA, I'm paying $1,500 a month. I'm not ruining anybody financially here if I accidentally blow out the guys that I think have 0% chance of ever throwing in the major leagues their whole life. So that's it's a little bit more controlled, and you can build up his arm a little bit better there. And I would expect Jacob deGrom has 1 more appearance in the minor leagues to throw about 45 pitches his next time out. And then I do think it is a real discussion. Hey, do we just go ahead to give him major league innings, bring him up because he should be built up to 50, 60 pitches? And you still have to be very careful with that. But when you get to September 1st, you will probably add Jack Leiter to your bullpen.
Yep.
So now you do have 1 more extra long guy to kind of, hey, if Jacob deGrom throws 50 pitches in 2 innings, well, shoot, Jack Leiter's built up that if he pitches well, we can throw him 5 innings. And he can get us all the way to the 8th inning. And so what? Jack Leiter then can't pitch again. We'll just have him kind of back up Jacob deGrom next time. And we'll keep him on that kind of rotation. Or if Kumar Rocker ends up getting called up because guys are kind of hurt, maybe Kumar Rocker can kind of be a backup, or Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter can combine for 1 start. Hey, Rocker's starting, Leiter's relieving, and maybe next time Leiter starts and Rocker relieves, and we combine for them to get approximately 18 outs. So I think in September you can play this a little bit more, but for Jacob deGrom right now, he is still building up arm strength, and we just saw Tyler Mahle built up all the arm strength and had no setbacks. And then his 3rd outing threw the ball 88 miles an hour on a consistent basis.
And Boch admitted you got to be more careful with those people. And
this is Jacob deGrom's 2nd, and he's 36 years old. Right now, they're just being as careful as possible because guess what? Ray Davis is down there watching his bullpen last time. Because you know why? Because he has approximately, after this year is over, he has approximately $120 million invested in the next 3 years in that pitcher.
Like per day, it feels like with that
I mean,
guy
if you want to
specifically,
break
too.
that down per day, we probably could, and it would depress like all of us regular working folks.
Are we afraid that his tendon is connected with paper clips and bubble gum and that it's just going to fall apart like that quickly? Like, is that really a concern for us
DeGrom?
as fans? Yes. And because Kevin's kind of shaking his head yes here. And
I understand where you guys are coming from.
I'm asking this
Good
as a real
question.
thing.
I would say that might be too extreme, but you might worry about, hey, just put him in the major leagues. And let's just say yesterday, I didn't see his velocities, but it looked good.
Yeah, okay. Actually, you know what? Let me
touch 100, I believe.
Yeah, let me play cut number 1 because I think that actually is mentioned in the audio here.
His time at Stetson, he did pitch in 84 1/3 innings. He routes the 2-2, wave and a miss. Strikeout number 3 for Jacob DeGrom. They've come consecutively.
He did touch 100 at one
So
point.
great. That's awesome. Now, you got to just kind of watch that because if his velocity dips, it doesn't mean he's re-hurt, but it just means his arm isn't prepared to throw every 5th or 6th day yet. And Tyler Malley's arm is not prepared to throw every 5th or 6th day at a major league competitive level.
Now, the idea, the concept of you're not just putting him out there just to get people to show up in the stadium, right? Like that's not what you're doing here at the end of the season. Is this a natural part of the rehab for him? Is to be pitching at the end of this season? Look, he needs to throw. We need to see if he can do these things because the doctors are like, he has to go out there and get back to who he is. So whatever's left of this season, if he can go out there and do it, he should.
Because the
Am I
alternate,
right?
I guess.
I don't know.
I mean, I want to find out more about that because the alternate is you're pitching in meaningless games. And so, like, why
are
would
you
you
throwing him
pitch
out there?
him
Yeah.
in meaningless games when you could just be like, hey, appreciate the work you put in. Glad you're good to go. Let's still be good to go in February or March.
The Rangers believe they need to build up a little bit of arm strength here. He is healthy enough to. I would pitch him. I'm weirded out by them just shutting down Jack Leiter. I don't know as much as they know, but when July 27th came, they're like, you're not pitching again until mid-August. I'm like, he's only throwing 67 innings in the minor leagues and, I don't know, approximately 10 innings in the major leagues. So I'm like, he's at 77 innings? Like, you need your starting pitchers to throw approximately, this sounds so low to me, but it is the game today, 150 innings a year. And so if he's only going to throw 100 innings this year and you're shutting him down for 2 weeks in late July, mid-August, that's weird to me. But the Rangers have a philosophy that, you know, I could probably talk to them and they could explain it to me better, that they don't like pushing their guys very much. That being said, they don't want to push Jacob DeGrom, but they think yesterday was 2 innings pitched. If they can get him, I'll throw out 25 innings this year combined, maybe 30 innings combined between the minors and the majors, that's something to build upon in the offseason, that he violently threw the ball competitively as hard as he could, because no matter what, I think everybody's a little bit different. I was extreme, and I know that I'm not Jacob DeGrom, but I would throw the ball about 78 to 81, trying to throw the ball as hard as I could in my bullpens. And then in the game, I would throw the ball 84 to 88, somewhere in that range, just because of the competitive nature of the adrenaline rush and the competition of facing guys. And so I asked him the other day in the dugout, Jacob DeGrom, I was talking to him. It was all the media. It wasn't just one-on-one. But I was asking him about, hey, did you throw the ball harder in your facing hitters on the field than you did in your bullpen? And he said, I was happy with my velocity on the mound against like Ezekiel Duran, Robbie Grossman, a couple of guys that were hitting against him. But he's like, we weren't gunning me in the pen, so I don't know if my velocity changed or not. But he's like, when I get on the mound and I go from bullpen rehab kind of stuff and then I get on the mound, I will get an adrenaline rush, and usually the ball raises up on me. So I got to really work on getting the ball down. My adrenaline rush, he's like, for sure gets the ball higher than I want it to be, as in like chest high instead of getting the ball below the belt to the hitter.
What is the difference, Mike, in general pitching arm soreness and, oh man, this might be another problem again? Like when he's out there. And
he should not feel any soreness, any pain in his elbow. If he does, we have a major issue.
Yeah.
His pain and you don't want to feel anything in your forearm. You don't want to feel anything in your fingers. You want to feel it in your bicep and your lat.
Okay.
Nothing in your shoulder. If your bicep is tender, like after yesterday, he didn't throw tons of pitches, but if his bicep's a little bit tender today, his lat's a little bit tender, that is perfect. Those are your big muscles taking on a lot of the energy that you're throwing with. When you start feeling forearm, that means usually tendons, ligaments in your elbow are getting stressed out for some reason. You're feeling something like numbness in your fingers. That means now nerves are getting pinched or somewhat damaged that we're really afraid of. Shoulders, obviously rotator cuff, and those are too small to support throwing the ball violently like that. Like what I mean is that's why you do those Job's exercises, what we call, is you're doing those exercises. Yes, you're strengthening those, but those, you don't want them taking on the brunt of the throwing. You want your bicep and you want your lat when we're talking about things that are going to be sore, because you might feel a little bit of soreness in your low back. You might feel a little bit of soreness in your hamstrings because those are also bigger muscles taking on the violence of throwing a ball.
Real quick, one more baseball note. Corey, do you want the one with audio or without audio?
Oh, with, if it's the better one.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Oh, man. Oh, the without then.
All right, I think you made the right choice.
With or without you.
So
you too.
Walker Buehler's dad. There's a
Walker Buehler love here lately.
Yeah, I know. This is just really interesting to me. Walker Buehler's dad. There was a post up from eBay because he bought a Walker Buehler card for like $20. I don't remember exactly which one. The seller asked, "Is this Walker Buehler?" And his dad responded, "No. This is, however, his dad, Tony. He doesn't collect his own cards, but someday he will get all that I've collected since he was drafted in 2015. That is currently at 14,000 and counting."
That's awesome.
I do think that's kind of awesome.
As long as they're worth something, right?
And they're not.
Oh, well.
They used to be. Then he blew out his arm. And they all went to nothing.
So it's tough because he can't get free agency, so you'd hope the cards would be a nice fallback, and now it's looking like...
I have had people on eBay, when I buy something, when I get it in the mail, they'll say, big fan, Tolo, or like you on the pre and post game. So I have gotten, when I've bought stuff off of eBay, I have gotten messages either through the mail or they might respond and go, "Hey, are you Mike Bassick on the radio? Or are you Mike Bassick?" Usually it's radio, to be honest, rather than the former pitcher. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Congratulations.
I am famous. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush in the Expressway, and it is going to be a huge one. You've got Mike Likes It. We'll do more of your shout-outs. Also, the Combo Platter Finder Inner Nerd Day. Give us a sports opinion and what is the nerdiest thing you love or love to do. And also, another Dallas Cowboy ticket giveaway. All coming at you next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Brother to brother, wide open, Jake Johnson at the goal line. He's at the pylon. Is he in? Yes, that's an A&M touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That will be part of my sports opinion. I'm fascinated by the different conversational threads going through the YouTube right now. It has bounced between having sex at work, barbecue, and talking about Fred on the Get Right. So
they kept the name.
Yeah, so there's a whole lot of different conversations happening right now on the YouTube. If you want to join in there, hit us up on the Twitch or text in Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. We will also have a Cowboys ticket giveaway in this expressway. But today is Find Your Inner Nerd Day. So the question is 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the, quote, nerdiest thing that you love or love to do? From the 682, the Dodgers will not win the World Series this year. Nerdiest stuff I love to do, 3D print. From the
3D print looks
that does
so
sound
much fun.
awesome. Go ahead.
How much do those cost? Is it like 10,000?
It's about $3,000 for the printer. Is probably like a low end one, and then I don't know how much the product. Is it plastic?
You have to buy
the filament.
Yeah,
the filament.
How much does?
Okay, we'll look into that. From the 214, Bo Nix will get Pro Bowl consideration this year. That person is also a Broncos fan, and I still do the crossword in the newspaper. So I love it so far. Crossword in the newspaper, 3D printing, you're kind of getting a vibe. And it doesn't matter. Like, I say nerdiest because everyone's got a different definition of that. Like, there are plenty of things that I love that I think most people would consider nerdy.
A do-it-yourself printer kit starts around $200. Hobbyist printers range from $500 to $1,500. Professional, $25. And large format around 4,000 starts at around 4,000. So there you go. You can,
that doesn't feel too bad.
Let's get one and bring it up here
for real and just start. You know what?
Print things.
Like, yeah, think about this, Kevin. We could just set it on whatever.
We have unlimited paper,
and then we could take when we go out to go do things. We'll have things to give away. Like Sean and RJ, they have flasks.
But we can
G-Bag
be like,
Nation
did they make those themselves?
G-Bag Nation has glasses. What do we have? Our faces. Like that's pretty much all we have to give to people. And so we will finally have something. We just print them up here at the station.
We should make 3D faces of ourselves.
There you
and
go.
then we can give away our face.
They can have our faces.
Face
Kevin,
off.
When we started our show, not at the station.
Keep sending your responses,
but
by the way.
At the newspaper, when we started this thing, we used to have little cardboard cutouts of our faces. Remember that? Where I had that one? What if we gave those away?
We can do that.
Or maybe even the big cardboard cutouts, and they can have those at the Cowboys games.
That would psych me out if someone showed up to the Buffalo Wild Wings with like a giant picture
Kevin
of my
head.
head. That would seriously throw me off. All right, Mike, do you want another combo platter answer, or do you want a joke?
From you, a joke?
No.
Yeah,
it's from
because
the
you already
fan
beat
text.
my joke, man.
That wasn't from me. That was from the fan text.
Oh, the sidewalk joke?
Yes, that was from the fan
That was
text.
a really good joke.
Yeah, they should take our job.
From the 214, Kevin, I bought shoes from a drug dealer once. He laced them with something funny, though. I was tripping all day. Oh, my God.
Look, man, not all of them are
I'm
winners,
there now.
bro,
From the 972.
That's a thoughtful joke.
Is it? Sports Take. The Texans and Lions go to the Super Bowl. The nerdiest thing that I love is I collect WWE championship belts. I currently have 10 of them.
What?
If I had the income, or I guess maybe if my wife was like, yeah, go ahead.
He is rich.
I think I would follow that pursuit as well, because I have one and I think it's freaking amazing.
I have one, and it's like my prized possession.
Yes!
I lied. It's not, but it's up there.
Oh.
Is it above your bed?
It's actually right next to it.
Is yours above your bed?
Yeah, it is in a different room.
Oh, you have a whole room for it?
It's not just for that kind of stuff. But our
Is
guest,
that where your Undertaker hat is?
Yes.
Or your Undertaker hat
yes.
in your room?
So our guest room is also the Kevin room. And so that's where the card closet is. That's where all my Lego stuff is. So yeah, if you want to know, if you ever stay at our house as a guest, you get to know a lot about the things I like.
Somebody walks by and sees the Legos sitting down. They're like, "Oh, this is Noah's room." It's like, no, that's the adult
There's
toys.
no way Noah could do the complex Lego structures that me and Brandon have completed.
You don't know that.
Oh, I do.
I'm confused. So the guest room in your house is the Kevin room. So you're a guest in your own house?
You know, that's a good way to argue it. So we had a Kevin room, and then Noah came along, and so we were like, hey, Noah needs a room. So my room got consolidated with the guest room. So it's the guest room, and I hope you like Legos.
Where's the Jess room?
Sports cards, the rest of the house.
The rest of the house is hers? Yeah. Makes sense.
All right. Who would like to start with this? Alec? Mike?
I have to give this some
What your
thought.
favorite room is today?
No. What? No!
Dude, I really do love
combo platter.
Our living room.
Promise
and
we're
that
gonna give away
Adrian did a
Cowboys
good
tickets,
job with
too.
that room. I love the way she did our living
If
room.
I said let's give something away, it doesn't count because I'm not the person that counts on saying
Man, for legal purposes, I don't know if we should get into that semantical debate. I think if someone on the show yells that,
I didn't yell it. I just
probably
said it
go to the
quietly.
phones. From the 972, CJ Stroud will have a sophomore slump this year. The nerdiest thing I still do is go play Pokemon every single day.
Dude, listen.
Like with your phone?
Yeah, so Mike, my
card game.
kid plays Pokemon Go on his phone, but it is one of those things where he goes for walks. He'll go for like 3-mile walks while catching Pokemon, and he's like, "Dad, will you go with me?" So that is something that I still love to this day. We used to do it when he was like 2 or 3 years old. We'd go for walks, and he loved doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe 3. And
That's
then,
still impressive.
Yeah, and now to this day, like he still loves to do it. So I'm all about it. No matter how nerdy it is, I love hanging out with my kid and being able to just chat with him about that stuff. Matter of fact, he found my old Clash of Clans build.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he got it, and he like redid the whole thing, and now I'm kind of back into the game right now. So I'm totally down with Pokemon Go, man.
All right, Alec, I'm going to go with you first. Give me a sports opinion. Now, what is the nerdiest thing you love or love to do?
Sports opinion is going to be, I think the NFL might be the most unpredictable it's been in a while this season, just because I feel like a lot of teams, especially in the NFC, are close enough to the point where you're going to get a lot of confusion at the end of the season in divisional rankings and stuff, especially like the North. I have no idea what's going to happen there, but I feel like this is going to be a lot more fun of a season than we're anticipating. I feel like the Chicago Bears could kind of come out of nowhere. I feel like the Minnesota Vikings might end up being better than people expect. Not a playoff team by any means, but they're not going to be a one-win team.
Can I give an opinion inside your opinion? Because somebody texted in from the 682, the Bears will make the playoffs and they play Pokemon Go every day.
See, I like that. I really do think the NFC is going to be super unpredictable. I don't know how good or bad the Eagles are going to be. I caught that, Corey. I appreciate that reference. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how good the Eagles are going to be. I don't know how good the Commanders are going to be. Like, there's a lot of confusion in the NFC specifically, so I think the playoffs are going to be really fun this year.
Niners, Super Bowl.
Not as confusing for Mike Bass.
Is that your sports opinion?
I think, off of his, I understand. All of those things could happen. At the end of the day, I think the 49ers are much better than everybody in the NFC. That being said, you can get upset. It's a do or die game. The only time you're not is if you play here in Arlington, you know you're going to win in the playoffs. Not in the regular season.
I do love that it only takes one bad day, in football to make everything go wrong. We've seen it happen, and hey, it can cost you the number one pick sometimes if you're Lovie Smith.
That is, oh man, that is true.
But the nerdiest thing that I do, Kevin, you're going to like this, collect and build Lego sets. That is the biggest, nerdiest thing I do outside of maybe the giant Star Wars tattoo that takes up half of my right arm. But the Lego sets, yeah, that's my way to kill time. That's my way to, unwind. After, maybe every month or so, I'll go get a new set and I'll purposely spread out. There's a bunch of bags inside the box. I'll divide it up amongst a certain amount of days. So, it takes me a while so I can enjoy it,
Do you glue them?
I do not.
You don't have kids.
You know what I do,
I don't.
Alec? My kids like to do the Legos, and instead of taking it from them and doing it myself, I've decided I will sort all the pieces into little piles of the same thing so they know where to go. Kind of like a mechanic would have his garage set up. I kind of set it up so that they know this pile right here is all those things. So when I need to go to them, I don't have to search too much and search through everything.
So the Legos at our house, with of course the exception of Noah, who he does not participate for now.
He has the baby Legos.
That's true.
Duplo.
Actually, he did just get the Duplos.
Yeah, those are awesome.
It kind of ends up being like a food spread at a party where Brandon will like drop in and be like, oh yeah, hold on, let me do this part. And then, or Jess will drop by and be like, oh, this looks fun. Let me do this part. And so
that's how we do puzzles at our house. We'll have a puzzle that'll sit on the table for weeks at a time, but people will just walk by.
Clean your house.
What do you mean? It's clean. It's just a table.
It can be in a puzzle
we
board.
Have 2 tables.
Oh, Plano. I'm in Oak Cliff.
I don't think having 2 tables in an entire house is the sign of fanciness. You don't have more than 1 table in your house? I challenge that.
People in Oak Cliff, tell them about our tables.
Challenge. I challenge
Tell them about
that.
our tables. There's
1 table.
So hold
You
on.
can move whatever tables you want into your house.
So you're saying no Trader Joe's,
Nope.
no HEB,
Nope.
no tables,
And no Central Market.
and no Central Market.
No, we do have a table.
just
the dinner
just
table.
1 table. Yeah, okay.
That's the only table in your house? Challenge. I challenge.
Well, we have the little coffee table, but that's not for puzzles. That's for decorations.
You don't
my
have like
wife
a
put on
breakfast
there.
nook or anything like that.
Nope.
Okay.
What's in your living room?
The little round table. It's called a coffee table.
That's a table!
I just said my wife has stuff on it and we can't use it. It's like for decorations. It's like a gold platter, but it's not gold. We're in
You
Oak
can
Cliff.
sometimes set
Plated.
a drink on it.
It's like a gold platter. Yeah, you guys are really struggling out there. In Oak
The
Cliff.
fake one, the fake gold that you get
made of solid gold.
Okay.
in Oak Cliff.
From the
man.
214, Corey flexing with his 2 tables.
Yep,
I mean, if
see?
I'm going to be honest here,
Is that a flex?
I'm going to be honest, I
Oh,
might have
crap.
4 tables.
Oh, see? There's a table in almost all the rooms.
Don't tell them how many rooms are in your house. We'll never get back into this conversation. Don't do it.
Like, wait.
Like bedrooms
Don't
or
do
just
it.
like rooms in general?
How many
'Cause
bedrooms?
3, 4 bedrooms. And
How many
then
bedrooms are in your house?
1.
That is not true.
Where the 1
I know
table
for a
is.
fact that's not true.
That's where the 1 table
For the
is.
469 trade, that doesn't make any sense either. Trading Young for Arenado would benefit us, and I binge watch Harry Potter.
What?
From the 903.
Wait, that's trading Josh Young for Nolan Arenado.
That's what they
His
said.
career is almost over, and he's not. His hitting stinks. Watching in trade for him. I'm gonna
Have you
say how
seen
awesome
any
he
of the
is.
Harry Potter movies?
Yeah.
Okay, so you like that part at least.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I know I have not seen all of them, and I can't tell you the whole story. I'm guessing Harry wins in the end.
Don't know. You need to watch
There's
it.
a dude with no nose that's a bad guy.
We don't say his name.
From the 806 Oak Cliff here,
Voltron.
my coffee table is my dinner table, work table, and sex table. And then
What?
from the what?
Don't eat where you have sex.
Thank you.
I mean that. Damn it. From the, I hate you guys.
Why'd you say that?
From the
Yeah.
903. I don't feel like that should be a fringy opinion. From the 903. Cowboys go 8-9. Missed the playoffs. I'm a huge Marvel Cinematic Universe nerd. I've watched all the movies, shows, and everything that they have released. From the 903, Luka will win the MVP. I'm 33 and only collect Thor comics.
What?
And I have more than 500. Most of them are older than me. And I like this one. From the 972, my wife would say the nerdiest thing I do is Tolo. Over 70,000 hours listened
Hell
last year
yes.
on the Odyssey app.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bless you
I
and
challenge
your wife
everybody else to,
for
to match
yes,
that. I challenge
for
you.
allowing that. And then his sports opinion, I don't believe CeeDee Lamb will be signed to start the year. Him and Jamar Chase are asking for more money than Justin Jefferson. Corey.
The 817, God, save some tables for the rest of us, Corey.
Jesus, all you're doing is going to places and buying tables.
1 table was given to me. The other 3 we did purchase. One of them, Adrian was just mentioning last night. We've had that table the entire time the kids have been alive. And we've always said we need to get a new table so that they don't touch each other. Because the kids have to sit on a bench next to each other.
I was really on your side until you said we had to buy another table so the other tables wouldn't touch each other. All right, Mike or Corey?
I'm not sure the 70,000 hours. I'm doing the math.
You know,
how many hours are in a year?
Too many. 24 times 365 is how I'd get to that.
There you go.
If I do 70,000 and I divide it by 12 hours, because that's pretty much as much as you can listen in a day, I'm assuming. Maybe you can listen to more. But that equals 5,833.3333.
Do you think they meant minutes?
It could be minutes.
70,000 minutes?
Or maybe they're just
so if I divide, let me see if I'm doing the math right. If I divide 5,833 by 365, which we're not even on 365 days a year.
You can listen to the Odyssey app 365 days a year.
I don't even know.
Yes, you can. You definitely can.
Turn it on, leave it on. That means even when you go to bed, so you can leave it on all night.
You're in the Salem Asylum.
Some people fall asleep to us.
Mike, that can help out our numbers.
Yeah.
So let's say thank you for that.
We like the insane. Is what Kevin just said.
You don't even count.
Jeez. Mike can't find fairly priced furniture for his house because Corey's causing inflation with his
stash. Plano people are buying so much furniture. You have to go to Nebraska to find some.
That's where we got most of our tables from Nebraska Furniture Mart. I love them. All three. Well, three of the tables. The other
we got
one
a couch from Nebraska Furniture Mart, and it hasn't held up as much as we'd like.
That's where I got my couch. I love it.
And it's held up.
It doubles as a
Hold
table
on.
sometimes.
I just want to recap what's happening in, let's say, the last 45 seconds. You think people who listen to the station all time should go to the insane asylum, and then a place where we do a show from every single year, you're like, their couches don't really hold up. Is that what you're bringing to the air right now?
If you want to review it that way,
I do.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Let's table this. Now.
Will win a pair of seated tickets to the Cowboys preseason game. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Thank you very much to Miller Lite for making this happen. Big fan. Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings will be bringing us our Friday tours, our Friday football feast. Once again, we'll be all across the Metroplex thanks to Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite. Caller number 10, a pair of seated tickets, 877-881-1053. Now,
from the 214, didn't know Corey was a table elitist. Mike and I only have gold-plated coffee tables.
Okay, now I want to know what the average amount of tables is in a house. I had no idea this was something I needed to know, but now I really need to know. Please text in or hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. How many tables are in your house or apartment? Now, God help us. It's time for Mike Lights In.
I knew you were going to say that.
Sweet baby Jesus.
He didn't say that.
Okay.
But I knew he was going to say that.
Okay. You get it, though, right?
Oh, yeah, because here's my question. Do you like 1 foot or 2 feet?
Ooh.
This was my football question I didn't get to yesterday.
I guess 2 feet. I have, and if I'm at 2's, yeah.
In terms of catching a pass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Do you think it's I don't know, weird at all that they're like, college, all you need is 1 foot in? And pro like, no, you have to get 2 feet in. We're always trying to improve offense in the NFL.
We are.
Why do you think that they still you have to have 2 feet in, or the toe has to touch? Because it's not even feet. You just have to have a part of your foot touch before the other. But then the weird thing is if that foot drags, you're okay. But then if the heel lands on the sideline, no, you are out of bounds. And you're like, so dragging is okay, but the like toe touching, but then the heel stomping down out of bounds, that's not a catch. Shouldn't we just make the NFL 1 foot?
This, Mike, I'm seeing that this happened around World War II.
The 2 feet?
The 2 feet thing, because the NFL wanted to differentiate themselves from college. So basically they were like, look, we're more difficult than college football. So we're just making it more difficult. You got to get 2 feet.
And they only passed like 3 times a game in World War II.
And so they were like, yes, get your 2 feet down, because
I do kind of think that 1 foot down would be better. It would be more fun. Not necessarily better, more fun.
In the NFL?
In the NFL.
How much
DBs
more
would hate that,
how much
right?
more production do you think you would get if they just continued the high school college rule into the NFL for sideline passes, for getting first downs? Because isn't there at least, I would say, 2 plays a game that we're questioning if they got their feet in bounds?
Yeah. No, you could probably save some time for sure, because you don't have to go back and review it if you know that we got 1 foot down. But I don't know if the NFL wants, like, it is like Major League Baseball, where like we need to shorten our game.
Yeah, because they have been in favor of more offense. Maybe they're like, no, we've done enough.
Yeah, I'm cool with the 2 feet. I'm cool with 2 feet because the 1 foot, like, I think it's just more challenging. And when you're at that level, I kind of want to see you do something. We've seen so many guys do a two-toe tap that you're like, wow. And it's just so impressive, and they practice that skill. We've also seen guys that never translate for them. They don't, they're in college. They never grow beyond it, and they never can do that. But I'm very impressed by the toe tap by two people, or the guy that has the 1 foot
when they can do it,
and then he drags drags the tip of his toe on the. Like, I'm always impressed by that too. That's awesome.
All right, so kid_cowboy number 66. He was wondering. He said, "Can I please win something too?" Is there any way, Alec, that kid cowboy, or are we not supposed to say?
No, I mean, I can tell you that Jarvis and Plano won our first giveaway today.
Good job, Jarvis.
Plano again.
And then, maybe I like this one better. Jake and DeSoto.
Heck yeah, one table DeSoto.
Was the second winner.
Oh, and those are chairs.
Giveaways.
Those are seats.
That
so the dude in Plano has to stand.
He has to stand. Yeah, it's like opposite. Hey, you guys sit all the time in Plano.
What a weird sense of
your
justice.
Tables.
I guess that is.
DeSoto, too much standing in DeSoto.
Not for today, but one of the great things about the Buffalo Wild Wings Miller Lite partnership that we have going for those Friday football feasts is we frequently have tickets to give away. And a lot of times, if you just show up, you can enter for a ticket giveaway.
Hey, should we this year say the more beers you order, the more tickets you get to put in the box?
Do you think it should be like a 1 per beer?
Yeah, you get a ticket. Every beer you order from Buffalo Wild Wings, you get a ticket. You get a little slip to go in the
That is a good
box.
idea. We might need to run that up the chain of command
I'll
first.
Somebody might drink like 28 beers.
I don't want to be liable for that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, so
good idea though.
Yesterday after our show, my son needed a new bat.
Okay.
And so just so people that don't have kids, especially that are like in high school, a bat for high school cost approximately $350.
They are expensive.
Will you reset for everyone? Because how old your 3 kids are?
19, 16, and 14. The 16 and 14-year-olds are sophomore and freshman in high school.
There you go.
And so for high school, a bat cost about $350, give or take $50. You can get a bat you can honestly buy a $500 bat. I don't know if those are that much better than $350. Obviously, they consider them better because they're charging a lot more. If you get like a $200 bat, you are getting a much lesser bat. You can still hit well with it, but it's going to give you more vibration in your hand. It's not going to have as sweet as a sweet spot. The ball's not going to bounce off of the metal bat as good. So you need to be about at the $300 to $400 range for if your kid's a pretty good player and wants to get the most out of his swing for a bat. But that is really expensive.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you guys ever do this. So I was at Dick's Sporting Goods, and as I'm checking out, they're like, "Hey, would you like to sign up for a credit card?" And I'm like, and they're like, "Well, you get 20% off your purchase." And I'm like, "Is there like a fee or anything to go with this?" And she said, "No." And I was like, "Well, for $350, I'm signing up for 20% off." So I'm just going to be honest here. I'm getting the card. Once I get charged on the card, here's your bill, I'm paying it, and then I'm calling up Dick's Sporting Goods and I'm canceling the card.
Okay.
How many people listening do that? How many people forget? And then I saw like the if you don't pay on time, it's like 33% on that card. So then you don't even win the 20%. You actually lose. So you got to really make sure you pay that credit card off.
And I know you're talking about a card in this instance as opposed to apps, but I was going to say there's multiple businesses now that like do that tracking for you because there's so many people, to your point, that forget to cancel that card or cancel the app or pay it off or whatever.
So I guess my question to you two is, can you remember the last time you weren't gonna get a credit card or get an app, but you're like, I'm gonna get it, but make sure I cancel it, pay it off, cancel it, or it's free, the trial is free, that you took advantage of it, or you thought you were gonna take advantage of it, then you forgot and screwed up, and then you actually didn't take advantage of what you were supposed to take advantage of?
Ooh, see, I have an example of one I actually kept that I thought I was going to cancel.
Columbia House?
Not Columbia House. Our Alaska Airlines credit card, because Brandon and I had wanted to go to Alaska, so we were going on a trip somewhere else, and they were like, hey, you can get the Alaska credit card. It comes with all this bonuses and stuff and like that. And it had a $75 a year fee. And at first I thought I would try the free trial and then maybe cancel it out. But it turned out I actually really liked it. And we still have that Alaska credit card because they do like a buy one, get one plane ticket free every year too. So it's a good card.
You get a plane
ticket.
Oh, okay.
By the way, somebody put in, it's like SWNK, like it's a whole bunch of letters. It looks like they're from a foreign land.
What?
Well, they don't care about vowels as much. It says your credit score is going to go down. How much does my credit score go down by just paying off the credit card then canceling it?
I don't know.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
It's a part of how much available credit you have versus debt.
So I should just pay it and then just never cancel it?
No, not necessarily. And that depends on what your credit score is. If you're like struggling to stay in a viable credit spot, then you should keep it open. But if you're good, it doesn't impact it as much as you might think.
Can you remember anything, Corey, that you've done that with where you're like, I'll do it because of the discount, but I really don't want this?
Well, actually, kind of the other way we got we got a credit card and use the miles from it and then paid it off.
Exactly.
Father-in-law was like, man, I open credit cards all the time. And once they give me the $300, that $300 entry offer or whatever, he's like, I never even took the cash. I would just leave them on there, leave that money on there and I would open a new one. And he used that with business a lot of times too.
Okay.
But no, I tried most of my life to stay away from credit cards because I just didn't understand it well enough to know how. But we have like one or two.
To your point, we always, I won't say always, sometimes we've made a mistake in our lives, but we always just pay our credit card.
Sure.
We've never, I'm not maybe the best financial person, but never not paid off the credit card. Like as soon as I get that Discover card or whatever, like it's paid off as soon as I see like the bill and they're like, you have 5 days left. I'm like, I'm paying it all. I don't do the credit rollover credit thing because I think people get in a lot of trouble financially with that.
I definitely agree with you there. One thing my mom taught me when I was younger that I have been able to put to very good use, especially when we were at the newspaper and maybe not making all of the money. You'll get the offers of like, hey, you can pay 0% for 15 months, 12 to 15 months. You just have to pay a 3 to 4% fee on whatever size check you write yourself. You might be in a season of life where you're like, that's fine. I need the money for a variety of reasons at that moment. And then the interest doesn't hit for another year. So hopefully your fortune's turned and you can pay it off.
Your kids that are getting into baseball, this is something that I was like, hey, I bought this bat. It's a Louisville Slugger Atlas. It's their new edition. The only reason I know what great bats are is there is a YouTube channel called Bat Bros. And it's a guy who used to play, it's some guys, they used to play college baseball, and they review all the bats that come out. So if you're ever wondering hey, this one's 379, this one's 350, what makes them different? I don't know. But these guys test all the bats out, and they use the machines that show the distance they hit them, the velocity they're hit at, and everything. So if you're ever wondering, as your kids get a little bit older, obviously they can't test like a drop 10 bat. They're adults. It just is too.
Sure.
So, but they do test your USSSA drop 5s when you kind of get into that 10 to 13 age, and when you get to kind of 13 to high school, the drop 3s, which are BB core bats. They do all of this. So if you're ever wondering, hey, my kid's getting into baseball, I don't know what a good bat is anymore. Is Easton a good bat? Louisville Slugger? They make multiple bats. Go to Bat Bros on YouTube, and
somebody just texted that in.
They will they test out all of the bats, and they consider right now the Louisville Slugger Atlas, and then they consider the War Stick bat. I'm forgetting, it's kind of a hybrid bat. Those are their two favorite bats right now for high school players.
A wide-ranging expressway we had right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com tells us how many tables he has at his place next to the Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece show.
Else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, in fact, a shout-out Friday. We've been rolling through these shout-outs all day long from the 904. Shout-out to Bassick. He's obviously good with baseball, but also basketball, football, and professional sports in general.
Oh,
That's
man.
from Ed in Denton.
Thanks, Ed. Is he too tall?
We'll have to, I'll have to look into that.
I added 2 more tables in the break. There's one by the front door, like as you walk in, you put your keys on it, and there's one behind the couch. Do those count as tables? Like we're not eating at them, but sometimes I sit my drinks on them and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to eat.
I guess we
at
have
a table.
3, to be honest. We have a dinner, like a dining room table, and we have the coffee table.
Yeah,
that my wife. It's just like a big like platter thing with decorations
gold-plated,
in it. Yeah, and then we have another table.
I got 6.
Another
is what I'm
coffee
counting
table.
at this point.
So Corey's really lording
and then my
it
work
over.
table.
I know, see?
And then I
He's
got a
still doubling
table
me up.
in the patio outside.
Oh,
we got
my
we
God.
got 2 tables out there. So
A couple more quick shout-outs from the 214. Shout-out to 105.3 The Fan and Sean and RJ. After 2 years of trying to win tickets, I won Cat Williams tickets. Thank you very much. And then shout-out to my little nephew, Hudson. He received the golden ticket for his first week in school and got shouted out on the morning announcement.
he's going to Wonka's Chocolate
Let's
Factory.
go, Hudson.
Nice.
Now it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
We got Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com.
Kyle Yeomans.
Hey, thank you very much. Kyle, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, guys. I just feel it's almost like it's Christmas Eve, but not just quite Christmas Eve yet because football's so close.
It is very close.
Meaningful, legitimate football. I mean, North Texas starts next week. Got the Cowboys' final preseason game tomorrow. It just feels right. It feels like we're back.
Then why did you describe it as though something terrible is about to happen to you? You sound very downtrodden when you talk about how excited you are.
Well, that might just be the lack of sleep from having to deal with triplets, Kevin. That might just be the fact that my energy is lower than it normally would be. Do you want me to like yell? I mean, I can like maybe.
No.
We had a lot of that in the last hour. We don't need it.
Oh, sick. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure you guys have been pretty busy here on a shout out Friday.
How many? Yes, shout out Friday is always a busy day. How many changing tables do y'all have? Do y'all just have the one changing table, or do y'all have multiple?
Quality question.
So we've got, that is a great question. We've got one changing table like across the board that's like the permanent one, and then we've got like 2 or 3 changing pads that are like just ready to go dual welding at any point, like just make it happen. So yeah, just the one for now.
I think I seriously think this. You should write a book and all the differences between what having triplets is like, versus what every other like one child parent has like.
Okay, can he write a second book? Hear me out,
What?
Kyle. I'm not
He's gotta write
kidding.
the first one
no,
first,
I know,
Kevin.
but hear me out. I think this would be a huge book. It's called The Triplets, and you vary every other chapter. So you start with your kiddos, and then chapter 2 is about Troy, Emmett, and Michael, and then you go back to your kids, and then you go back to the Cowboys, and so you continue your narrative all the way through, but every other chapter switches the perspective between your babies and the '90s Cowboys.
I can make that happen.
I
like
think
that.
we got something here.
I think we're cooking with an idea, and it's funny because during the media party this year, I got to talk with Troy for a little bit, and I told him about the triplets, like my triplets. So he knows about him. Last year during the playoff run, I talked with Michael Irvin about him. The only triplet that doesn't know about my triplets now is Emmett. I haven't been able to talk to Emmett since then. So I think we could intertwine something. Maybe that'll be like the introductory chapter. I'll get Kevin, you can write like the foreword, and then we can get like Troy to write the prologue. It'll be phenomenal.
Well, and we can find Emmett for you. Every year he brings us a bottle of Herradura at the Super Bowl. So we'll just say, hey, Emmett, you need to talk to our friend Kyle over here. Hey,
just have him on the C block one Friday, 1 p.m.
That's my favorite time to have him on. All right, so I'm looking at this weekend as football is upon us. I'm looking at this Saturday game. I'm curious, Israel Mukwamu's like place on this team. Where does he stand here?
Yeah, he's kind of. I think at this point it's very similar to what Nahshon Wright was going through. I mean, he's been around the program with Dan Quinn. He was a Dan Quinn guy, the lengthy corner, the guy who has a little bit of position flex going back and forth between corner and safety. I've always been a proponent, a big at least encourager of putting him back at the cornerback spot. I think he's more comfortable there. I think he's better suited there. I think Dan Quinn would have utilized him there better along the way. And it looked like in the early parts of practice before he suffered a little setback from a minor injury that he was heading in that direction, but he wasn't able to continue that momentum throughout the entire preseason and through the training camp practices. So I don't know where it is. I think he and Nahshon and Eric Scott Jr. entered training camp under the microscope. Of course, Nahshon Wright has already been traded. Eric Scott Jr. has maybe one more opportunity to show out because the guys around them are just playing better. Andrew Booth had a nice game against the Raiders. The guy that Nahshon Wright was traded for a couple weeks ago. I really liked some of the things that he did, both on special teams and then on the boundary as well. Kalen Carson, a fifth-round pick this past year, has been fantastic. We've talked about him a couple times in this segment. But I think when you look at Mike Zimmer and the way that he's going to utilize this defense, he needs more linebackers. So they'll probably go short in terms of corners. They'll carry less corners on the roster, at least initially, in order to do so. So Izzy Mukwamu's on the bubble. He's trying to find his way onto this roster. And if he can't, maybe he's a practice squad guy or maybe somebody else picks him up off of waivers whenever the cut down happens on Tuesday. But I just think there's a long way to go for him and Eric Scott Jr. to make this team at least comfortably going into the weekend.
On the offensive side, specifically for the construction of this Cowboys team, if they go 6 wide receivers, does that automatically mean there will not be 4 tight ends? And I guess vice versa.
Do you count Hunter Lipke as a tight end in that scenario?
No, I do not.
Okay, so then I think you'll see 3 tight ends.
Okay.
Because they will go with 6 receivers, including Turpin, on the receiving side. So I don't think because are you putting Lipke? You're putting Lipke with the running backs, right?
Correct.
There's probably going to be 3 or 4 running backs.
Yeah.
He probably would be the fourth. I would assume. Yeah, so I think you'll see 3 tight ends. I think it's going to be a conversation. I mean, Ferguson and Schoonmaker are going to make the team because of the investment that they've made in Schoonmaker, and then, of course, Jake Ferguson and what he's done. Then that 3rd tight end spot is completely up for grabs. Peyton Hendershot's on the bubble. John Stephen Jr. is on the bubble. Brevin Spann-Ford, I think, is a guy that they would love to keep around,
yes.
Especially for some special teams work, too. I don't know if it's completely out of the question that they take 4 guys, but I think they're taking 6 wide receivers. So if they're going to try and make up a spot elsewhere, it's probably going to be 3 tight ends, and you're going to have to roll with it and make some really tough decisions.
All right, to go along with that, you just mentioned somebody who's on the bubble, Peyton Hendershot. Do you think it would be out of turn if I said it feels like he's slipped off the bubble and like he's no longer the last 4 out, he's like part of the next 4 out?
Oh, well, we're going into March Madness.
Yeah. That's the best analogy I could think of.
No, that's pretty good. I liked it. The thing with Hendershot is it's taken. He's had to do it with limited reps because he had to sit out because of an injury in that first preseason game. Wasn't very active in the second preseason game. I mean, going into the year, it was tough for me to see Peyton Hendershot making the roster, period. I think he's done enough, at least through practices, to be close to the bubble. Like you said, he may not be in the field of 64, as we're talking about it in March Madness terms. Maybe we could say field of 53. We'll say it that way. He may not be in that field and may not be on the active roster, but he certainly still has a chance. One or two big plays is all it would take, because this coaching staff and this team does like Peyton Hendershot, and they've liked what they've seen over the last couple of years. But at the end of the day, it is a numbers conversation, and that's all it is it's numbers and investment. And a lot of times teams will go with what they've invested in, which in this case, they're all undrafted free agents. John Stevens Jr., Peyton Hendershot, and the one that's been invested in most as an undrafted free agent was the contract that Brevin Spann-Ford signed this past offseason. So I do think he's behind the eight ball a little bit, but is his fate already shipped out and sealed? I don't think so. I think he still has some ways to improve.
Will a running back make or be cut from this team based on what happens Saturday?
Oh, man. I think there's a chance for that. Somebody can certainly make the roster. I don't know if anybody's going to be cut because of something that happens tomorrow.
Okay.
I think if let's say Deuce Vaughn goes off and he has a phenomenal game, he could make this roster on the 53-man immediately in that regard. Not to say he's maybe on the outside looking in here, but I think he's another guy that there's a tough decision going to be made with him and Lipke, Royce Freeman, Ezekiel Elliott, Snoop Connor. They like him too. He would have to really show out. Snoop Connor in the same way. I think he would have to show out in order to make the roster straight up at the 53-man too. So, sure, I think they can make the roster. If they're going to get cut, I think they're going to get cut already. I think that decision's probably made, and now this is an opportunity for these guys to show out and try out for the other 31 teams, or to try and solidify a spot on a practice squad somewhere. So, it's always a possibility going into that final preseason game, but still a lot to be decided in that running back room.
Switching gears just a little bit, I have to admit I'm very surprised the CeeDee Lamb deal hasn't gotten done yet. What's your personal kind of drop dead point that you're like, if it's not done by then, I'll believe he will miss a game? Because I understand, I think most of the Cowboys fandom still thinks he'll be there for the opener.
Yeah, and I'm part of that. I think he'll still be there. That's a lot of fines and a lot of missed time that he's going to have to have the confidence that the front office will waive if he's just going to continue missing games. I mean, each time he misses a preseason game, he's fined $1 million. I mean, it's straight up a
regular season game.
Preseason, even preseason games, because it's 1/18 of your contract, and he's getting paid $18 million. So every time he misses a preseason game, it's $1 million too. So it's been $2 million already on the board. It would be $3 million tomorrow. Of course, he is not going to be there unless something miraculous happens. And then, of course, whenever they get to the regular season side of things, that happens too. So at least that's my understanding of the rule. I've been wrong before, but the last time I looked it up, he's being fined for each practice that he misses and significantly further for each preseason game that he misses as well. So I do think he will be there for September 8th. And I think he does have some confidence that the Cowboys would waive that if a deal is reached between now and then. But I still am surprised that it's there. And then you asked about a drop-dead date. I still think that drop-dead date is probably next week. And we had talked about this, I think, 2 weeks ago. You asked me, like, when is your confidence level waning on him getting ramped up the right way?
Yeah.
And I said it was when the team got back to Dallas, when the team gets back to Frisco. And, of course, they landed back in Frisco today. So I think from this point forward, every day that he misses is another opportunity to ramp up the right way and be ready for that September 8th opener. Do I still think he's on the roster and he's still on the field for that time? Yes, I do. But every day that passes from here on out, I think both sides are probably finally starting to see a digression on what they probably want to see.
From the 214, I just pre-ordered the triplet book online.
Yes.
Cannot wait. So, Kyle, they're already
telling you, we got a hit on our hands.
Man.
Dude, that's a New York Times bestseller waiting to happen. I love it.
There you go. You and Stephen King right at the top of the list. All right, man. Thanks a lot for joining us today. We will talk again with you next week, man.
Yep, sounds good, guys. I'll have a rough draft to you in your inbox by Thursday so you can read it going into Friday.
Oh, fantastic.
Awesome. There he goes.
Man,
Kyle Yeomans.
I like the idea of Stephen King and Kyle competing for the same audience. Like, not just the book reader audience.
If they're writing about the Cowboys the last 25 years, they're both whores.
Horrors.
Horror.
I think I said it right.
Yeah, I get that too. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Sigh. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you still care about the Little League World Series? Plus more of your shout-outs and Masterpiece of the Week. It's going to be a jam-packed segment next on The Fan.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There it is, a 10-strikeout, complete game performance from Julian Hurst. And Bernie moves within a win of the United States Championship game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a minute. Also want to get out more of your shout-outs from the 361. Shout out to my wife, Sunshine. That's a cool name. Because she is what a guy dreams of, but exceeds that. And she has to be a Tolo because we both work from home. Hopefully you'll get it to the point where she likes that. And she's like, I enjoy being
I want a home
Tolo.
job. Remember COVID?
I do.
It wasn't a home job for you.
That is true. Yeah, I don't have, it's funny. Well, maybe we need to talk about this.
You have a
another time.
Kevin room.
I don't have that same experience as everyone was like, you couldn't go out and do anything. And I was like, I pretty much did the same thing. Like I still got up, went to work. There was no traffic. Which
You're
was
the
delightful.
reason.
From the
Remember gas was under $1.
So nice.
214. Shout out to my wife for taking care of our 2-week-old Breck. She's a rock star since I'm back at work. Tolo, #UPS driver. Now, I've been wanting to do this segment all week.
Oh.
Now it's good timing.
Masterpiece of the week, yeah. It's
We'll get to that in a minute.
Come on.
Do you still care about the World Series? And if not, when did you care about the World Series?
We just won the damn World Series.
The Little League.
Oh, the Little
World
League.
You
Series.
didn't say Little League.
The Little League.
I knew what you were talking about. I just wanted to bust your.
I know. Yes, I'm familiar. The Little League World Series. No, Texas is in the U.S. Championship game, and I believe they've only won the Little League World Series twice.
Okay.
The state of Texas.
I didn't even know. So I would say I watch it when we're like here. If it was on right now we're watching Washington versus Miami highlights of football, I guess. If it's on and I'm kind of stuck in that place, I'll watch it. But when I go home, I don't turn on ESPN and watch the 13-year-olds play baseball.
If Texas was in the final, would that change your mind at all?
The World Series, like versus whoever's on the other side.
Chinese Taipei is the favorite.
I guess where's the Texas team from? What city?
Bernie, like right outside of San Antonio.
That's near the in-laws' house. Like that's the city next to their city.
That is very cool.
Bridge. Yeah.
But I guess I would tell you, I'm obviously not paying too much attention to it because I didn't even know a Texas team was in it.
So they play the U.S. Championship tomorrow against Florida, and because there's betting odds for everything, I can tell you that Texas is a massive favorite tomorrow. They're a -275 over Florida, and then Venezuela and Chinese Taipei play in the other semifinal, and then obviously the winners will move on to the championship.
Is it spelled BOERNE?
I believe that is correct. No, I believe it's BOERNE.
Thanks.
I don't think
there's Burn It also. There's Burn It and Bernie.
This is a different thing.
Okay,
All
gotcha.
right. When did that change for you, Mike? I'm guessing that as a kid who loved baseball, you were into
I definitely
the Little League.
watched it.
Okay, what age or what range do you think that changed?
I'm going to guess in my 20s.
Okay.
But it would be on in the clubhouse. Like right now, if the Rangers aren't at home, but if you went into the clubhouse when it opens at 3:00, there's about, 6 or 7 TVs, and at least one of them is going to be on the Little League World Series. So you would peek and look and see what's going on, but I don't know. I guess I can't remember the last time I was really invested.
Okay.
I can remember stories, right? The Chicago team that was good, but then they cheated. And
I was in my early 20s. Me and my roommates were like, we'd turn it on and just kind of hang around the house and do stuff, and it was on, and we were kind of excited about it.
Yeah.
But not the same way I was when I was a kid when I was watching, because when I was a kid and I was watching, I was like, I could be there next year.
Yeah.
I really thought I could play. Which team do I need to get on to get to this? I didn't know how it all worked or anything. But when we were in our early 20s, I go get a haircut at Sports Clips because that's where we had in Plano. That's what we have is Sports Clips, and so I go get my haircut. They have it on, so it's gonna be on, and I'll watch it. But I have no clue. Like Burrows, we knew who he was. We knew some of those names when we were younger.
Oh, Sean
Burrows. We knew, and his dad played. So all those things like stuck. They don't stick with me the same way anymore.
The girl who pitched was a big
Monet Davis.
that. Was that 10 years ago?
Man, it's probably longer than we'd like to think.
Yeah, because we looked it up the other day. She's in college, and I think she's finishing up college, and she's a big-time softball player.
She wanted to go to UConn, though, and be a basketball player, if I remember right, when she was pitching. It was like she's a really good basketball player, too, and her dream was to go to UConn, I think, at that time.
Yeah, and I can't remember. I looked it up a while back, and it is up north. But she played some softball. She was playing third base.
Good deal.
Firing it over with that rocket arm.
All right.
I remember, it becomes a bigger story when, because at the time, Jeff Burrows was the coach of that team. And if you don't know who Jeff Burrows is or was, he won the American League MVP when he played for the Texas Rangers. But I think, didn't Dante Bichette, coach one team because Bo Bichette was in it?
Dude, I'm not sure if I do. I'm not saying that's wrong. I just don't know if I remember that.
When there's a former major league player and their son is in it and they're the coach, it kind of becomes let's watch the son,
So
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar played in it way back in the day.
He did?
Yeah.
Which one, the running back or the...
No, the basketball player.
Okay, I didn't know.
That's a good follow-up question because I'll admit I would be less interested if the football player played in it than the basketball player.
Yeah, he wasn't as tall back then.
That makes sense.
Then too.
Yeah.
That feels like that would be, I don't know, unfair. I don't know why it would be unfair.
It's a strike zone,
he
obviously.
crushes it way over the wall, but Abdul-Jabbar brings it back from the fourth row.
His hand probably touched the catcher at the distance they throw
I
at.
can see that.
The other thing, too, is did you ever think his name was Lou Al, or did you know his name was just Lou? Because when my dad would be like, he used to be called Lou Al Cinder. I thought his last name was Cinder and his first name was Lou Al.
Yeah, same. I thought there was three different names. Yeah, Lou Al Cinder.
Because he was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 3 names. So I always just thought he had he's either 3 names, but his last name was just Cinder when I was a kid.
So the team from Texas plays tomorrow at 2:30. If they're victorious, the finals will be Sunday for the Little League World Series Championship. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 682. Melancholy shout-out.
Go get Bernie,
Shout-out to my parents. Their 11-year-old Border Collie, Lily, is getting put to sleep today. I'll be holding her paw the entire time. That is a really tough situation that I know a lot of people can relate to. Absolutely. Now, let's try to cheer you up then with a little masterpiece of the week.
She said, list this.
Thanks for putting me in charge of that tough transition, Kevin Hageland. This
wasn't the toughest transition all day. The one of Baseball Nuggets was really hard.
That was a little bit rough, but let's have some fun with Masterpiece of the Week. This is where we revisit some of the funny, stupid, and or questionable moments that happen on this very show. I do want to get 2 out of the way here at the beginning. They were parting gifts from Reginald Atatula because we did the Reggie piece of the week, if you will, last week, where we revisited some of his favorite moments of his tenure. So we had some from last week that he saved for me as a little gift before he left. First off, Mike Bassick You said this.
Wait till that ass hits the ground one time really hard. Your son.
Shorty getting low. You know what I mean?
Your son playing football. That's what I was
right.
talking about. By the way, if you are still a big Reggie fan, just know he texts us all the time about how awesome the Astros are.
Mike, because
Okay,
you
hold
keep
on,
texting
yeah.
the text group
That's
of
your
that he's
fault.
in.
You texted our text chain with Reggie, and it goes, "Where are we going to be again? When we're going to be at
Specs. I just wasn't sure of which one.
But
the last group text had Reggie on it. I'm not making a new group text.
But what about Alec?
He wasn't on that one.
Oh,
Alec, you
wow.
want me to text you? Put yourself on the new group text. That's the next one I'll text.
I will
if I
get
can do
that
that.
text started
Whether
right
I need
now.
to text Kevin, Corey, or Alec, it will be on that text chain.
That's for damn sure. He's not wrong about that.
By the way, somebody did say that Reggie has a segment on his show called "Are You Better" down there in Houston.
What?
Yeah,
Copyright infringement.
Oh, you're like Tom Brady and Tom Terrific. Remember, he tried to get...
I do
And he's like,
remember
I don't care
that.
about that dead pitcher.
I do remember that.
What a callback.
What? Yeah, you don't remember that with Tom Seaver? And he was like, no, I'm the Tom.
He's like, I'm copywriting or I'm making T-shirts called Tom Terrific.
Oh,
and
I
then
do
they're like,
remember that.
that's already copywritten by Tom Seaver. And he's like, screw Tom Seaver.
wow. But
And then he
he's
had
dead.
to walk it back.
Man.
That happens a lot sometimes.
It happens. It happens. Also, this happens. It sounds like Mickey Spagnola talking about his experience at Allegiant Stadium.
It not coming home because you can't get out of that stadium even with an escort, right?
Because it definitely sounds like you went to the game with a prostitute.
Uh-huh.
Mickey's married, right?
Yes. Long time. Very long marriage.
Where is he trying to get escorts in and out of?
I think it was SoFi, right? It was at SoFi that he was talking about there. Yeah, I think
Is
so.
that San Francisco?
Nope.
That's New York.
SoFi
Nope.
is L.A.
L.A. Oh.
Or maybe he was talking about, Nevada. He was talking about the Raiders Stadium.
SoFi's Nevada? No, that's L.A., right?
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't SoFi, Mike. It was the Raiders Stadium is what he was talking about.
Allegiant Stadium.
Allegiant, yes.
We just said SoFi was in Los Angeles.
Well, sometimes I hear you.
I know, Mike. I know.
What happens the other times?
I
He's
just
like,
ignore it.
man, should I pay $84 for this Troy Aikman insert? It says it came out one in every 288 packs.
I bought a dirt card today during the show.
See, I told you.
It's the 86-87 Fleer, but it's a 2006 20th anniversary, and I've never seen it before, and it's a cool looking card. I got it for $10, free shipping.
He is rich.
Okay.
Look at all
I don't
those
have
gold
table
doubloons
to
he
put it on.
has.
He's got more cards than tables in his house.
Oh, I do have that.
Mike Bassick did pay attention when this name was brought up during the broadcast earlier this week.
Here on
Oh,
the,
Barry,
on the YouTube.
please, Barry, listen, Barry. Barry, we need you, Barry.
Oh, my God.
Obviously in y'all's heads.
Oh.
Barry's been texting in today on the YouTube. He actually was excited for Baseball Nuggets at 10:40.
Look at that, man.
Nice.
That's awesome. Who's the next Twitch or YouTuber we need to make famous? YOLO. Y'all let us. You know what? Y'all let us know. Y'all tell us on the Twitch and YouTube who we should make famous next. We have Barry Fish. He's famous. He's now a character on the show.
Perhaps Tejano Boy?
Tejano Boy's an option there. Y'all let us
figure it
know
out.
who the best Twolos and YOLOs are out there.
There's 304 people watching on YouTube.
Your face.
Hell yeah.
You'd never know.
What? Okay. Drop it. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, man, what an inside joke that is. God.
I'd like to hope this is an inside joke and it's not as bad as it sounds.
Either find a hole and just say I'm this is my hole all day. This is going to be the hole that I take care of and watch.
Offensive linemen? Running backs?
What was I talking about?
Your wife?
No.
You know what?
Heaven.
What?
Jeez.
Is that?
You
That's
just went
it,
over
dude.
Mount Everest.
Too far, bro.
Jeez.
Too far.
You are like Rocky Balboa
I
beating
really got to
Pennzoil guy.
reconsider this friendship and work relationship now.
So we weren't just gonna joke around about what that was an innuendo for. I was just
Text in
cutting
on
right
the
through.
YouTube, you 304.
God.
How over the top was that from Kevin? And should he apologize when this segment's over?
And not even just to me, to all of you.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is
All
not good.
304 of
From
them.
the 682 LMAO. Kevin, holy S, man. That's the first feedback I saw.
Yeah.
I know the exact context
Ryan
to it, but
Rutledge
I'm not going to
puts
say
on
it.
YouTube, Kevin is an inappropriate M. He's fired.
Corey, I would like to apologize to you.
Wow.
And to your wife. That was not okay.
Yeah, DJ Slowed Perp says that was a little too much, Kevin. LOL.
When you put LOL, doesn't it feel like you're like, but maybe not really?
From the 817 COD, Kevin, that was Mike's job. Not yours.
I'm not allowed. Yeah, okay. My mistake.
Back to Mickey Spagnola.
And he was hot as hell.
He certainly was.
That might be my favorite. Clearly, I can't vote for the Corey one now. I feel like I have to vote for a different one.
That goes with like the escort thing.
Mickey hot as hell now is the leader.
Your leader in there.
On the one table that Mike Bassick has, this is what happens.
I've been serving my kids alcohol for years now. Yeah, I didn't know. I've been alcoholing them up with all the wine I'm putting in the food.
Okay, so if you missed the show yesterday, we were at Specs, and our friend Eric, the pastry chef, was there, and Mike was like, no, yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. They just cook off all the alcohol, and you're good to go. And Eric, he looks at him, and he's like, nope.
Not always.
And then we dove into it, and there you go.
Yeah, it cooks out some of it, or a lot of it.
Yeah, you
it
can
just
reduce
matters
it.
your cooking temperature and stuff. He actually showed me. So I guess when I do make beef stew and shrimp scampi, they're getting some wine.
Kevin, you didn't want to vote for Corey's hole, so here's another Corey clip that you could vote for.
When Sean was posting all those pictures of his stuff, I was totally into that.
Oh my god!
I didn't even hear. Makes it sound really bad.
Yeah, it does.
What was he? It's probably brisket or something. Like
you guys
Sean,
have?
See?
Oh, you know what? It was a hole. It was Sean posted. His pool holes.
Okay, so you should. I swear to God.
He was.
I
Sean got a
shouldn't.
pool
I'm sorry.
built into his
And who
back.
should have a pool company? Albert Pool House. I did it again. It's been on back-to-back shows. Oh my god! And you know what you can fill your pool hose with? Mike Trout. They played on the same team.
What the hell is happening right now? You can fill your pool holes with Mike Trout. God help us all.
Oh, and also Tim Salmon. They were.
What the hell is happening? Oh my God.
Hope it doesn't JT Snow.
Oh my.
Freeze. Just like Freeze. Freeze with the home run against us. I think he played for the Angels at one point.
Oh man.
This show.
I don't even know where to go from here. I'm crying literal tears. All right. Mike also said this.
It's amazing how long I've lasted in multiple ways.
Man, that is for damn sure.
Oh my God.
Man, this is a stacked lineup today.
We have two more people listening now.
They like got on the horn and they're like, bro, you gotta hear this right now. This thing is breaking down. From the 806, when you get the Marconi, this will be the clip that I want played.
Oh, Brandon Bass. That's good too. Gosh. This is my favorite show, guys, of the year.
Same.
Of this year.
I hate this show.
Alec, great job today.
Thanks, man. Great jokes.
I vote for the whole segment. There's no way you can vote for one.
I'm voting for Mickey and his escort.
It not coming home because you can't get out of that stadium even with an escort, right?
He's stuck in that place with his escort.
I am. Oh man, 10 more people just started watching. Wow. All right.
YouTube's on fire.
I'm going to go with. Because it led to all this nonsense, I'm going to go with Corey talking about how invested in Sean's social media he was.
When Sean was posting all those pictures of his stuff, I was totally into that.
And I'm going to vote for it as well, just because I'm so proud that nobody caught on to it in the moment, but I have ears everywhere.
When Sean was posting all those pictures of this stuff, I was totally into that. That was great, man.
And now people are getting in on this. If you decide to change what kind of pool you have, you can add deadlift shrimp. If you need.
He doesn't even spell it that way, but it's so funny.
Probably hanging around the pool is Catfish Hunter.
Oh my gosh. Surely Mike Fisher will drive by. From the 940, was this the greatest masterpiece lineup of all time? From the 321, Mike, that joke was an 11 out of 10.
Thank you.
From the 817, I legit had to pull over because I was laughing too hard. From the 817, I am laughing so hard in the office, people are actively judging me. We had any more, you two? What the hell is happening?
That dude that hates y'all on Reddit is fixing to have a field day.
All the tubes right now.
I just want to say to that guy on Reddit, you made a lot of really, really good points. And then from the 972, the show had a really nice run. I'm very sad it's over, at least for Kevin. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Celebrating from the 214, my last day on the station. Coming up next, will our YouTube numbers continue to explode as we chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Mag Nation? Sorry, one more from the 214. Bro, I damn near ran a red light because I was laughing so hard. We need to be careful out there.
Hey,
G-Mag.
guys on the road.
Chit-chat coming up next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to all those Tolos working in hot warehouses and manufacturing facilities around DFW while listening to The Fan all day long. Thank you guys very, very much for that. Also, thank you to D&M Leasing for presenting this chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling. How are you?
I am doing outstanding. Thank you very much for asking. Now, I wanted to ask this question. I guess I'll start with you, Broadus, specifically. Besides, I realize, you know, the folks on your team are watching the training camp practices and everything else. How much do scouts watch all throughout the rest of the preseason games to be like, hey, this looks like a strong position that could be cut where we're weak?
Yeah, there's when I was in pro personnel, what I used to do is I would give each scout a team or maybe two teams that was in their area when they would go out in August. So they would not only do their stuff during the week, their schools, but then say they were down in Florida, I'd have them, you know, maybe they're covering the Buccaneers and covering the Dolphins. So then they would, on the weekend, what they would do is when we had the final cut down, we would bring them all back to Dallas. And we would kind of we'd give the categories. We'd go through each individual teams. And we'd talk about, is this a practice squad guy? Is this a claim guy? So we had an idea. I Will and them probably do things different over there with Alex Loomis and those guys. But the fact that they're already looking like they got a guy from the Giants, they have an idea of who's got surplus at on certain teams. I've been told they're still in the business right now of making some trades or some possibilities of doing some things from other teams. So yeah, they're on top of who's playing where and where the surplus is at those positions.
Who would you send to cover the baseball teams though, Brian?
Who would I? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that was a It's so funny, Dawson. You say that, and I'll never forget. Gene Michael was the general manager of the Yankees, and he's telling us what a good player Drew Henson is, and we're all sitting there listening to it like, and I'm sitting there, smart ass me. I'm thinking, yeah, Gene, you got this guy named Mariano Rivera. You might want to use him out of the bullpen. It might help your future of your team. They're giving us advice about how the guy could play.
He took 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a side of me that believes that today in today's football, the way that teams get rid of their quarterbacks, I would have killed to have an opportunity to go get Aaron Rodgers. Sure. You're gonna give me a chance to go. I couldn't get anybody. We couldn't get. We could have drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round before the Patriots did. We didn't. But that's where this is at. That was now you can at least survive losing your quarterback, and maybe that's what Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and them are thinking about going forward here as they make the Dak decision.
What's your theory on if Tom Brady gets drafted by the Cowboys with a lack of coaching staff versus getting drafted by Bill Belichick and becoming arguably the greatest quarterback of all time?
Yeah, it would have been really, really tough on him here. Jack Riley and Ernie Zampese. Ernie was a part of those Super Bowl teams and stuff like that. Troy Aikman swore by him, but Bruce Coslett. We had guys that were coaches, but not to the level of what he was dealing with in New England. And the team honestly was better built, in New England for him to have success. We just couldn't find a way to draft well enough. Probably couldn't have surrounded him with good enough players. You might not have ever seen Tom Brady have success. He might have been like Michigan Tom Brady, where he was always kind of battling to see if he was a starter or not.
Battling with Drew Henson.
Yeah, battling with Drew Henson, right.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. It is a Football Friday. We'll get Krusty's Corner there at 3:40. A lot of Cowboys content in here as they get prepared for their preseason finale tomorrow afternoon here on The Fan. But also, Eric Nadel is going to join you at 4:20. Talk about a lot of exciting things going on around this ball club.
Looking forward to that. By the way, details for the game tomorrow. Pregame starts at noon right here on The Fan. Kickoff at 3:07. And that official postgame show is going to be rocking and rolling until 8 p.m. So all things Cowboys you can find right here on The Fan. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us, hopefully, on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Somebody can't swim in that pool. They might be Brian drowning.
Isn't it Downing?
Are you going to talk about Adrian again?
Either find a hole and just say, this is my hole all day. This is going to be the hole that I take care of and watch.
If you're left.
Nutmeg maple.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. 3.5-hour show here for you today with the Rangers in Cleveland coming up at 5:30. Let's get right to it. General at your service. Salute. Happy Friday. Brian Broaddus there holding it down. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman coordinate your video. The gang's all here, and a happy Friday to you boys. How the heck are you?
We're doing all right.
Yeah,
doing all right. Doing all right.
Yeah,
doing all right.
Wow.
I think. Yeah. No.
Well,
we just got hit. We just got hit with some potential really, really sad news. And I
just don't think we can really talk about it yet.
I mean, I'm talking about in the last 90 seconds, we received really, really sad news that we will have to relay here as soon as we get the green light to do so.
Yeah.
But our hearts are heavy right now.
Can you text me?
Yes, I think texts are coming your way very soon. But yes. So, anyways, it is Friday though, so that's a wonderful deal. And Wolchuk this is the rare Friday that feels like a holiday Friday because Wolchuk's getting ready to take wife and kiddo out to the beaches of Florida.
Yeah,
and so I mean he's feeling fantastic right now.
It's probably like the definite awesome vacation vibes, but also like terrified vibes right now. I mean, I got a lot of good positive feedback when it came to the travel and the flying stuff, so hopefully this is going to be well. I'm going to think happy, positive thoughts. Think our baby's going to crush this flight.
Yeah, I'm trying to be appropriately mooded here going in, and I'm not quite sure how to cover that. So with a potentially heavy heart, I welcome you into the broadcast here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, wow. Okay, yes.
You just saw that, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. One of our let's just hope that that's not trure, buddy. And maybe we'll get the green light when we could pass that along to the audience as the show progresses. But there will be know what you're drinking, what you're thinking coming up tonight at 5:30. But maybe in light of this news, we should find some room. If this news is correct, we would want to pay our respects to one of the legends of that segment. But let's hope that is not true. We have a Jacob deGrom professional pitching appearance to talk about, guys. 2 innings of work. He gave up a run on back-to-back hits to open up the game, but then he absolutely dominated. He deGrominated. He hit triple digits on the gun. The first pitch was 99. He struck out 3 dudes in 2 innings. The second inning was 1-2-3 with a strikeout and 2 ground balls. So it's awesome to see deGrom crushing like that. And at this point, you got to believe that he's going to put this team back over the top next year. That's what I looked at last night on these highlight videos. I didn't watch the live stream, but dang it, I got enough to see that deGrom is still the freaking man and maybe the best pitcher in all the world. And my Rangers' heart needed that, gentlemen. How about you?
Yeah, man. I mean, to be hitting 99 miles per hour on the fastball, the slider was working for him. I mean, it seemed like he had the full arsenal of pitches, and the movement on that thing is absolutely crazy. So, I mean, he's a joy to watch pitch. We just got to hope that, hey, the worst is behind him. He's able to stay healthy because when he is, I mean, he's got the opportunity to be the first Ranger ever to win a Cy Young next year.
21 of his 29 pitches for strikes. That's exactly what you want to see, and that's why I think that all this stuff is good to see in terms of you get a little bit of those nerves out, and for him very, very quickly, and then immediately that's the ace dominator that he is, being able to settle in and then just get super, super dialed with it. So what a beautiful start to this comeback story.
Yeah, and you have to be super happy about that because there's got to be some hope here. You got to if you're starting to work on maybe for what 2025 can bring, this is one of those things you need to see going forward. And the most important thing, and hopefully we'll find out today, when we talk in the pregame with Jared or Eric Nadell at 420 is where are we as far as how's he feel afterwards? What did today bring? Did today, the last thing you need to hear about was that, he did all this, but there was
tricep tightness.
There's some tightness. There's some shoulder inflammation. There's all kinds of things I'm just hoping for the best for this because if it's like a positive note coming out of today, boy, that's something that this team definitely needed something like that.
I mean, there's a long way to go. He's got to prove he can start more in 6 consecutive games without getting hurt. But, everything still works, right? That's what I see. The velocity there and the accuracy is there, and the motion on his pitches is there. The ability to miss bats is already there. So I'm ecstatic. I'm ready to shut him down for the rest of this season and just get him ready for spring training. How about that?
No more starts. No more.
Yeah, he hadn't pitched a baseball in 16 months, so we wanted to make sure he could still do it, before you shut him down again for another 6 to 8 months. But I think last night proved it. Now, maybe you're thinking after winning the first series in like 6 weeks that 2024 ain't over. I did the math. If you win the next 26 straight games, guys, and Houston wins 16 of 26, they lose 10, you'll be just a half game back with 8 games to go. So you don't have to give up yet.
Okay, so you're telling us there's a chance.
Yeah, I knew this was coming.
Let's go.
Yeah.
The 26-game heater starts now.
And there might be a little wiggle room there. Maybe if you only win 22 in a row, you would be 3 or 4 games back with 8 games to play. So
what if you went on some run like that, but you ended up 1 game short? I mean, seriously, like you go on this legendary run, and then all of a sudden you lose the A's or something like that.
Yeah,
You're like, whoa, what just happened?
The entire town is just raging like we were last
Baseball
October.
Fever. Everybody's just, showing up at the ballpark. Section 133 selling out. Here we go. But
that would be hilarious. But knowing these Rangers, they would finish it, and they go on and win the World Series, winning all their road games in the process. Evaldi against Bibby tonight as the Rangers visit one of the top teams in baseball, the 73-54 Guardians. They're also 38-20 at home. But hey, you sweep these guys, anything's possible. Going to have to be at their best.
Anything's possible.
And it's awesome that Nathan Evaldi's on the hill here.
How come is this so every series now, Dawson? If we're going to get if they just sweep this series, we got a shot. We got
a chance.
Got to start now.
We got to start now. Got to start sweeping the best teams in baseball now. Is what you got to do. Okay. I'm with you.
I think you can only lose 3 more games realistically. As I look at the remaining 34 games of the season, we will talk with Eric Nadell coming up at 4:20. See what he has to think about all this stuff. Okay, Cowboys topics, guys. One that is up. Could this be Deuce Vaughn's last ride tomorrow with these Cowboys?
I hope not, dude. I hope not. I guess it could be. Yeah.
If he doesn't make the roster and somebody claims him, then it could be. I mean, I would assume that he would be at minimum a practice squad player.
No, at minimum, right. Unfortunately for Deuce is that he spent a lot of that time with you guys out there on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And he's having to rally him, Ryan Flournoy. Those guys are trying to have to rally. And hey, stranger things have happened. I always tell the story about, with Desmond Howard. And the light came down the last preseason game, and he returned a punt. And you're going, wow, okay, well, he's not going anywhere. So yeah, this is a big game for Deuce Vaughn as far as can they find things for him to do, and will he be able to be part of the 53? Walking out of camp the other day, I felt like it was probably he was looking on the outside, but let's see if he can find a way to get himself back on the inside.
At one point, Kellen Moore walked off a field and put down his shoulder pads and picked up a collared shirt and said, "It's time to be a coach." And I don't know, might be about 6:30 tomorrow night for Deuce Vaughn. He went for 7 yards a carry last week, and still nobody is, giving him appropriate excitement. I hope he goes out there and dominates. He's definitely good in the preseason.
He very well could, and I've been in that room before where performances have swayed Jerry Jones to the point like, we can't. And the big push is Malik Davis, and the Malik Davis love, I believe, is coming from Bones Fossil, because he's in a situation right now where he has no running back other than Hunter Lipke that really plays special teams, and so
that's the biggest thing working against Deuce.
Yeah, absolutely.
Malik Davis is like his personal protector on the punt team and stuff, and that position is usually given to a guy like Jeff Heath and Barry Church and guys like that. Darren Woodson was one. That's a guy that you really, really trust and like. And Bones Fossil, if you get down to tomorrow's game, will be about Bones Fossil's guys. It'll be about the final 4 or 5, because those are all guys that if they're gonna make the team, something special teams wise is going to have to come along with them.
Okay, and then another topic. I don't know if you guys have any, Cowboy topics that are forcing their way to the front, but I like the, who's your QB2 discussion.
That's
a little
big.
bit yesterday.
That's big.
What you said yesterday definitely gave me something to think about here. If they're going to come into the game thinking, let's run the hell out of the football, then I think we should be thinking more Trey Lance.
Right.
If that's legitimately going to be in the game plan, because I'll tell you what, if he would go out and run for 70 yards and pass for 220, I think he'd be a very, very good trade asset, and you'd be able to recoup more than what you gave up for him if he would get into a game in the first 8 weeks of the season and you did run the hell out of him.
Yeah, that you saw a glimpse of the game plan. If Trey Lance is the second quarterback, you saw the way that Mike McCarthy will call a game against the Raiders. He wouldn't dare call the game like he did against the Rams with Trey Lance throwing the ball 40 times.
Yeah, you got to use his legs. I mean, that's his best attribute. And you got to get the feeling that, especially with everything that came out and, Jerry and they kind of made that decision to trade for Lance and supposedly McCarthy. Jerry's probably going to push for Lance to be your number 2. I would guess he would like him to win that job. And if that's the case, and your sponsor's the owner, I think you're the number 2 quarterback.
If he's the number 2 quarterback, then he is in play for potential quarterback here in 2025. If he's the third, I would say maybe not.
To me, it's if you needed to win a game, I feel like, and under the impression that Trey Lance is going to be running the football plenty, which I think that would be a no-brainer, obvious deal. I mean, he ran it 7 times in the game the other night.
Yeah.
So I would expect double-digit runs. And, I mean, he's a 2-2 quarterback, super small sample size. He's a 500 quarterback. And that's before any of the growth that he's hopefully had between basically his rookie year and now. So I think the running aspect to that is huge. And I would rather him play in a game over Cooper Rush in a heartbeat.
Yeah, the running thing is big. That modern defense is daring you to run, and most people are turning that invitation down out of health. But once you get to your backup, it's like, dude, we have a major advantage to throw a curveball here that maybe the defense isn't ready for. And if we're serious about running this guy, I think you can give defenses fits and put them in situations now where said quarterback can get advantageous matchups on the outside and down the field.
Let me ask you guys this question. I don't know if I have. Maybe I did.
I think you asked me this question.
If you were 7-1, and something happened to Prescott, who you want playing quarterback?
Trey Lance.
I think Trey Lance. Let's put it at 15 runs a game. Now I'm Trey Lance. If we're under 10, I don't know if that's enough. I think Cooper Rush's understanding of the offense and his accuracy is a big thing here. And as surely a pocket quarterback, he would dominate Trey Lance.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, I went Cooper Rush as well, because I think if you're 7-1, it means your defense is badass. So it's a similar situation that you saw Cooper Rush go 4-1.
Just don't go lose us the game.
Right, exactly. I know Cooper Rush isn't going to lose it for me. Now, Trey Lance, I think, has the ability to win a game for you more than Cooper Rush does.
Right.
Yes.
But I also would worry, does Trey Lance have the ability to lose that for me? He might. Cooper Rush isn't going to lose you a football game. He's going to do the right thing.
I mean, he will. I mean, if you give him enough chances, he'll throw a bunch of interceptions versus some teams.
The Eagles, he did. You're right.
That game.
Yeah, he did.
But we're talking about one game, and for one game, you know that for 4 quarters, he can be just enough. He can go score 16 points.
Sure.
And
just manage
not
it.
turn the ball over, that kind of deal. So I understand that perspective. 7-1, here's Cooper Rush, because our defense is awesome, and just don't go lose us the game.
Right.
I guess I get that.
But if I had, I'd much rather just see Trey Lance.
But the idea of wanting to see what you have, if anything, in this dude.
Yeah, me personally, I kind of feel like playing Trey Lance is the right answer here. But but if you said, okay, team is 2-5,
then it's Lance 100%.
Trey Lance all day. But the team's 7-1. Do you feel like that Trey Lance, could he be? I'd still go with it. I'd still go with it and see what you had. Even though I know everybody out there saying no, Broadus, he'll win 4 games. If you're 7-1, that means that gets you to 11. That could get you to division. That could get you in the playoffs. That's what they're thinking.
I'd have no problem though with Trey Lance in any scenario being the guy that you went to. But I get what you're saying about Cooper Rush just not losing you a game.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might want to take a seat and pour yourself 2 shots of rock and roll tequila for this announcement. One of our favorite Tolos, an absolute legend, Kenny and Quinlan, has passed away. Okay, that is the news that we were reacting to behind the scenes to open up the show, confirmed by his daughter and son, who we know Kenny was so tight with, just moments ago here on the text. So, nothing but condolences and prayers for Kenny's family and friends, of which he had thousands.
He did.
A smile that could absolutely light up a room. Like one of the more interesting callers I've ever had the pleasure of joining us on a regular basis. A legend there in What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking. He captured the spirit of the segment.
He sure did.
Better or as good as anybody that's ever done it. And definitely, never be the same without him. So, an absolute stunner.
Yeah, the thing about Kenny is that, he always cared about everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
He always took the time, and I always appreciated. He didn't know my mom and dad, but he always said, "Hey, shout out to Mom and Papa brought us." And you're like, bro, you don't know my family, but I do appreciate you thinking about him in that way. And the way when you saw him when we go on these remotes and the interaction, he was so proud when he would introduce himself. I'm Kenny from Quinlan. And fans would go, oh, Kenny. And he just, as Dawson said, he'd just light up a room that way, talking to him, and the stories, the interactions, the crazy hats he'll bring you, the fishing hats and socks and gloves. I mean, he was a thoughtful, loving, caring guy. He did. Yeah. He cared a lot more about everybody else than he did himself.
Just sweet man.
And I'm gonna miss that dude. I really am gonna miss that dude. I think we're all gonna miss him.
Yeah, and he kept a book of all of his call-ins for What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking. And, I mean, that's a tough one. That's a legendary Tolo right there. Thoughts and prayers with him and his kids and the grandsons, Landon and Maxon.
Yeah. The hockey-playing kids. Yep.
Yeah, hockey-playing grandsons.
Yep.
Shout out to those guys, man. They must be missing their papa something fierce.
Yeah.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Take care of yourselves out there. Why I might have to reevaluate picking the Cowboys to win the division. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30 here, and we're back in the nation. Yeah, buddy, let's go. We have some post-training camp predictions here for you in the nation. We're 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. What do you think? The Franklin Injury Returning text line is open for you. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the nation. Segment's brought to you by Soda, the state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, I've been down on the Eagles. I don't think they are a real contender at all, but I saw a story today that could reverse their momentum in a pretty significant way.
I think I know where you're going.
I want to know if you guys had the same reaction to it. Yeah, we were just talking about that with Trey Lance, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
And the story is that Hurts feels good. He feels healthy. And Kellen Moore likes his decision-making, and maybe running Hurts is going to be back. I think he only ran for like 200 yards last year.
Yeah, I mean, CBS Sports had the story about how he was hurt and he was banged up, and we talked about it a year ago. Like, would he want to change things up? And he clearly was not wanting to run like he did in his MVP caliber season when they went to the Super Bowl. He was definitely not very aggressive with his legs. Now, supposedly in some of their most recent practices, he's been taken off. I mean, my question would be, like, that's great news if you're an Eagles fan. I think that's good. I mean, that's when Jalen Hurts is at his best, when he's running around, and then it also creates pressure on the defense. They were able to hit a lot of deep balls on that with him scrambling around. Then you get Devontae Smith behind the defense, A.J. Brown. Now you add in Jahan Dotson to that equation. But Kellen Moore has just never worked with a running quarterback. So I think a lot of that was Shane Steichen, who's now the head coach of the Colts, and they had really good designs. I mean, they had play designs for Jalen Hurts to use his legs. I don't know. And look, it's not to say Kellen Moore's not capable. Maybe he will surprise us all. But we had the Kellen Moore experiment here. We saw last year with the Chargers. That's not a wrinkle that he's really ever had in his offense. Now, has he had a quarterback with the mobility of Jalen Hurts? No. So maybe that is something he's able with Nick Sirianni to add in there. But I think this is something where, yeah, it's a concern because I think it makes him better. That's when he's at his best. But I got to see it to believe it when it comes to a Kellen Moore offense.
Yeah, it definitely opens up the possibility. I think Jalen Hurts running with his power, it's one of the most unstoppable forces in the NFL and creates, like really easy situations out of short down and distances. It makes them clutch on the goal line. It makes them clutch on 4th and 1, even 4th and 2. I think there's so many advantages to it that if he's looking at it like this is something I have to do to be one of the greats, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to be one of those and help my team perform on the ultimate level, that's real leadership. It's not real leadership as a quarterback to say, well, I want to extend my career for the next decade, so I'm not going to run to help the team because that might get me hurt. And I think it absolutely could tip the balances of power. What do you think, Brian? Am I overestimating its potential?
No, I think that you're onto something here. What I was interested, I was just kind of looking at the metrics with what they're doing and their scheme, and we get so locked into what we're doing here with the Cowboys, but I was just curious about play action numbers, and I was just looking at all three quarterbacks for them, and they don't have Hurts as part of it, but it seems like he's kind of going a lot more with Kellen Moore has gone more to the play action stuff because Kenny Pickett this season he's in the preseason is 10 of 11 on play action passes. McKee, the quarterback from the Stanford from a couple
Tanner
McKee, 7 of 11. Will Greer, 3 of 5. It seems like to me maybe some more play action passes. So if you're doing play action passes, that's playing under center quite a bit. And maybe if are you going to run your quarterback from under center? I don't think you're going to do that. So if we start to see more of those play action numbers, I kind of feel like that. Yeah, I don't know how much you would want to play Jalen Hurts from under center anyway.
Sure.
To be honest with you, so this might be Kellen Moore might be showing us something completely different than what the Eagles are going to do this fall when it comes to their offense.
Well, good news on Texas Tech product Douglas Coleman, the Bears defensive back, out of the hospital after suffering an injury in last night's preseason road win over the Chiefs. He was hurt making a tackle during the second half, first play of the second half, tackling Cornell Powell near the Chiefs sideline. I don't know if they thought that was gotten spinal or something, but he did give a thumbs up to the crowd as he was being carted off and then released from the hospital this afternoon. So congrats to Doug Coleman there. Not too bad. All right, it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Oh, what a day, oh, what a day, what a day. What a day.
Friday.
Yeah, Friday, man, Friday. You never know.
Never know.
You never know when the good Lord's going to call you. Gotta stay on point.
Yep.
That's why I put that weekend warning out, too.
Yep.
You never know. Don't play with them. Don't play with that time. God bless you, Kenny. God bless you, Kenny.
Yeah.
All right, so how many days is this for Mr. Broadus? Broadus is our winner, by the way. He made fun of Sean Sharif on his own show. Broadus switched his voice and turned his voice into Sean's voice. It was uncanny. I had no idea who was talking at some points.
I think he's going for
Yeah, I think he's going for 4.
It's
Yeah.
4?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get right into it because I have a lot for you today.
All right.
I was thinking you two need to fight more on these shows.
Uncanny.
Two idiots going at it. Not very strong.
I was hoping the fight was worse. It wasn't that
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. You were hoping that you'd have to talk to me and go, hey, I'm thinking about posting this. What do you think? What do you think? I'm thinking about for the ratings here. If you and Bobby would if you met with each other and hit each other in the face, that would be better. What do you think? I'm cooking a brisket. What do you think?
Oh!
I'm using my thermopin and some foil.
Send this over for G-Bag of the day.
I'm making a boat out of the foil. I'm making beef tallow while I'm doing it.
Wow!
I'm use the beef tallow from some beef stroganoff. Who you liking at quarterback, Broadus? I hate everybody you like anyway. Sometimes you're a little bitch,
man. The cackle.
I can't believe you. Hold on. Every time.
Stuff.
That's incredible.
Vote for the cackle.
Wizard Fozzie.
Vote for the cackle. Here we go.
Oh, what? What'd you say?
Nothing. I was just, here we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. I was getting my vibes right.
I don't know, Luce. I'm sorry. Women's volleyball came on air.
Is it? What channel is it on? Well, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Man, you've been saying a lot of wild things this week. Yesterday, you remind me of Notorious B.I.G. song, Big Papa. At the very end, where Puffy said, hey, tell your friends to get with my friends so we can be friends.
We can be friends, baby.
Yeah. Broadus said,
you pick your best 3 eaters against our best 3 eaters, and we're going to do it at the club.
You want to have an eat-off?
The eat-off at the club.
At the club. At the club, we're having an eat-off, too.
Right.
Magic City.
I've been thinking about that.
Bring them wings.
I'll be the judge.
Bring your best eaters, bro. Bring your best eaters.
Who's your best eater, man?
Your best eaters.
Start making calls.
I have been saying some wild things.
Broadus Mink is dragging on the floor right now. Bring your best eaters. I got some eaters on deck, fam. All right, let's get to this one. Oh, yeah. Eric, you played this yesterday. As soon as you played it, I said, that's a G-Bag of the Day nominee right there if I've never heard one.
Heck yeah.
Mr. Chuck Martin.
Chuck Martin, baby.
Miami, Ohio head football coach. Bama stole our kicker.
That's right.
All right, special teams lost your kicker. Carter McLaughlin.
He's at. We didn't lose him. He's at Alabama. We know exactly.
I understand.
We know exactly
that.
where he's at. You media people, it's all pretend. No, Alabama stole our kicker.
They illegally
recruited our. They illegally recruited our kicker and stole him from us, and that's a fact. But that's but we act like it's not. We live in this la la world. Hey, let's not talk. I don't know why everybody knows what's going on. So.
Just call it what it is, man.
Alabama.
Make it plain. Yeah. Make it plain. Shout out to Chill, too, man. Shout out to Chill. Fort Worth Star Telegram, and he's stepping away from that situation.
He is.
Really?
Yeah, I seen that. I seen him post an old school photo when he first arrived until now, and I just thought it was like a social media thing.
Yeah.
No, man, my man was stepping down, bro.
Yeah.
Here's some Crown Royal for you, son.
And the cigar.
And the cigar. What else we got right here for you boys? Oh, might as well do this one time for that boy Kenny. Here's the story.
Today, I want to tell you a story about my friend, the quarterback.
Okay.
He did a lot of things in his life, but in any case, he never swam the Jordan River.
Okay.
Local boy, played UNT, played a little Canadian football.
All right.
I happened to see him one day a long time ago. He had his head down, and he was real disappointed. And I said, "What's wrong?" He told me, he said, "Well, I'm going through a divorce." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Well, I picked this girl. She was my first draft choice. And I'm really, really disappointed. I thought she was a tight end, but I found out she was a wide receiver."
Ring him up.
He said, "What happened? What happened?"
Oh, man. Kenny.
Yo, what happened? Wide receiver.
That is
man. R.I.P. Kenny, bro.
My man had 1,000 of those jokes. Too, just ready to rock.
Yeah, all the time. All right.
So full of life.
Man, come on, dude. Rock and Roll Tequila, I never heard of it until Kenny jumped on.
Never.
He made him famous.
His funeral better be sponsored by Rock and Roll Tequila. And everybody can get 2 shots. Two shots before you say bye to Kenny. Okay, let's go to Bears rookie quarterback Austin Reed. You guys familiar with this cat?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Brought studied him, man.
Wilchuck. No, you never heard of this cat?
Don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm trying to figure out where he's from too, by the way. So that's good. Because he hit me with a curveball. I had no idea. Doing the rookie talent show for the Bears.
Yeah.
He did some classic R&B. Well, not too classic, but it's a classic now. It's a certified classic. Did a little Keisha Cole right here. Didn't see this one coming.
I used to think that I wasn't fine. Okay, white guy. I used to think that I wasn't wild enough. I won't waste my time trying to figure out why you playing games. What's this all about?
Let's go.
And I can't.
Let's go.
What you see.
Get it, here we go. Let's go. Come on. Hey, Austin Reed in the building, fam. Austin Reed hit me with a classic curveball right there.
Oh, wow.
Just because I did not see it coming from his generation.
Yeah.
Pride of Western Kentucky.
Western Kentucky.
I mean, his generation, I just don't see him grabbing a Keisha Cole. So I'm going to sing a Keisha Cole song to y'all. I don't see that one, bro.
He did that.
The team got
hit
into
me with
it,
a curveball, man.
Wow.
Western Kentucky.
And Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
And Southern
He bounced
Illinois.
around a little
Yeah,
bit.
a little bit.
He's got to be from somewhere
He's a
else,
Florida
though.
kid.
Oh, Florida. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, West Florida Argonauts.
Man,
Argonauts.
love Keisha Cole, too. All right, that's it, brother.
Is it Austin Reed from a variety of schools, now rookie with the Chicago Bears?
A hodgepodge, if you will.
Yes.
Is it the coach of Miami of Ohio? Want you to get it right. We didn't lose our kicker. Is it Kenny and Quinlan? Classic tight end and wide receiver joke. Broadus suggesting an eat-off, my best 3 versus your best 3. Or is it Broadus' Sean?
What's the plans this weekend, Broadus? What a hole.
We can do this every weekend.
We can do this every weekend.
At the club.
You gonna run out.
I was just thinking the best way to break a tie.
I got more on deck. You gonna run out. 3 weekends.
Hey, Kenny, we need to make Kenny 5-timer. That's just an automatic.
Okay. Before the voting is underway, Kenny has been named an automatic 5-time nominee.
I'll second
and is
that,
therefore
yeah.
eligible for the G-Bag of the Year.
What you say, Dawson? He has done it.
He has done it. Back of the old onion bag. All-timer. I'll vote for Kenny as well. Chief?
Yeah, voting for Kenny.
Lucius?
Austin Reed. Is that you, Kenny Reed?
Wolchuk?
You ain't no cop, Jay Reed.
Yeah, I mean, if Kenny's already going to just be an honorary fiver, then I'll go with the Brian combo platter.
Okay. Broadus?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to vote for Kenny.
All righty. By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, his one of his greatest What You Drinking and What You Thinking phone calls of all time will be played at least 2 more times as we say goodbye. Right on. When we come back, Nation, it is time now for a little bit of Eric Chiafalo. Where are you taking it, buddy?
Little biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the Nation.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well,
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL News Today coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
We continue to mourn the loss of a legendary Tolo and human being, Kenny in Quinlan. If you're just joining us, we unfortunately took a giant L right before the show started and got the news that Kenny had passed away earlier this week. And his family has unfortunately confirmed that for us. So we're playing with a heavy heart today, and we will be thinking about Kenny each and every day, especially on Fridays. This was his day. This was his day of domination. And so we're thinking about him. Heart of gold. Great man. Sweetheart of a dude.
When we did the thing for the fan phenom, Kenny loved. Yeah, he loved going.
Oh, he showed up to every one.
Every one of them.
That thing.
He
got after it.
He got after it, and he had like all his notes and everything. I mean, he was prepared, and in the opportunity, he loved the station, and he really, really did, and the station loved him back. But man, he took a lot of pride in coming out there for that fan phenom stuff and being prepared and ready to go and giving it a crack. He was never going to back away from that challenge. Some people were like, no, I don't think so. Not Kenny. Every time there was one, he would show up.
He was ready.
He was ready to go.
He looked forward to it.
He did.
He was
really
always well prepared.
Apparently his daughter found his index cards that he would prep for what you're drinking and what you're thinking, and he was saving those to make a book out of.
Yeah.
He told
tell us about that.
a few months ago.
Man, yeah. So we're definitely saddened today and every day moving forward. We will have a Kenny-sized hole in our hearts forever, and we love you, Kenny. We love his family, and hopefully we'll get word on some type of celebration of life that will come up soon. And I would certainly like to get my way out there.
Me too.
All right, we have 469. Their biggest L is they missed the cut for the eat off that Broadus is trying to put together. Haven't gotten a phone call. 469.
Only top 4, I guess.
That's right, man. That's right. Just missed the cut. Outside looking in. 214.
Got some bad reviews out there.
We're looking for 5 stars, okay? No blemishes. 214 took a big L, found out that animal control in his particular city, allegedly in Rowlett, is useless after an unleashed pit bull charged at him and his dog for, again, allegedly no reason.
Ooh.
That's tough. It's a tough deal. That'll scare the heck out of you, man. I mean, my goodness. Any dog. But especially a pit bull. Those are no joke. 903 biggest L.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You sacrifice your dog to get out of the way?
Yeah.
My dog is supposed to sacrifice itself for me to get out of the way.
Okay.
Or
I haven't had a dog. I never had a dog like that, so I don't know.
I mean, if it's me or my dog, I'm gonna go ahead and choose me every time.
Yeah.
But I'm not the one to ask about this. I don't have a dog right now that I'm emotionally attached to.
I don't either. That's why I asked.
Walchuk could give us some.
Yeah, I mean, I
wisdom.
would probably. I think a lot of people would.
Is that a terrible question?
It was a pretty bad question.
Bad question.
Pretty awful. We should just
we'll just move on
seamlessly.
I'm glad we actually didn't even.
I think it's honest
that.
though. It's a real life situation.
I about to say, is the dog going after you?
And if my dogs are getting fed, they better go ahead and take one for the old man.
Yeah.
There's a reason they call it a dog. You know? Get after
they probably would.
For you, boy.
Most of them are.
My buddy Art, though, he's in charge over there at the Humane Society. Society in Rowlett. I think it's technically Garland, but they occasionally they have to deal with the aggressive big dogs like that. And he says what people aren't ready to do is to actually fight a dog. He said the thing you got to do is to, like, kick it and punch it. Really. And if you take on the kind of posture like, hey, we're here for a fight, you can get almost any dog to back down. If a couple good strikes.
I kind of heard you just kind of curl up and don't do anything.
Absolutely not. You better dominate.
Okay.
Oh,
All right. Well,
if you curl up, that dog's going to.
Well,
rip
no.
it
I mean,
apart.
like I've seen.
Now you're just a chew toy.
Okay. The last 2 days I've led the league in bad advice getting.
I mean, that might be for bears or something. I don't know. You stand
What other
still.
bad advice did you give us this week?
If you really leave your battery on, car battery, for 30 minutes, it'll charge completely up. That's just like, you might as well call that
I'm
one.
looking forward to Krusty's Corner
You might as
today.
well call that one Babe the Blue Ox and Paul Bunyan. That's Paul Bunyan theory right there.
Hey, I gave it the old college try
did.
with my jumper cables,
I
trying
know
to get
what
Broadus back home.
I know what I'm going to get all you guys. I thought I
need to
get,
buy some.
I thought I was going to get you guys thermal pins. I'm going to get you the booster cable deals with the little box with the little cables, and then boom, and you hit
There you go.
push that button, and that thing fires right off.
Again, like a turbo booster.
A booster. Either that or a plate of wings. I don't know which one I'm going to get you. Maybe from the club.
For a wing off?
For the wing off.
Let's go.
Our guy, Pappy, Tim and Carthage 903, Biggest L, pouring one out for his guy Kenny.
Yeah.
And his lovely wife Belinda now watching out for our rear ends, says Pappy. So
Thank you,
that's
Pappy.
right. 469, Biggest Dub. My son got accepted into UT Austin.
Oh, congrats!
How about that?
Get ready. It's a good experience, but they will send you a lot of emails about how much money you owe them.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the hook.
Yeah.
They'll be asking for alumni donations before you get through semester number 1.
They're asking me for donations for a school I didn't even go to.
I believe
There you go. Heck yeah.
Sound like the dog catcher can need some help. What was that story you read before? Extra money.
Yeah.
He also notes, though, that he will be losing his couch partner for the Cowboys games as his son goes down to Austin. I know that's definitely a big time bummer right there.
Great experience for those kids.
Huge. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. College is incredible. Right. Wolchuk had the best time in college.
Man, I never wanted to leave.
You know who took an L? Our guy Scott Servais.
Oh yeah, he did.
He was the manager.
He's out of service
for the Mariners.
The Mariners. For the Mariners.
Man, those Mariners.
But
those Seattle Mariners.
Those gosh dang Mariners.
From now on, we're calling them the Mariners.
What are you doing over there?
He learned. I just.
I'm watching Daniel Jones. What's he doing over there?
I'm being interrupted so much, and I'm trying to read things, and so you get thrown off.
Tear his ass up. That's right.
That's what happens. You start throwing different words at my face, and I'm reading, and Mariners is spelled like Mariners. Let's be honest with ourselves.
You did this yesterday to me in Krusty's Corner when I was talking about the players.
I'm sure I did. And payback is a biatch, and I can confirm that. But Scott Servais actually learned of his firing this morning from a breaking news alert on social media.
Come on, bro.
A couple hours before he was scheduled to meet with the owner.
That is crazy.
So that's how that went. And that sucks.
Oh my goodness.
And that's the way it happens
Baseball
sometimes.
go.
He's definitely not.
Shout out to Wash.
He's definitely not the first to have that happen to him, but I do imagine when
It's
you
like
get
an Amber Alert.
that old ESPN notification or whatever that you've been bleep canned.
And it's your name on there.
You're like, wait, me?
Who do I call to double? Is this? Am I getting ball sacked right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
You're getting teabagged, that's for sure. 972 Biggest Dubs survived scrimmages and kickoff. Another year of officiating high school football next week. We got a zebra. We got a Tolo zebra here in the 972.
It's a tough job, man. Good luck,
crook.
I wish Broadus could give us the local Texas high school football refereeing scouting reports every Friday.
Yes.
And just start tearing into some folks.
Hey, be safe out there, guys and gals, please.
I
I don't really mean that. Go like Dawson there for a minute.
817 Biggest L been out of work for the past 3 months for medical reasons. Big Dub, though, just got a job in the last 2 weeks. Congratulations, 817, getting back on their feet, literally and financially. That is fantastic. And the 682 Biggest L, another work road trip. biggest dub, having the Odyssey app to keep me company and stopping at Buc-ee's on the way home. Yeah, my wife's cousin is in town from Mexico. It's the first time in America, and so we did all the Texas staples as much as we could. Like, it was literally airport, pick her up. We're going to Whataburger right now. Here's a patty melt. Congratulations, welcome to Texas. And then today we took her to Buc-ee's, so she'll be repping the Beaver Nuggets and the Beaver in Mexico. She's going to be planting that Beaver flag, and that's a huge dub for her and everyone around her.
Repping the Beaver, huh?
That's right.
I love it.
Texas.
Girl power.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Biggest L, biggest dub. Most Fridays at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. All righty. When we come back, we'll Chuck. What do you, man? Sounds like you're chomping at the bit. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, man. We got a new highest paid center and the best wide receiver tandems in the National Football League. Let's do that next.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot ya, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We're going to 5:30 tonight. Rangers are in Cleveland to take on the Guardians. Coming up at 3:20, we'll give you the 10 biggest storylines from Oxnard right now. NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Big day for this center, Creed Humphrey of the Kansas City Chiefs, former Oklahoma Sooner, Carter Freeman's favorite player. He has become the highest paid center in NFL history today as he agreed to a 4-year contract extension with the Chiefs. That's worth $72 million, including $50 million in guarantees. So shout out to him, 25 years old. He's been brilliant since his rookie year. Him alongside their starting guard, Trey Smith, who they stole in the 6th round. They were both entering the final year of their deals. Sure, Smith will get a new deal soon. But my gosh, Humphrey, 3rd in the NFL last season in pass block win rate at 96.6%.
Was his parents just huge fans of the band? Did you guys in your draft scouting, did you uncover that? Or did you leave a little meat on that bone?
I was amazed. I'd never seen a left-handed center.
It's weird.
It's strange to watch him, because there's so much shotgun snap and him blocking, and usually it's like defensive linemen always attack the left hand of the center because that's the offhand or the snap hands. So I thought it was just strange. I never got into how he got his name that way. I don't know.
That feels like some oversight.
Well, thank you.
But
yeah,
I mean, you're the best in the business.
No,
You're the best in the business.
Okay, Dawson.
Hey, the deal is you've just set the bar so high for yourself. So when you fall short, we think about it. But the arm length. Somebody was talking about the Cooper Beebe arm length today. I had no idea he was a short arm dude. He's like a unicorn of a guy who has short arms, but he's still just awesome.
Giant.
Did you see how he physically looked?
It's a very interesting body.
He's dumpy.
He is.
He's dumpy.
Yeah.
He's squatty.
Respectful. You know what?
He's squatty. He's dumpy.
Respectfully.
No,
as long as you throw in just respectfully.
He's very much an old school looking center.
Yeah.
He's not a very modern looking, long, athletic looking type of a
Which
center.
is why people honestly kind of didn't give him enough credit for his athleticism.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he can move.
He's a dumpy guy. Yeah, he is.
Respectfully dumpy, yeah.
And this is great
Short
news
arms.
for Cooper Beebe because now, 4 years from now, this is just upping the center salary. So when he's up there amongst the best centers in football, he's going to be in line for a nice and fat deal. Good for him. Excited.
Yeah, I mean, Creed Humphrey has a full inch longer arm length than Cooper Beebe, and apparently that 1 inch is like a huge. I mean, he is a big time outlier. Is Cooper Beebe to have arms like that and still be a guy that can play center and clearly do it at a high level?
Yeah. Shout out to Texas Tech.
Wreck 'em.
The Mahomes family, giving them a nice donation. Patrick and his wife Brittany have donated $5 million to Texas Tech's football center project.
Is it going to be called the Mahomes Center?
This is going to be, it's part of the school's south end zone.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they're going to get, I'm sure that they'll get, is the field already? I think he's already got his name somewhere there, like on the field.
Is it AT&T Jones
Mahomes Stadium?
No, it's Jones Stadium,
Yeah,
I
it is
believe.
Jones Stadium. It is. It's AT&T, Jones AT&T Stadium is what it's called.
And I don't think they have any field rights yet.
Well, maybe that can be Mahomes. Just name it Mahomes Field.
Yeah. Well, if he gave money to a building, then they'll probably put his name on that building.
Like that west end zone or whatever it is.
The end zone, it should be the Mahomes end zone.
Yeah.
Every time someone scores,
that south end zone.
They just scored in the Pat Mahomes end zone.
You're in the Pat Mahomes red zone right now.
Oh, there you go. The
announce
Pat
that.
zone. Yeah.
The Pat zone.
Pat Mahomes red
Let's
zone.
go.
Pat Mazone?
This is the Pat zone.
I love Mazones,
You're in the
dude.
Pat Mazones. We got Jacoby Brissett. He's going to start the final preseason game. Drake May's supposed to play for the Patriots. Could be an indication that Brissett's going to end up being the dude, which I think he should be. I think Brissett should be starting and let Drake May sit and learn and groom.
Everything is.
No, I've dug in.
No, you are
dug in. You're such an
and that's fine. That's fine.
guy.
That's human nature, dude.
Oh my God.
Who's going to scout a guy and put his name on him?
I accuse Bobby of being dug in about Trey Lance.
Jaden Daniels.
I am really dug in about Drake May.
Yeah, that's your Drake May, and that's okay. But I do think like the Patriots are being very open about the idea that Brissett's the guy, even though he has actually sucked.
Been awful.
And reports out of camp are Brissett sucked, and
maybe they need to play Drake May.
Drake May is
they're probably
consistently
going
just
to end up playing him.
Just gotten better. Yeah, I don't think week 1 Drake May is your starter in New England with the way that they're talking about it. And I'm fine with that too. I'm more of a Drake May guy, like big picture. I think he could be something, but I would have no issues if he didn't start until week 5 or week 8 or whatever.
Slow play that. I think you should absolutely slow play.
Nah, let him start in week 1. Let's go.
Yeah, throw him to the Wolves. Did you see the Hall of Fame change?
Broadus just wants to see him get his ass kicked.
I just want to see chaos.
Gosh. The Pro Football
so
Hall of
bad
Fame
to
has
me.
announced a change in their selection. So basically, just for coaches, okay?
Oh, all right.
Coaches, only 1 year wait now. It's like Bill Belichick, he could be inducted into the Hall of Fame now next year.
Is that like an age thing?
It's they're afraid of.
They don't want Andy Reid having to wait 5 years.
They want to honor these guys while they can honor these guys.
Right.
Yeah.
I like it. Good move for the coaches. And then we got a new fantasy football punishment that I had not seen. This sounds a little bit brutal. Maybe you guys would be in on this.
Caddy for a golf buddy?
No. So this guy's going out there to do his fantasy draft in Vegas with his buddies. But part of his punishment is he's got to fly in a day early. He's got $20, no hotel room, and he's got to find a way to survive the night with just the $20, and he can't get a hotel room until the next day when they meet up and do the draft. So he put it on Reddit. He was asking, like, hey, can I get some tips or advice to how to make it through the night?
Gambling?
Sounds pretty awful. I mean, I guess, yeah, right? Like,
just
you
like
just kind of
penny slots?
hang out in the casinos?
Yeah, just kind of play a hand or two and hope you can get some money to. And you could maybe hit one of those buffets and just load up.
But you only have
Not for
$20.
You only got $20. I mean, you can't
No,
even
no,
go
no,
get
no, you
fish
win.
and chips from Gordon Ramsay's crappy little place.
You win. You win. By the way, that beef Wellington was the most disappointing meal I've ever had.
I know.
at
That's
Gordon
that's
Ramsay's.
so upsetting to hear.
No, his fish and chips were actually good, but it was like $50 for 4 of them and crappy fries.
I would hope that maybe you hit some slots. You hit some slots.
Yeah, some of the suggestions were like just put 20 on black on roulette or red and try and double your money.
Yeah, try and find a way to win money, enough money to eat on. That's what I would do.
Yeah, you're going to want some coffee. You're going to want something to eat. So I would say you take your $20 and you start walking to like a cheap diner. You might have to get off strip, but that's going to eat up some of your time because you want a spot where you can just hang for hours.
Me personally, I would also consider going to the sports book and betting on games and stuff and horse races and things. Maybe
Okay.
All right. $5 on
Put a couple
this,
bucks here,
10
a couple bucks there.
Yeah,
But you're pulling an all-nighter, right?
That's what I'm
is this
saying.
24 hours or 12 hours?
It's just for the night.
It's for the night. Okay.
Yeah, and then the next day they're going to meet up and do their draft.
I do
But
think
he's
the
got to
sports
fly in
book-
by himself and just be a
the
schmuck by
sports
himself
book he
for the
could
night.
get drinks. He could get.
He's got
drinks.
$20.
No, he gets free drinks hanging out in the sports book.
Yeah, but the games are going to be over by 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, but
You're just watching reruns of Sports Center like you'd be doing in bed
but
anyway.
You're
hopefully
hopeful
you win something.
You've
Picking on one
hopefully
of
you've
their
won
sofas.
enough. Hopefully you've won enough that you can go get something to eat. But in the sports book, he could sit there and probably get snacks for free, right?
This is Vegas too, right?
Right, yeah.
This is Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just stop by the dispensary, get you some gummies.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, after all the sports is off of TV, you eat those gummies, time flies. You be like, damn, it's 5:30 in the morning. I'm hungry as hell. I did it. It's over with.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, do you think they would let you just sleep on one of the sports book sofas in there? Because, yeah.
You gotta get up every once in a while and move.
I would go to a hotel lobby that has couches and stuff and just sit in a chair. Just kind of like you're, just lounging in a
Like
chair.
I'm a drunk guy that just passed
Yeah,
out.
I'd just sit there as long as they'd let me. And then they'd make you move probably. Then just move to another hotel, Just keep moving.
I think your dollars are precious, though, especially if you get into those gummies. You get some cotton mouth. You need something to eat,
Yeah, you're going to end up.
That's a good call.
Somebody
Playing
suggested this $2 hot dog place that
Yeah,
they've got
there you
there.
go.
Like, Reddit
okay.
gave him some like
Now
good
we're
options.
now we're thinking. Yeah.
For cheap food. So I mean, you basically like maybe you can dabble. You got
What's
$10.
wrong with fasting for a day, too, by the way? right?
Nothing. Get a good water fast in. Like, that could be good for him. Then he'll end up crushing the draft the next day. Hopefully, he doesn't.
There's
got
got to be a dollar slice pizza place, too, right? Dollar slice.
You know
$2.
there's vending machine
There's
pizza
vending
you can
machine
get there.
pizza.
How
that I
much
would
did
not
that cost you
recommend.
guys?
I don't even remember.
It was too much. If it was $1, it would have been too much.
I would not.
It was
recommend
disgusting
at all. Don't ever get that vending machine.
Glad we did it though. Don't regret it. Just never would do it again.
That was right outside our elevator. You did that, right?
Yeah, it was right there.
Why couldn't you go somewhere else? What were you thinking?
Well, because we've never seen a vending machine pizza before.
I mean, come on.
It's like this seemed like a revolutionary concept. We wanted to just give it a try.
Oh yeah, well you saw where that ended up.
Yeah, it didn't end up being good.
I mean, imagine you walk by a vending machine, Broadus, and you can get a bunch of ready-made crawfish. You'd be like, let me give this a shot.
There's no way.
Let me try this.
There's no way to be
But
good.
you would dabble.
No, you wouldn't.
Let me give a food review for this and post
You
it.
guys were hammered. You came in and you didn't have anything to eat. Just tell the truth.
Yeah, it was late.
I mean,
Just
you
tell
kind
the
of got us
story.
cornered now.
Tell the story.
Okay.
It was late night.
Which one of you put the money in?
Wolchuk
I did.
Okay.
He was.
And
he
Eric was over
hungry.
there encouraging you, wasn't he?
Yeah, of course. We made a whole video
It
about
can't be
it.
that bad.
I'm rooting on my guy. I wanted that pizza to be good.
He's not watchdogging it. He's guiding me.
Yeah.
It's like, you go ahead and make that bad
Then why is
decision.
he over there saying, "Oh, it was bad"?
Because we tried it and it wasn't good.
It did.
Did you try some? You bought it for him?
I
shared
tried
it.
a bite.
We shared a little bit.
How bad are we talking? Like worse than a good frozen pizza? Worse than a bad frozen pizza?
worse than any pizza you've ever had. It was cardboard crust, and then it was like they
sauce had a
the
weird
sauce. Yes, they contaminated
The
the
sauce was off-putting.
Yes,
Yeah.
the worst pizza sauce you've ever had. It left
But
a
you would
bad
figure
taste.
in Vegas, $12 I think was the price that you guys quoted me at the time. I remember that. It's easy to just put DiGiorno's in there and crank those out.
Yeah, they've really tried to outthink the room here a little bit. They tried to get a little bit too fancy. Just throw a Totino's in there and let's just go, dude. I
might pay $10 for a Totino's in a casino and
good
enjoy
stuff.
it.
Heck yes.
Maybe just give me some
Did you think
pizza
about
rolls?
that, Dawson? You were sitting at the table there when you went all in. I'd like to have a Totino's right now.
I would have. I was hungry, man.
It's delicious. All right, the top 10 wide receiver tandems in the National Football League. This is CBS Sports pumping this out. Number 10's a weird one. Maybe we're just not. I'm not giving this guy enough credit, but it's Devontae Adams and Jacoby Myers. I guess Jacoby Myers.
No, Jacoby Myers is.
He's been better than. He's got
better.
800 yards in 3 straight seasons, and then of course Devontae Adams is a top 10 receiver in football. Number 9 is CD and Brandon Cooks. 8 is DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Probably end up being Roman Dunze at the end of the year.
Yeah, Roman Dunze for sure.
7 is Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins with the Texans. I mean, you even throw that Tank Dell in there.
People are saying the Texans are going through there. All the national media people are saying the Texans are for real.
Oh yeah,
They're they say of all the places you've been, who do you like to Houston?
It's just a tough schedule for them, but that's a good football team.
Yeah,
and they hit it with the coach and the quarterback. It seems. Rams, Cup, and Puka Nacua at 6.
Ooh, that seems low.
Debo and Brandon Aiyuk at 5. We'll see if that ends up starting the season. Now there's rumors again that Washington's going to get back into the mix with Aiyuk since they just traded Dotson to Philly. Cincinnati with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins is 4.
That seems low.
I think so too. I think that could be number 1. Jefferson and Addison is number 3 with the Vikings.
I would take the combination behind.
I would too.
That group.
2 is the Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Number 1, okay, this one's probably fair. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle with the Dolphins. But I think I'd put the Bengals at least at 2.
I think the Bengals need to be up there in the mix for sure. But number 2 would be a good spot.
But I wasn't sure Lamb and Cooks would even make it. Seems like a lot of people just kind of writing off Brandon Cooks. But I think they're deserving to be on this list. I think Cooks has been crushing it in camp, and honestly, he should have had a better year last year, but he just wasn't involved in the offense. It wasn't his fault.
Yeah, every national thing that I've heard is they're much more down on Brandon Cooks than I think we are. As a number 2 wide receiver,
it's a good number 2.
That he is absolutely solid.
Well, he had to play the role of Gallup last year, and I don't think that was very good for him to have to run slants and those things. The last image you have of Cooks is getting intercepted in the Green Bay game.
With that slant,
Alexander
that
jumping
was gross.
in front of him. Yeah,
that was not a good deal there. Final thing, shout out to Teddy Bridgewater. He's a high school football coach now
in Miami, right?
In Miami,
did he get the win?
Mater. He did. His team crushed it. They won 45-0 in their debut.
They look good coming out of the tunnel. That's about all I saw.
They got some dogs, man. They got a 4-star wide receiver, Calvin Russell III. He is 6'5", 190.
Jeez.
I mean, they got an offensive lineman that's 6'6", 250. He's committed to go to Wisconsin. I mean, they got some big boys on that squad there. But 45 zip, Teddy Bridgewater in his debut. Shout out to him at Miami Northwestern.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. We have the 10 biggest storylines from Oxnard next in the nation.
Commercial free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak it out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Mac Nation here on 105.3. The Fan segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. We have the 10 biggest stories from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California here in the morning news. We'll use this to kick off a C-note here, Cowboys news of the evening. The first handful are pretty talked through. All quiet on the contract front is number one there with Dak and CeeDee Lamb. Nothing new, right, to update, guys, as far as what's buzzing?
No, sir. Nothing
Alrighty.
new. Nothing new.
Pretty quiet.
Number two, Dak as a daddy. I think that one's pretty cool. You know, we're all dads now, and you can tell how you have, just a different perspective on life. Maybe you work a little bit harder. I don't know if it's possible for Dak to work any harder or care.
He had
anymore.
a really good camp. He really did.
He did.
Yeah, Mike Zimmer challenged him, and challenged him in putting his scheme in. And Dak and these quarterbacks, it was a battle every day, because of the way that Al Harris had the secondary ready to play, Zagina, the linebackers, everybody was ready to play. This was a good camp for Dak when you look at overall day to day to day the way he practiced.
What's the most different thing with the scheme?
I think the different thing with the scheme is we've heard about the disguise part of it, and these guys are getting pretty decent at it when it comes to standing in one spot, and the next thing you know, wait a minute, what just happened? They were just there just a second ago. But they've done a really good job where he'll bring two off one side, drop one off the other. They call it back in the day, it was called fire zone, where you bring, you just try and overload one side and then drop the other side, thinking that they're going to throw the ball away from the blitz. So there's things that he's trying to do. His way of playing football is much more sound than maybe what you get with Dan Quinn. And sound with the way of protecting, like if you're gonna gamble, okay, I'm gonna limit what you can do by me gambling.
Yeah, he Ben Solak now works for ESPN, but he described Zimmer. He says his scheme matches the current wave in the NFL: custom blitz packages, simulated pressures, two deep zone coverages, which is a far cry from what Dan Quinn was.
A lot of single high. You saw a lot of single high with Dan, but Dan,
you didn't see a lot of blitzing at all with Dan.
I would be interested to see if Dan, just this is a thought, I'd be interested to see if Dan's defense would be different if they had this group of linebackers.
Offensive scheme the same, though?
Cowboys?
Yeah.
Feel like that there's there's just some to it. It's not very exciting, to be honest with you. I mean,
Okay.
Well,
you got excited. We all got excited about this offense for a good chunk of last season, and then it fizzled out, and it seemed like teams started to get a beat on what it is that you were wanting to do, and you had no answers and no counters to.
With installation, I didn't see a bunch of beaters. When you start talking about the cover 2 beaters and different blitz beaters and stuff, I didn't see anything that led me to. I'm not saying it's a bad offense. I'm just saying that there were days at practice where if they hit a play, they hit a play. If they didn't hit it, there wasn't one that just, damn again. It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Like consistent.
Well, yeah, where you're constantly
just
going,
having answers to what the defense is giving you.
Constant answers, and guys are wide ass open and stuff like that.
Didn't see that.
Didn't see that. And so
Number 3. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Number 3 on the list here, Morning News, top 10 storylines from Oxnard as we get ready to welcome back to DFW. Mike McCarthy's big challenge as far as, having a lame duck contract situation. I don't know. I think this one's kind of overplayed, guys. I think maybe a lot of people would do their best work when you have to be awesome in order to continue to work on that job. I think we have a complacency issue here.
Yeah, I think Mike is a lot like Dak. And if not here, somewhere else, and somewhere else might be, he's getting close to an age where probably they might not, they'll go for a younger guy, but his body of work is, if you presented his body of work, it's better than Raheem Morris's body of work in Atlanta, places like that.
A lot of coaches really.
Yeah, so I think Mike McCarthy, if it doesn't work here, I think Don Yee, those guys, I think they're more than comfortable moving on to somewhere else if they can.
Yeah, I get that, but I think you prefer to stay.
I don't think
move.
I don't think he's worried about it.
I don't want to get fired.
I don't think he's. It's not to them. It wouldn't be getting fired. His contract ran out.
I know, but that's kind of semantical.
That's
like
what
you're not welcome back.
Well, that's how they look at it. That's how teams look at it. But to me, I think that Mike McCarthy is not sweating this at all. I just don't.
Well, then for that reason, it wouldn't be a problem. For that reason, it would be
to
overstated.
move on.
No, it's like a negative. If it's not a positive, it's not a negative. It's kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah, I think he was looking at it as like a nothing burger. To be honest with you.
Interesting. Okay, number 4, Sir Lance played a lot. Yeah. And I guess we'll have another chance to evaluate and refresh that conversation. I don't think we need to rehash that again. Keeping up with the Joneses, number 5. Cowboys, the first professional sports franchise to hit $10 billion. You got everything going on with Joneses in the courtroom and everything. I've kind of had my fill of that conversation as well. But we get to number 6. All eyes on Marshawn Nealon, the draft pick that drew comps to Tank Lawrence. Then you had the Sam Williams injury, and here comes Marshawn Nealon, who's now expected to play quite a bit. What kind of a pass rusher we getting here? We know he's an all-around good player, Brian. Is he a guy that could maybe challenge for double-digit sacks? Are you hoping for 5 or 6?
Not right now.
High point in his career?
Yeah, not right now. It's to me, he's capable. Now, if you would have told me how many sacks was he going to get coming out of Western Michigan, I would have said 2 would have been a high number for him.
Okay. So he had what, like 5?
Yeah,
I'm looking at pressures for him.
Yeah,
more so than sacks.
His whole thing, his where he is going to help you is complete game player.
Yeah,
he's going to help you in the run defense because they were not very good on that right defensive end at that edge. They weren't good with Williams. They weren't good with Fowler. They weren't good with Armstrong. So he gives you a guy that knows how to play the run off the edge. But if he were to get anywhere between 5 and 7 sacks, I think
that's huge.
That's huge for him.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
I think that more realistically, we're probably looking somewhere between 3 and 4 would be my right now. That would be the number I think I would post for him.
You think he has potential though?
I think that he has done a lot. He's made me a believer since he's got out of school at Western Michigan because I didn't think he had pass rush ability, and he does have some of that. He's just got to figure out how to win more often.
Well, I love this storyline. I love this draft class. Committee chair Zeke is number 7 on the list. Should he be? I mean, is this a guy who deserves his spot on the roster or a guy that's just getting it because of his status?
They did a really good job of not presenting him in any way that we can evaluate him. They did. I mean, they if you don't play him, then there's no question. Now the questions are starting to kind of circulate a little bit, though. Now that you see how this ended up, like, well, okay, what did he do to earn his spot? And he earned his spot just by who he was.
Yeah,
that's how he earned his spot.
It's his status, 100%.
Yeah. Because they're like, I was watching him run pivot routes and stuff the other day. It's hard for him to run these in-out breaking routes and stuff. He's huffing and puffing and groaning and all that stuff. Trying to.
He's going into year 9, and I mean that's a dude who was running to the ground at Ohio State, and the Cowboys gave him the ball a ton. I mean, he's had a hell of a career. It's unfair to have expectations that he's a number 1 back at this time in his career.
Yep.
How many running backs do you have? 3?
Well, you have, what they would tell you is the discussion will be about Malik Davis and if he's the 3rd. You have 4.
So Rico Dowdle's on for sure?
Yeah, I think Rico Dowdle.
For sure?
Yeah, Zeke.
Dowdle's for sure on. Yeah, they didn't play him last week.
We'll see. Like I say, the fight will be where Deuce Vaughn fits in all this. Is Malik Davis a bones fossil guy, and is that going to have him play over or make a roster spot over Deuce Vaughn? That's going to be.
So if you have Zeke and Deuce on the team, you're really doing some funny stuff there at that point. That's just.
Well, I don't know how much special teams Dowdle's going to play if he's the backup guy. Your 3rd guy's got to be able to play some special teams.
And I think the hope is Rico ends up being the lead back. He's the guy that ends up getting the majority. No, 100% he hasn't stayed healthy. I mean, there's question marks with all of these guys.
Oh no, that's what you have to do. That's what you have to figure out is like, okay, which one of these guys is going to be able to stay healthy? And Dowdle is your best player. The questions about how long will he be the best player is up for debate.
Might need to go see what the Chiefs got number 42.
Yeah,
was
so their version of Hunter Lipke, really.
Dude, that guy was bumbling last night.
Is it going to be painfully obvious that Zeke's leaving yards out there?
Yes.
Oof. So do you think they'll let him ride the whole season? Do you think makes it the whole season as part of the rotation?
I think you will see if you get through the first 2-3 weeks of the season and it looks like it's going nowhere, you will see more Rico Dowdle. That's my prediction.
Number 8 on the list, top 10 storylines from Oxnard. Young players making the jump. Mozzie, Jalen Brooks, DeMarvion Overshone. What are we? We're 2 for 3 on that one. Is Brooks going to be a guy who shows up on Sundays that's producing?
I think there was some questions about going into whether who was better with Brooks or with Tolbert. I think Tolbert has clearly won that job, but Brooks gives you a little bit of advantage. He might be a guy that if you last year you didn't get enough of Michael Gallup with the vertical ball stuff. This is where Brooks can come in. I think Brooks has a feel for how to run routes to separate down the field. So I would say as the 5th receiver here right now, I think that he would be a guy that actually maybe the 4th receiver, I should say. He would be the guy that you're going to see more vertical game, and maybe that's the stuff that they missed with Gallup the last couple of years.
Nice. Number 9, the Zimmer-Parsons connection. Kind of sounds like Miyagi and Danielson here, with Micah saying pass rushing is an art, he's the paintbrush, and Mike Zimmer is the painter.
Yeah. I mean, you got to love the way that Zim can get creative with Micah and moving him around and being able to exploit different matchups. I mean, it's some things that we didn't quite see with Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn put his hand on the ground and let him rush, but he might have been forced to do that because some of the scheme stuff that he had to do because of not having linebackers. So that might be something that we'll see a little bit different.
And possibly Micah's unwillingness to want to play linebacker.
True.
Number 10, O-line optimism. I love it. I've been calling for them to get young and get new with this offensive line for a couple of years. They did it. And I think, we've seen once again, they're really freaking good at it, guys.
A healthier Terrence Steele will help the mix. You talk about the two, the center and the left tackle. The left tackle has got to get better with his hands. If he does not do that, then you're going to get a lot of holding calls this year because those hands, are outside the framework quite a bit. He is going to have to work really hard to make sure his hand placement's better, or there's going to be some trouble out there.
All righty, for more on that, let's keep it locked right here because Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Brian, what do you have in store?
Yeah, I've got some questions from my guys about this team. We will continue that next.
All right, I want to chat about D&M Leasing with you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Happy Friday to everybody out there. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. And here he is, one of the original kings of crustiness, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Before we get started, can I say thanks to a Tolo out there, big-time Tolo out there?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Can I say thank you very, 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 very much to James Hahn, who runs one of the best services I've ever been a part of. He runs a company called Diffie Battery. Him and his partners do. And you heard my story yesterday about my battery problems in my car?
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy right here not only came to my house, put the battery in the car, made sure everything about the engine was right in the car. You talk about service. Even rode around with me. Like I said, here are the keys. You want to drive? He drove around. We talked and stuff. But he made sure if you're one of those guys like me that knows nothing about cars, I really appreciate Chief, Lucius, others trying to help my situation yesterday. I had no answers. I had really no answers. That thing died last night going home. I didn't want to be a part of it. But I called these guys, like I say, at Diffie Battery.
Lucius, how funny was it? Was there any comedic elements to your time trying to help Broadus?
Nah, not really. Nah, he didn't know how to hold the cables.
Yeah,
he was like the cables were going to shock him just touching them.
He was so scared of those cables, and then
it was the index finger and the thumb as he was holding it with. Like, here you go, man. I got the
very much so away from his body.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was so funny because he couldn't just grasp the idea that maybe his battery was just completely dead because I had my jumper cables on there.
It was.
Oh, it definitely was. I'm like, dude, this should be working. He's like, are you sure the red is supposed to go on the red? I think you're supposed to put the black on the red. And I'm like, that's not how you're supposed to do it here. But
I would like to, since I'm kind of taking all this from you over there, I'd like to maybe gift you some better jumper cables. Maybe some more powerful ones. Maybe some that have some thickness to them,
They can, if there's still somewhat of a pulse, they can bring you back, but they're not resuscitating you with if you flatline, dude.
I think the battery was dead. There's no question.
Oh, man, it had to have been.
James was like, oh, no, you're carrying around a brick.
Yeah. Thank you.
But your jumper cables, if I was driving maybe a LaCar, or one of those.
I don't think that it was a jumper cable issue.
Hey, you wouldn't know that
they were there that trusty.
You wouldn't know, by the way, Broadus held the cables, that he didn't have any respect for their power.
I'm not going to lie. I've seen too many of those commercials like Shell. How to jump a car, and the battery blows through the thing. I've seen too many of those.
Well, you definitely don't want to touch them together.
Yeah, well,
don't do that.
It's a good point. 214's like, aren't you a race guy, Broadus?
Oh, absolutely.
I love the car races.
I'm not building the engine I'm like, I used to tell guys this when I was in racing, like the guys, the engineers, the engine tuners and stuff, they would go, hey, Brian, how the Buffalo Bills going to do this year? And I'd say,
but Brian, hell, you're not even changing a tire, let alone the engine.
No, I'm not doing anything, Dawson. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm just admitting that I appreciate people that have businesses that do this.
Right. Thank God for that.
Right. Yeah, thank God for the people that can.
You can't turn it into a quality of your own.
Yeah, but when your friends let you down, with bad jumper cables.
Look at you trying to turn it around.
It was the damn jumper cables.
I would have held the jumper cables the right way.
Lash out if it makes you feel better.
I would have held the jumper
Those
cables the
jumper
right
cables
way.
stung.
Hold the L.
If I'd known they had some power going through them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but anyway.
Exactly. Everybody else's fault.
Yeah, it is. I totally admit I confess, Eric did it.
Actually, I think that he took the rest of the power that was left into his jumper. His car got the energy.
I think they both felt obligated because for every Fridays I feed them, and it was kind of like, I got to try, man.
Hey, feed me or not, I was going to try to get that car back on, man. I would have felt good about it.
Oh, man, I could have had you real quick, out the way, done in 3 minutes or less if I had my cables with me. My old lady took my cables because she, had a friend at her job that had a sick car. But my cables are chunky, fam. Big pythons.
Yeah.
Big chunky.
If you're gonna do a job,
light you up.
Do it the right way.
Yeah.
That's all. Just remember that, Eric. If you're gonna do a job, make sure you do it the right right way.
Who's surprised that Lucius's is bigger than mine? Okay, I don't think anybody is.
That's the least surprising.
You talking about the cables?
Slap, 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 slap.
You talking about the cables?
Of course, yeah.
All right, but thanks again to my friends over there at the Diffie. All right, questions for my guys real quick here. I'm sorry I got on that, but I appreciate everybody keeping
James Hahn, man, the real deal.
James Hahn. He's a Tolo too. Big Tolo.
I keep those kind of details
he
down,
was like,
Brian.
Yeah, he was big Tolo.
We could like launch a full on like teach a crusty essential life man skills. Like I don't think you've never mowed a lawn, have you?
Yeah,
I did when I was 32 years old. 32 years old. I did. I mowed a yard.
Okay, you mowed a yard.
I mowed a yard. I did. I mowed a yard.
Still working on your first tire change and battery change.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All those things are true. All right, here we go. Dawson.
Yeah.
Phillips, Joseph, Lawson. How does this end up at the end? Phillips.
Is that the screwdriver?
Phillips, Joseph, Lawson. All
I'm
guys
riding with
they've
Phil.
added.
Do I got to pick two?
No. How is this going to end with these guys? All three. How's this going to end with all three of these guys?
Phillips, legend. Lawson, old man. Joseph, fair to Midland.
So you're not saying it's going to be very good for the Cowboys defense, all three of these guys?
No, I think it'll be overall pretty good. I think they've upgraded, and where the way they've neglected, these positions over the years. Well, I mean, not Lawson, but the interior. I'm just happy they got some veterans in here with some know-how. Now you won't, have all the blown assignments. I think overall this is a nice upgrade for the Cowboys, but you got to keep expectations.
How about you, Chief?
Lower.
Phillips, Joseph, Lawson. They added 3 defensive linemen. How's this going to end up?
Well, I do think that you will see Joseph and Phillips playing more snaps than Mozzie Smith, at least until those old bodies break down inevitably. I think like the season could start with those two guys, and you stretch them out as long as you can, and then before you know it, it's Mozzie Smith having to take over here because they're both aging big body dudes that only have so many snaps left. So perfect world, those two guys play more than Mozzie, just because I'm not buying what Mozzie's selling right now with his play. Those guys are better than him today, but unfortunately, the attrition factor, those guys aren't going to last.
Wooly?
Yeah, all 3 play, and I think we'll have moments this year in contributions. I'm going to go Lawson 1. I think Lawson could be a good find for them, and they need somebody to step up and be a pass rusher. I like what Lawson can bring to the table there. I'll go Phillips 2 and then Joseph 3.
You know what? I would put Lawson 3 myself.
Okay.
I worry about I don't think Lawson is what he was 2-3 years ago. I think the run defending part is something that you could probably hang your hat on. I don't know if he rushes the passer like he once did.
That's pretty disappointing
because that's kind of what you need him for.
Yeah,
that's
we'll
what you need him for.
We'll see. I just kind of that's one of those ones that
I'm hoping he can give you a little
to
juice.
make sure I played the game the right way. I would probably go Phillips, Joseph, Lawson.
No, I was just asking how you think they're all 3 going to do.
Gotcha.
He just ranked them. He just power ranked them.
I like the way he did that.
Yeah,
power rank them.
He's got that brain. He's got the power ranking brain.
Ranking
them
down.
He immediately just
me,
goes
I love
to
a good list.
What's the best?
Chief.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about this tight end room?
I don't feel fantastic after Jake Ferguson. Now, I feel great about Jake Ferguson, and we all agree on this show that he's still underrated. When you hear just national conversations about tight ends, I still think he's being disrespected. I understand that he's not a household name necessarily, and it's a bit of a small sample size, like one season where he's really shown something, but I think he's your number 2 playmaker on offense outside of CeeDee Lamb. Okay, boom. So I feel great about him. Everybody else, I think there's giant question marks. I've never been a Scooney guy. I mean, he's getting injured. The best tweet of last weekend was like Todd Archer just saying like, Scooney comes up gimpy after a 1-yard catch. Like that was the tweet. And he wasn't trying to be funny, but that's hilarious.
Yeah.
None of those guys really have done enough to make you say you've locked yourself in as tight end too. So I think there's questions about a lot of those guys, especially from a blocking standpoint after Ferguson.
How about you, Wooly?
I'm a big John Stevens fan. I mean, when we were out in Oxnard, I left saying John Stevens is your tight end too. I think he's gotten that position. I think now after a full training camp, you're saying the same thing. Yeah. People are kind of coming around on that idea. I think as a target, as a receiver, I mean, he's a big body, he moves really well. The blocking, it seems like, is coming along nicely.
Getting better.
I feel good about those two. I think John Stevens can be a really solid tight end, too. I just think there's tons of questions about availability when it comes to Schoonmaker. I think he's an average overall athlete. I thought that when he was coming out of Michigan, but it was the blocking that excited me, and they really needed that. I mean, there were times he was literally the headline blocker. He was leading Blake Corum through holes at Michigan.
Right.
He has not been the same player in the NFL. So, I mean, those three, I feel overall solid about the room because I think Ferguson can be a top 5 tight end this year. But him and Stevens, to me, are the two for sures.
Yeah, I feel good about it, but they've thrown a lot of assets at this position over the years, and they can't get anything except for like finesse pass catchers. It just seems like you should be able to go out and find somebody that can wham the nose and open up the run game for you. And, you know, the disappointment of Schoonmaker cannot be overstated because that's just a massive disappointment. And between him and Mozzie Smith, that failed draft is the reason why this championship window is closed for the time being.
Wooly.
What up?
Do you feel like that Marquise Bell will be the starter for Wilson at some point this season?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Marquise Bell is just a playmaker. He's always around the football. The question was, okay, how does he do in coverage going back to safety? You know he can tackle. I think Wilson, it was a good conversation we had about, like, sometimes he's not always taking the right angles.
Right.
And I thought coverage, he was a liability at times last year. It seemed like he had a pretty strong camp.
Yeah.
So, to your point, I expect Wilson to start, but I think Bell absolutely will eat into some of those snaps.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I feel the exact same way. I mean, I used to absolutely love Donovan Wilson from a couple of years ago. He still has some elements of that. I mean, he is a dog. He's the guy that's getting in a fight with Jake Ferguson at the end of training camp. He is a dude that will absolutely smack you and be a bit of a tone setter for your defense. But I love what Marquise Bell does. So I think there's a place for both of them here. I think they're both assets.
Dawson, you feels about the safeties?
Wilson has to be a lot more sound here in the first month of the season, or I'd be looking to make that switch myself.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on there. And the final one here in the minute we have, better rookie season, Cooper Beebe or Marshawn Nealon?
I'm going to go with Marshawn Nealon. You know, I think BB has quite a bit of figuring out to do, get the reps in, and long term he's going to be great. But I think his learning curve is sharper.
How about you there, Chief?
I might agree. I just think the level of difficulty to do what Cooper Beebe is going to have to do as opposed to what Marshawn Nealon's defined role. Hey, you play this side of the ball and you set the edge, and there's not as much to it as what center is. So I'll go Nealon because of that.
I'll stay with my guy, Cooper.
And the reason being?
I just think he's going to be, an upgrade for you at center. I mean, I think both are going to be good, but, what he's able to give you at center, I think is going to help overall this running game as well.
Yeah, I really do think that this kid at center is going to be just fine. I really do. Just the more you watch him play, he's not your traditional-looking center. He's kind of a guy with a throwbacks look to him, the way he plays and stuff. He's tough. He's never on the ground. I think Marshawn Nealon has really surprised. You asked me the most surprising pick that they made. That one was because I wasn't really sure how that one was going to play. Had an idea how good BB was going to do, but I think he's going to be the guy in the rookie season that we're all going to be really happy he's there. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. There he goes. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We have an hour and a half of content remaining. Rangers at Cleveland coming up at 5:30 with the pregame. We'll talk with Sands there. We'll talk with Eric Nadel coming up at about 4:20. Well, Chuck, what do we have next?
Yeah, let's do a little Friday audio news dump, shall we? We got a sing-off. We've got Does the NFL Need More Hate? And a Happy Gilmore update. That's next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's a proper Football Friday. We'll be talking more Cowboys with you throughout the show, including probably some right here. But Cowboys-Chargers tomorrow afternoon right here on The Fan. Pregame, what, about noon? I think kickoff at 3. Is that right?
Noon.
Yes, sir. All right. So looking forward to that with our guys. Looking forward to Eric Nadel joining us in 20 minutes, talking Rangers with him. You got so much good stuff going on right now with DeGrom, with Kumar Rocker. I'm actually excited to see Jack Leiter back in the big leagues here real soon. See what he does for a start in about 3 months. But it's time now for a Friday audio feast, and here's Wolchuk.
Let's feast on these audios. Okay, I'm unloading the clip, as Lucius would say here, as it is a Friday, and we've got some leftover audio from the week that we didn't get to. We'll start with your Dallas Cowboys, and the rookies do this when they come back from camp. They'll meet with DallasCowboys.com, and they'll do some interviews. And we had a sing-off between Maris Leofau and Ryan Flournoy, your 2 rookies. Who do you think did better? Here is the sing-off with Marist and Ryan.
What's your hidden talent that comes off the football field?
I'm literally capable of doing anything. I feel like.
So you take on any challenge?
Any challenge.
Any challenge. That's the word on the street. So if we had a sing-off right now, then he just said anything, right? He didn't say anything. If we had a sing-off right now.
Used to spend my nights at the ballroom. Liquor was the only love I've known. Oh yeah. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom and brought me back from being too far gone.
It's going to be hard to beat that.
Let me everybody sings with me. Everybody know this song. Happy birthday.
So, of course, Marist went first and actually sang. And then a good bit there from Ryan Flournoy, like, all right, everyone knows this song, just doing some happy birthday. Fun moment between both rookies. But how about Maris Leofau? Dude's got some pipes on him.
I kind of feel like that if I heard Maris sing like that and I bragged, I would have done the same thing.
I'm just not going.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
There's no way you're singing better than that guy just sang.
That was an old pro move there from Ryan Flournoy.
Very, very
He's going to bow out of this one.
He's going to bow out.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, I am seeing something in the folder here. Aaron Rodgers, I'm not gay drop.
What are you seeing? You saw that? I forgot. I put that in there. It's been a thing from this week. We could throw it in the dump here. It's definitely newsworthy for sure.
Okay.
What is this? 1997 again?
This is actually from 2013 apparently, and because now you have the Ian O'Connor Aaron Rodgers book that's come out, and so Ian O'Connor at one point during his one interaction for the book with Aaron Rodgers asked him why he felt the need about a decade ago to say that he wasn't gay, and apparently there was some reporting around Aaron Rodgers and his sexuality at the time.
Oh, people
enough
were going
to where
for Skip Bayless on this.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And so he wanted to make it clear, and so I didn't know this audio existed, but apparently he was on local radio in Green Bay about a decade ago, and because of the reporting about his sexuality, he felt the need to address it when sort of asked about it.
I'm just gonna say I'm not gay. I really, really like women.
So that's pretty much the start and stop of it. Yeah, he's not gay. He didn't say any more. He just said he's not gay and he likes women. So
women.
Breaking news here on the Fan: Aaron Rodgers is not gay.
It might have recirculated because of that awesome mustache he's sporting right now.
Oh, is he doing the mustache right now?
It's pretty randy.
Ayahuasca will make you do interesting things.
I'd like to interview him on his experience with Danica Patrick.
Oh, I would love to hear you do that.
Yeah.
Well, there's something funny about. Because
Danica and I do not get along at all.
Well, that would make you wonder.
The first time he
describes her.
The first time he tripped balls on ayahuasca, it was with her, and it was because he had a high school friend that had done it and had a whole new perspective on life, and called Aaron, was like, dude, you need to do this as well. And so that high school buddy of Aaron Rodgers inspired him and Danica Patrick together to go into the Peruvian mountains and trip balls together.
Wow.
So
that's incredible.
There's your Aaron Rodgers news
Thank
of the
you.
day.
Thank you for that.
Not gay, and first time he did it
was
and
with
by
Danica.
it
Yeah.
I mean ayahuasca, and it was with Danica Patrick.
I would like to. I'd
In Peru.
seriously like to have a beer with him and talk about that.
I would like to be a
Talk
final
about
role
what?
for that conversation.
We'll talk about what he thinks about
how
it.
not gay he is.
His first time.
Yeah. How not gay he is.
We can go to the Mina Kimes pod now. Seamless transition. Cam Jordan.
We're going to get in trouble for this.
Jumped
one.
on with the Mina Kimes pod. And, Mina sets up. Do we need just a little bit more hate in the National Football League?
I think so. I think in the AFC North somewhere, I think they get it. But they all hate each other.
They do
I'm
hate each
mixed.
other.
I'm mixed about who do you actually hate? You can't hate everybody in the room. It's just not possible.
So you got to focus on one.
No doubt.
And for you, it's the Falcons.
Absolutely. Plus, a lot of Browns become Steelers, and a lot of Steelers become
Sure.
Ravens, and a lot of
Patrick
Ravens.
Queen.
Yeah, they all just sort of rotate. So, how much hate is there if you're all just sharing the same household?
That's true.
But New Orleans and Atlanta, that's despicable to trade over. David
the fans
Onyemata.
truly seem to hate each other.
Yeah, you should never, you can't be ooh, I'm a Saint, and be like, man, I hate the Falcons. And the moment you cross over, I hate you now.
Ryan Nielsen.
Yeah, traitor. Just big trader.
He's a good coach.
Yeah,
He's another one who I think.
phenomenal guy, great coach, traitor. Activities. The man went directly over to Atlanta.
Yeah, but now he's in Jacksonville.
It doesn't matter. I walked proudly through that airport, by the way, and they know.
Atlanta.
Yeah, they're like, we hate you. I'm like, I hate you too, and it's respectful.
It's respectful, mutual hate. And I'm here for it. I love the rivalry that we got with the Chiefs and the Bengals. I love Jamar Chase. I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes' name. I'm not saying it. And I think the Cowboys and Eagles have a genuine hate. But DeMarco Murray goes over to the Eagles. We didn't like it. You're not seeing a whole lot of back and forth there with those two teams. We're living in this jersey swap era. Everybody's loving each other. But I do think it's good when there's real animosity in pro sports between rivals and teams.
That's what made it so funny when Simone Biles over the weekend was wearing
the Packers outfit.
It's a no-no.
A Packers trench coat of her husband, former Packer, now Chicago Bear. Are you kidding me? Did you guys talk about that on Monday or anything? We didn't talk about that.
We talked
about
Simone Biles. Simone Biles walks in through the tunnel of Soldier Field in Chicago wearing a Green Bay Packers trench coat to stand on the sidelines and watch her now Chicago Bear husband play football.
If that's the last coat in the house, you go buy another one.
I'm like, can you imagine if a Cowboys player's wife walked into AT&T Stadium with an Eagles trench coat on? Are you freaking kidding me? Walchuk would be throwing from the press box chili dogs at her.
I'd probably get kicked out of the
and
press
she would
box
deserve
that day.
all of them.
And it would be Micah Parsons' wife, right?
yeah.
With a Lane Johnson jersey on or something.
Do you kind of feel like that maybe, it was a rainy game? Okay, you're not giving her any break, right?
Zero.
For her, it was because he played with the Packers last year, so it said his name on it and everything.
If anything, I don't know if she got any U.S. Olympic rain gear. That would have been the best play. That would have been the best play. But I wonder if it's that's her best raincoat for one of those
It was
days.
a sunshiny, gorgeous.
Was it a gorgeous
It was a
day?
summer day in Chicago.
Okay, I didn't know. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Well, she probably just didn't.
There are times.
She was probably surprised her husband even played for the Bears. She was wait, I didn't even realize we were in Chicago.
I was
right
surprised as well. I thought he still was in Green Bay.
I have every rain suit I've ever owned. I have every one of them, and some of them are better than others. And
would you ever wear that Eagles rain suit to AT&T? On the rainiest day?
I wouldn't wear it to AT&T because we're indoors likely for the game.
Okay, there you go.
But
that's your way out.
You would never do it. Not to a Cowboy game.
No, and
you definitely wouldn't wear a Cowboys jacket out
I've
in
had my
Philadelphia.
I've had my I would never do that. I would never wear a Cowboys jacket in Philadelphia. That's going to get you beat up.
Yeah.
But
they'll wedge batteries into the chili dogs.
That Jacksonville rain suit I have is really good. And if I had to stand, if you said I had to stand in a Cowboys game in the rain the whole game, I think I'm wearing the Jacksonville rain suit.
Hey, can you imagine the?
No, I can't.
Can you imagine the PR guy?
Thank you so much for that.
Walking up and greeting Simone Biles, and he's looking at her like, "Are you doing a bit right now?
We're not even playing the Packers.
Are you ball sacking?"
Maybe she was trying to be in disguise. Like they'll never look for you.
It wasn't a good look.
It's like her husband's pictures on the back of it, right?
It says Owens on the back.
Yeah.
It was bad.
But it's very clearly Green Bay Packers.
The big Packer logo on the front. It wasn't good. All right, let's get a Happy Gilmore 2 update. Adam Sandler on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. What's going on with Happy Gilmore 2? And are we getting an NFL star in this thing?
Happy Gilmore is back.
Yeah. We're going to do a Happy Gilmore. Thank you.
Wait, so is this?
This is happening. We're getting ready to shoot it in New Jersey. And we're starting, New Jersey and you, perfect together. And we're starting in a couple weeks.
Are you excited? What can you tell us about a Happy Gilmore sequel?
It's good. It's good. Like, we worked hard on the script, man. We didn't want to let anybody down. People have been asking me for a long time, do Happy Gilmore 2? And I was always like, nah, I'll only let you down. But then me and my buddy Tim Herlihy, we came up with this idea. We're really excited about it. We wrote our asses off. We're continuing to try to make it a movie that you guys will like, and I think we're excited. So many of the golfers are being nice, and they're going to be a part of it, and all. And a lot
told me there's going to be some cameos in there.
There's going to be a lot of that. Yeah.
I heard, do you know Travis Kelce wants to be part of this?
Yes.
He's talked about it on the podcast.
Yes. Travis he mentioned it, and so we have a nice something for Travis. He's going to come by, and he's cool, very nice guy. You guys would love him in real life. What a big, handsome guy, and funny and cool as hell.
He's a stud.
He's a stud, and he's so funny. And
have you done the Happy Gilmore swing in a while?
I did it. I have to practice. You got a hop, skip, and a hit, and I did it recently. It seems simple, so I tried it out. I fell. And I laid there for a while, and then somebody brought me a lemonade, and I just kind of laid down on the ground drinking a lemonade for a while. But I'll be ready when it's time to shoot. I'm a gamer, man.
That's right. I know you always show up.
That's right. All right, guys, a gamer. I felt like that would make you feel better, Brian. You're not the only one out there who's taking tumbles these days. Okay, Adam Sandler's out here. He's fallen as well.
Yeah. Way to pick your guy up.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Travis Kelce's out here. I mean, we're already starting to see the movie career blossom. He's making his film debut in an action comedy movie called Loose Cannons, which is directed by Chad Stahelski, who was one of the directors in the John Wick franchise. So
is Travis Kelce about to be like a?
This is supposed to be like a buddy cop type of movie, and he's in it. He's in it. So maybe this is already one step, out of the league here. I think maybe final season for Travis Kelce, and then he's going into acting. Be my guess.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
There it is, a Friday audio feast for us. It's time now to chat with Eric and Adele, Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers. Jumps on with us next with the pregame coming up at 5:30 here on your home of the champs.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is time now for our weekly conversation with Eric Nadel. We'll talk Rangers, we'll talk baseball, maybe some music. Maybe we'll hear what he's drinking and thinking. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great, enjoying some spectacular mid-70s temperatures here in Cleveland with a nice little breeze. It feels like fall. It's really nice.
Right on. So what are you looking forward to from the ball club this series and the rest of the way through?
Well, this Cleveland team, kind of like the Rangers, has stopped hitting. They had a big lead earlier in the season. It has kind of dwindled down to 2 games now, largely due to poor hitting since the All-Star break. And, most people think they're basically just reverting to the norm. That a bunch of guys were playing over their heads in the first half of the season. And, since the All-Star break, they have a losing record. And now they're desperately trying to hold on to first in the Central Division. But what we anticipate, to answer your question directly, is a low-scoring series because neither of these teams have scored very much since the All-Star break, and specifically in the month of August. The Rangers are down to right about 4 runs a game in the month of August, and Cleveland, since the All-Star break, is averaging about 3.5 runs a game.
Is there a fall guy? Is there something to point to for how the offense has collapsed so significantly?
I don't think so. It's hard to point fingers when you look at a team that led the major leagues in runs last year and has pretty much the same personnel and the same coaching staff. I don't know that you can really point to anybody and say you're the reason that every guy on this team except for Josh Smith is having an off year offensively. It's really hard. Obviously, Seattle has pinned it on manager Scott Servais and fired him, but I don't really think it's necessarily fair.
And plus, I was looking at the standings earlier and decided they can still lose 3 more games and have a shot here, Eric.
Just 3.
3 the rest of the way?
Yeah.
And then you figure they can still win 90 and be in pretty good shape at the end?
Yeah, but...
Have you decided which 3 they're going to lose?
The A's come to mind,
Still
Eric.
working on that one.
I'm
Colorado on the schedule somewhere.
Yeah, we're going double digits here, starting with this Pittsburgh. This is the big turning point that we've been waiting for. But I mean, we do have plenty of fun stuff to look forward to here with the minor league pitchers, and then Jacob deGrom last night. Is there a buzz within the ballpark talking about it amongst folks from Texas?
Yeah, people are excited about deGrom. Disappointed that Max Scherzer's not making his rehab start tonight, and we start to think now we're just a week away from these minor league call-ups happening in September, and we would anticipate certainly seeing Justin Foscue come back here and getting a bunch of at-bats at first base. Who knows who else? I think Ezekiel Duran will start getting more at-bats. The question is, when is that going to happen? And I imagine it's going to be sooner rather than later.
Eric, is there anything you miss about old Cleveland Stadium?
I miss where the broadcast booth was. Even though this one is one of the better ones at Progressive Field, the old Cleveland Stadium had the second best booth location of any place I've ever worked. In those old stadiums that were just 2 decks, the broadcast booths tended to hang from the second deck, and there was an overhang. So much like Tiger Stadium, the booth was extremely low and extremely close to home plate. It wasn't quite as close as Tiger Stadium, but it was definitely the second best I've ever worked in. So I really miss that. I also really miss the opportunity to use the word cavernous.
Cavernous, yes. I kind of thought maybe when you go to Oakland, when those times in Oakland was cavernous was another one there, but this was more cavernous, right?
Yeah, you're talking about 80,000 seats in that old stadium that was built for football.
Did you have to have like a coin jar when you first called a Cleveland game after they changed the team name over to the Guardians?
I still do. I said Indians once last week, in previewing this series and talking about the fact the Rangers are going to have to play a first place team on this road trip in addition to the worst team in baseball. I think I call them the Indians. I always catch myself immediately when I say it, but it does still spill out once in a while.
Cleveland as a city, Eric, what do you do out there, man?
Well, it's much improved. You know, the downtown
Rock and Roll
used
Hall
to
of
have
Fame.
nothing to do. Yesterday we had a day off here, so I spent the whole afternoon at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
There you go.
I absolutely love it. I went to a jazz concert last night at a really cool theater called the Ohio Theater, which reminded me a lot of the Majestic in Dallas, about the same size, built it around the same time, about 100 years ago, and had a wonderful time there. The crowds in Cleveland at concerts I have found to be more enthusiastic and more vocal than any other place where I go to live music. And, they talk about Cleveland as the birthplace of rock and roll and all that, and they really do live up to it in the way the crowd performs at concerts.
Eric, they have that station WMMS there.
The Buzzard.
The Buzzard. Yeah. Okay, I just want to. I'm so happy when I ask some of these questions to you. Sometimes I'm terrified, but the fact that you. But how about that? As far as the power rank, is that one of the best rock stations in the country?
Well, it's a little bit hard rock for my taste.
Sure.
I prefer a more eclectic mix with more singer-songwriters type mixed in. But it was, the original rock and roll station. They claimed to be, and the first quote rock and roll disc jockey, Alan Freed, was here in Cleveland. And at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, there's actually a cubicle you can go into and listen to air checks from disc jockeys going back to the 40s.
Wow.
And that was fantastic. I spent quite a bit of time in there yesterday, listening to a lot of the guys who I grew up listening to in New York. Murray the K at his swinging soiree. Cousin Bruce Morrow on WABC in New York. Ron Lundy and Dan Ingram, who were New York disc jockeys. And then listening to some guys from around the country who I'd never heard, who were the top 40 disc jockeys there in the 50s and the 60s. I really loved it.
I think WMMS had their thing, if it's too loud, you're too old. I think that was their motto.
I believe I now am. I've proven that.
Eric, Nate, are they still putting out a good music these days, Cleveland?
I haven't looked to see what the radio situation is now. I am so devoted to our public radio station, KXT, when I want to listen to music or just listening to stuff that people have sent me that, I want to stream and listen to, that I don't really listen to local radio very much, except for the couple of cities, where I just love their station so much. Seattle is one of them, KEXP. That's one of my favorites. And Chicago, I still love listening to WXRT in Chicago. Those are probably my two favorite local stations outside of KXT in Dallas.
Well, Kumar Rocker has had all the right notes at AA, going to AAA. How excited should we be about this guy who's just had all the answers here?
Really pumped. I mean, he's been unhittable, and it'll be really interesting to see how he does when he moves up to the next level, and whether the Rangers are interested in giving him a shot in September, or, you do have the free agency clock to concern yourself with in a season where the Rangers don't appear to be going anywhere. Do you want to do that, or do you want to just let him pitch at AAA and hopefully develop some dominance there, come into spring training next year, with a shot to make the ball club, but without necessarily having pitched in the major leagues yet.
3 months since Jack Leiter had a big league start. How much more optimistic can you be considering how good he's been for like the last 20 innings?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think we've learned not to pay much attention to minor league statistics if they are, so different from the stats that a guy has posted in the major leagues. And we've seen this with Leiter. His command for me in the games that he pitched up here was not big league caliber. And you can get away with that in the minor leagues very frequently. So, I can't tell whether the numbers he's put up in the minor leagues recently are due to hitters chasing and swinging at pitches that they're not going to swing at here. The only way we'll know is to get him here and see. But I look at those numbers with a lot of skepticism. But when you look at his stuff, though, you're wondering how can this guy, not perform at the big league level as well. So I am kind of anxious to see him get up here. I'd like to see him get a regular turn the rest of the way.
You've seen so many great careers start, and you've seen some careers end. What do you think about Scherzer's shoulder now? Is the game sending him a message maybe, or?
Boy, that's a good question. He wants so badly to keep pitching, to be able to pitch next year. It's hard for me to imagine that with all he's gone through in the last 2 years with his injuries, that he wants to keep battling and do that. with everything he's accomplished already, winning 2 World Series and all of the Cy Youngs and the rest of it. But clearly he loves pitching and he loves competing, and perhaps the game is sending him a message, but he doesn't want to receive it. He wants to keep pitching and doing everything he can to try, and I definitely credit him for that.
Eric, we've been sort of remiss not to play this particular game with you all season long, honestly, but I have a clip of Jared, who you know as well as anybody, and he is analyzing a particular player on this Rangers team. Now, it's only 3 seconds of a hint, but I'd like to play you this, and then you guess which current Ranger Jared is describing.
Oh, cool.
All right, here it is.
What he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
That's the best reaction since Nathaniel Lowe.
If you need to hear it again, just let me know, Eric.
Oh my goodness. I have no guesses.
Oh, okay, no guesses. We'll dial it back next week, and
just ponder.
We'll keep this game going until you nail it. All right, we'll get you some confidence here over the course of the next couple of weeks.
All right, thanks.
Have a great weekend, Eric. Oh, hey, what you drinking and what you thinking?
This ballpark is a Pepsi park.
Oh, okay.
And so the one thing good about a park being a Pepsi park is that they usually have Mountain Dew, and sometimes they even have Diet Mountain Dew.
Ooh.
And as I try and get up for a game and get my energy level going, Diet Mountain Dew is usually my choice. So I'm excited to be in a Pepsi park for that reason. But what I'm thinking is, we talked about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame a little bit. Everybody who loves music should make a trip to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can easily spend a whole weekend there. There are so many films in there you can watch, other than the actual displays, and see the clothing and the equipment that people used. But one of the displays that I really like, it's called the 500 Essential Songs of Rock and Roll. And they actually have them alphabetical by group, and rather than rating them 1 to 500. And they go back to the 50s, to the predecessors, of Elvis Presley. And I thought that was fascinating. You can listen to all 500 of the songs in one of these booths. And I went through it yesterday and basically listened to the songs that were in the top 500 that I'd never heard of before, or the artists I've never heard of. And it was really illuminating. There's a guy named Jimmy Reed who had some songs in the 50s that were kind of rockabilly type songs, pre-Elvis, and Etta James, and Sister Sharp, and lots of different artists I really didn't know anything about. But the other thing that was really cool about that, for me, one of the underrated bands of all times is the Beach Boys.
Oh, wow.
And they had 5 songs in the most influential 500 songs of all time. The Beatles had 7, for those who were wondering. Bob Dylan had 5, but the Beach Boys had 5, and I loved seeing that. I think that God Only Knows, might be the best rock and roll song ever written for me. And seeing that in there was, that was really gratifying, along with 4 of the other Beach Boy songs. Don't Worry Baby is another one, all-time favorites.
I love it, man. It's so cool when you talk baseball and music, and we always appreciate it here on a Friday. Thanks, man. Have a great weekend there in Cleveland, and we'll chat with you next week.
You too. See ya.
Salute. The Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers, Eric Nadel, live from Cleveland. Pregame coming up at 5:30. I believe Sands is doing a TV. Right, so Pease will be on at 5:30 with the pregame. All righty, when we come back, time for Wolchuk's Top 10. What you have in store, buddy?
Well, it is the return of college football tomorrow. We've got the top 10 college football programs of all time, and an update on your Mavs and television for next year. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We're going to get to your top 10 college football programs in just a moment. But we do have some news, and this is regarding Bally and your Dallas Mavericks. So there's a report out that it seems the Mavs will not be on Bally Sports Southwest next season. The Diamond Sports Group filed a motion asking bankruptcy judge to reject its deal with the Mavs and said the franchise mutually wants to terminate the rights agreement ahead of this season. So the judge just needs to sign off on it, and we'll have a parting of the ways with Diamond Sports Group, a.k.a. Bally, and your Dallas Mavericks next year. So not sure what that would mean for where the Mavericks go. Maybe they end up doing what the Stars are doing, and you get a Victory Plus type of deal to watch your Dallas Mavericks. But as of now, seems like they're moving away from Bally for next season.
That's
Hallelujah.
Wonderful. That's wonderful, man.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Big win. Big victory for all.
Hopefully this becomes a free or borderline free viewing experience.
Yeah. I mean, you should not have to pay to be able to watch your local sports teams.
I feel like, this is all about trial and error, and, we've been poking around and trying to find the streaming thing that worked for everybody involved, and clearly what that last model had devolved to with regional networks trying to partner up, it totally ran amok, and it prevented fans from seeing their games. And now we're about to break into the next thing that I think is going to be a lot better.
I'm pretty pumped for it. Now, I did just see this. Kennedy Landry, Bruce Bochy's talking about Max Scherzer. So the best I can tell you is that he's just not ready, just not quite there yet. I can't tell you when right now. He'll let us know when the rehab continues. So he was scratched from the start yesterday or today that he was supposed to have. Bochy went on to say there has to be some concern there. Man, I hope this thing clears up and he gets back out there. I'm disappointed for him that he's had to push this start back because I know he wants to pitch in the worst way. But, I mean, this could just be father time. I mean, I know you just asked that to Eric Nadell there, Gavin, but, I mean, there's been a lot of wear and tear on the arm, the shoulder over a Hall of Fame career for Max Scherzer. It might just be the end.
Yeah, and you got a couple of good starts from him last year, and it was cool that he was on the team. But overall, you didn't get much out of Max Scherzer. And if I'm Max, I'm looking at how these last 2 years have gone, really, since coming to the Rangers, and I'm like, man, I just can't get right. It's one thing, it's another. My arm's going numb, my shoulders hurt. This is what you call being old. And I think the signs are pretty clear for him. But, if the Rangers decided to bring him back on a team-friendly deal next year, I think I'd be excited about the possibility because when he does get it going, you can definitely see, vintage Max in there from time to time.
All right, let's talk some college football, shall we? Week 0 is upon us. We've got matchups tomorrow. Florida State, Georgia Tech from Ireland kicking off at 11 o'clock. And tomorrow night, SMU in Nevada, McKay Stadium in Reno. They're taking on the Wolfpack. That'll be a 7 o'clock kick. on CBS Sports Network. We've also got Hawaii's going to be in action. Montana State, New Mexico. That's a big one, Brian. I know you got that one circled. Big New Mexico fan.
I am about the Lobos.
I know you are. University Stadium, you said oftentimes underrated venue.
Very underrated.
Very.
Make you feel like you're at Tiger Stadium occasionally.
They'll get loud, and they're very, very proud. 877-881-1053. Who is the best college football program in the history of the college footballs, and what are your plans for Saturdays this fall to consume all the college football? I'll tell you, you should probably go out to Cosm in Grandscape. This thing is incredible. It's basically like a giant screen similar to the Sphere in Vegas that they're now having. You can go watch English Premier League soccer. You can watch certain college football events during the week. They've got by Cirque du Soleil. It looks absolutely gorgeous. And I know they're opening Labor Day weekend. You can go check out more details, cosm.com. But that would be the place for me if I can get out there with the friends. I want to be able to consume some college football there.
Yeah, I know. The biggest bummer for me is that I'm a Fort Worth dude, and that's in Grandscape. Because if that was within striking distance, I would be borderline having to pay rent there. Because that looks like
and the fancy cushiony seats.
Yeah, exactly. Like we talk about how the sports bars need to level up to more of like a loungy kind of situation where, hey, you're a sports bar. You're having people come in here and they're probably going to be seated for roughly 3 hours, give or take, if you're here to watch a game.
Maybe even 4 for
and if it's a full
days.
Saturday, if it's a full football Sunday, 7 hours of commercial-free Scott Hansen.
Yeah.
You think I want to be sitting on a bar stool doing that? No.
Dude, they really should be doing
That's why
Red
this
Zone.
Cosm place is incredible because it's like a sports book. It feels like one of those places that as soon as gambling becomes legal, and I'm just speculating here, but like you could snap your fingers and put in some kiosks and some like ATM opportunities, and you just start gambling in there. But it looks incredible.
It does.
What a great way to watch a game.
So we've got SI has ranked all the greatest college football programs, and they're doing it by winning percentage, national championships, conference titles, total wins, bowl records, All-Americans, Heisman winners, draft picks, just a variety of different things that they're putting together here to crown the number one program in college football history. I'm sure people texting in, they're going to be rooting for their schools here. 469 Roll Tide. No college program is even close to Bama.
I kind of, when I started writing them down, I was thinking about the Bear Bryant era in the 70s, when they in the 70s. And then they had a little bit of a lull there.
Sure did.
And then they went when Saban got hired from the Dolphins, and I think that was 07.
I think you're right.
And so the 70s with Bear Bryant, and then starting from 2007 on, I think Alabama's been one of the best programs in college football history.
Our buddy Daniel and Forney, Longhorns are the best, and I'll spend my Saturdays listening to 105.3 The Fan because I'm a Tolo, and we love you.
I wonder, Nebraska's got a similar run like that, too.
Yeah.
Nebraska's got a similar run through the 70s and then into the 80s and then the 90s, and then it kind of fell apart from there, I believe.
All right, so we start at number 10. Go Tigers.
Oh, is it the 2019 LSU team?
So this is just entirety. From what they've done in the entire course of the program's history until now. These are the 10 best schools in college football history.
Okay, LSU.
They got LSU at number 10. They say LSU ranks 14th all-time in win percentage.
Yeah.
6th nationally with 3 Heisman Trophy winners. They're 8th all-time with draft selections.
2 in the last 5 years, I believe.
And they're 9th in first-round NFL draft picks all-time. They've been pumping out talent in the NFL, so they come in at number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9 is Nebraska.
Yep.
Nebraska ranks
Great
2nd
history.
all-time with 46 conference championships. 10th among all college football teams in win percentage. 6th with 3 Heisman Trophy winners. And 8th all-time with 730 total weeks in the AP Top 25. Pretty damn incredible.
Yep. USC next?
Nope. Georgia. The Bulldogs coming at number 8. The last 3 seasons have helped build Georgia's all-time reputation. Already one of college football's more accomplished programs. Bulldogs are 10th with draft selections, 9th in total wins, and are top 15 among schools with win percentage. But if they didn't have their run of back-to-back national titles, they wouldn't be in the top 10 here.
Yeah. Where's OU in this thing?
OU's going to be in the top 3.
Okay.
So, Carter Freeman, you're going to be very happy with that.
USC
did not. Yeah, they'll be in the top 3, too.
Michigan.
Michigan coming up here soon. Michigan's coming up right after this school.
Notre Dame.
Texas.
Oh.
Texas comes in at number 7. Texas ranks 5th all-time among college football programs in wins, 7th in win percentage, and they've posted the 7th best numbers in both consensus All-Americans and weeks in the AP Top 25 rankings. 6 is Michigan, the Wolverines. No college football program has won more games than Michigan in more than 150 years. The Wolverines were the first to surpass 1,000 total wins. Its national championship run that they just went on, they're 3rd with 88 All-Americans, 2nd in weeks in the AP poll, 5th in draft picks, and 2nd in win percentage and claimed titles. So pretty impressive resume there for Michigan. Notre Dame is 5.
Notre Dame's 5.
The Golden Domers rank 1st among all college football teams with All-Americans, 7 Heisman Trophy winners. Draft picks, they've got a 525 all-time, and they're 4th in weeks in the AP poll, 4th in win percentage, and 4th in all-time victories. Plus, they're 3rd with 11 total national championships at their disposal. 4, we go to Columbus. It's the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Buckeyes, yeah.
Ohio State leads all college football teams in 3 key categories: total win percentage, Heisman Trophy winners, and weeks in the AP poll. And the Buckeyes are 2nd in consensus All-Americans. They're 3rd in total draft picks and 3rd in total victories and 6th when it comes to 8 national championships. Here's your top 3. Boomer Sooner at number 3.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
OU is also 1st all-time with 7 Heisman Trophy winners, in addition to a record 50 conference championships.
Wait, Notre Dame has 7 as well, right?
Yeah, well, so they're tied for first all-time.
Yeah.
They've got 50 conference championships, 3rd most weeks in the AP poll, 4th most NFL draft selections, and they're 5th in win percentage, 6th all-time with All-Americans.
They had a run there with Bud Wilkerson where they didn't lose a game for like 49 straight games or 47 straight games.
And I feel like they don't have a dip, that I can think of when it comes to every decade they've been competitive.
They had a dip, and Carter will come in here and he'll explain it. It's the dip they had when they had the John Blake was defensive line, was the head coach. Gary Gibbs was a little bit of a dip there that they had.
When was that? Was that before Switzer?
Yeah, no,
After?
no. That was after. That
Okay.
was after. That was much after. Like John Blake came in there and they were not good.
So in between, like Stoops, before Stoops got and brought the program back.
Yeah, with Stoops, like Gary Gibbs, Blake was bad, and then Stoops got the job, and away they went again.
USC comes in at 2. Trojans 6th all time with weeks in the AP Top 25, 2nd among schools with draft picks. 8th nationally in win percentage, and 3rd with 11 national titles. But number 1 is Alabama.
Yeah.
The kings of college football, thanks to a pair of historic dynasties led by Bear Bryant and Nick Saban.
There you go.
They're 1st all-time with 18 national titles. Alabama coming in as your top-ranked college football program.
They had a poor run, much like what we were talking about with Oklahoma. They had Mike Shula as their coach, and that was not very good. They had... who else? They had a couple of different guys that I'm thinking about the offensive coordinator that was there, but yeah, before they got
Francione. Francione there?
They sure did. They absolutely did. So yeah, they had a little bit of a run where they were not very good. DeBose was there. Like I said, I was trying to think of all the coach they've had, but it was kind of a Bill Curry. There was some poor times there a little bit.
Well, there's your top program in college football as we get excited for another college football season.
Thank you, Wolchuk. In addition to the finest coming up next with the Chief, buddy, where are you taking it?
We got date night, we got football discussed, and we have a stat of the day next year in the nation.
But let's talk Hiley Mazda, baby. Hiley Mazda of Arlington.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, let's go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. They're in Cleveland, and it's time now for Eric Chiafalo's edition of The Finest.
Hey, Broadus, if you got 2 quarterbacks, how many do you have?
Probably none, as you would say.
And if you have no quarterbacks, how many do you have?
You have no quarterbacks.
You got 2.
Welcome to Pittsburgh, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I ask you a real quick question?
No.
Yes.
Seriously, real quick question.
Oh.
Is it asking me about my jumper cables or something?
No. Did you see how much Red Zone is going to cost people? Did you see the price on that? Did I see that right? $700?
It's not $700.
Sunday
That's for the ticket. That's for the
Sunday
actual
ticket?
Sunday ticket.
For all the games.
But I thought maybe there was a spinoff where you can get just the Red Zone.
Yeah, just the Red Zone. I don't know. That's a good question. What's like just the Red Zone channel? Just the Red Zone channel price.
Did I read that
10
wrong?
or $15.
That's what it's generally been. It's generally been. Yeah, it's like $15 a month.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, $15 a month, and then you can
the Sunday
get your
ticket's
Red Zone.
$700. I saw that.
Yeah,
right.
the Sunday ticket
Okay.
is an absolute.
Yeah, that's
it's a price
$680,
gouge,
which has the Red Zone thrown in. But if you want it, it's going to cost you $740 for the Red Zone bundle. That's ridiculous.
So to have both, to have Red
I get
Zone.
mine bundled in.
So yeah, the bundle of both is $740.
Yeah, that's
It
ridiculous.
just it does
that's
suck
what
though
I saw. I
because
was like, whoa, what's going on here?
almost nobody is buying the Sunday ticket package because they want every game necessarily. They're doing
Gamblers are.
Yeah, but those guys aren't even just sitting
How about
in there.
fantasy football?
Yeah, no.
That's what the Red Zone channel is perfect.
I think for the most part, if you're purchasing the Sunday ticket package, it's because you're an out-of-state fan of the team that you love, and you don't get to watch your local team or the team that you like because you live in Cleveland, but you're a Raiders fan, and you're like, crap, how do I watch the Raiders? Well, you don't have an option to just watch the Raiders. You can't say for the season, can I pay $100 and watch every Raiders game? No, you have to buy all of it. And it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, so it does suck for the individuals that are doing that.
And I guess it's only that price if it's YouTube TV. Now 817, this could be a good loophole. NFL Plus Premium is $100 for the year. I do pay for that. You get Red Zone, which I know you do.
Yeah, that's what I do.
And apparently out of market games, and you get the All 22 with it. I knew that. I didn't know you get out of market games with it. So that could be a good loophole.
So the NFL.com's better than their price package.
I don't think it's out of market games live. I think it's probably
it's afterwards.
They're probably.
I know
it's
they
that
have
thing
that
you can condense games or
They'll
watch.
have the condensed games.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Okay, I got you.
After you already know everything that's happened, you can now go back and watch. Which again, for the average fan, you don't want to do. But nonetheless, yes.
All right.
It is
Sorry about that.
expensive. The Steelers right now, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have none. If you have no quarterbacks, you have none. The Steelers find themselves in that situation. They've had 13 preseason drives where either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields was quarterbacking. Those drives have resulted in punt, missed field goal, punt, field goal, turnover rundowns. That has been your Pittsburgh Steelers offense in the Russell Wilson, Mr. Unlimited, and Justin Fields era. What a quarterback competition, man. What a freaking battle. A battle of incompetence. Like, who can outduel the other one to suck the most?
We got that former Atlanta coach as our OC, though, don't we?
You know what? I'm a little bit surprised they didn't bring in Ryan Tannehill. He's still out there as a free agent. He had his best years under Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
They're going to want Kenny Pickett back.
No, they won't.
That guy's also looking like some good old-fashioned garbage in preseason, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He was what did I say? He was 10 of 11
just on
play
action
actions.
passes.
Maybe
those were probably his only 10 completions.
Let's
be fair.
Maybe the Falcons should just admit their wrongs with Kirk Cousins and eat whatever weird dead cap would have to be eaten and just trade Kirk Cousins to the Steelers.
I like this. I'm sure the Steelers or the Raiders, either one, would probably be very open to Kirk Cousins, and then you can just start Michael Penix Jr. Now we're partying.
Pretty incredible. Okay, we have some news on the Niners wide receiver situation. This is not Brandon Aiyuk, but this is Ricky Pearsall, the rookie who's supposed to replace him. Well, according to Mike Silver, your good buddy, covers the Niners.
He knows the Niners, yeah.
Probably knows the Niners as like a beat reporter guy better than anyone.
He is big friends with Shanahan.
He says rookie first-round pick wide receiver Pearsall has a shoulder thing that is now recurring, and he thinks it's worrying in terms of the over the long haul. This is now becoming a big picture worry now. And he says this is something that the Niners knew about before they drafted him, but I guess they were just hoping it wouldn't be a thing. That's the exact quote there from Mike Silver. So the Aiyuk potential plan B or whatever may be all for naught.
We never heard any of that.
I never heard anything about a shoulder issue.
Never.
But I guess, I mean, if the Steelers knew about it, then NFL teams clearly did know.
The Niners.
The Niners, I'm sorry. Yeah, man, that's a bummer because that dude, the tape is fantastic.
Yeah.
Another update here, and we'll have to ask tomorrow on the pregame show about this guy because he plays for the Chargers, Quentin Johnston.
Yeah,
TCU guy. And I don't know if this is Jim Harbaugh just trying to breathe life into a player, like you see, like you'll hear them talk like, oh no, Mozzie Smith is playing awesome or whatever, or Malik Davis is just like playing so well, and you're like, I don't know if he is. But Jim Harbaugh says that Quentin Johnston is probably the greatest example of taking what's being taught by coaches and implementing it in practice. Johnston caught the first 3 passes from Herbert yesterday in practice and had a few more throughout. He's had a good week. So maybe Quentin Johnston's trending in the right direction. We'll have to ask Matt Money Smith in the pregame show tomorrow.
If Matt will be honest about it.
He's fantastic.
Or Daniel Jeremiah will find one of those guys.
Get ready. It's Lad McConkey season, though, there with the Chargers.
Yeah, I drafted him in one of my dynasty leagues. He was my first
in our
pick.
leagues, you can back off, all right?
Jim Harbaugh
I'll fight you for McConkey.
Jim Harbaugh also said the Chargers had a super crisp practice yesterday to the point where he was quoted as saying he was feeling so good that he's actually taking Mrs. Harbaugh on a date.
Oh, so if it was bad practice, no date.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
But crisp practice means date night.
Good practice means, honey, we can go have some fun. Bad practice, everybody pays the price.
She's
It's a
just
team
making-
game. It's a team sport.
She's kind of like, hey, if the check's clear, we're good. You
Smart
know?
woman.
Yeah.
He was taking her to P.F. Chang's, getting the Mongo beef.
My wife calls it cowboy sad. She's like, oh, are you going to be cowboy sad? I'm like, no, it's just a preseason game, honey.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
There it
sir.
is, an edition of The Finest. Okay, well, we got one segment to go. We're going to take a look on the latest with the Rangers, Leiter, Rocker, DeGrom, what has people excited going into this series with Cleveland, and we'll do a proper what you drinking, what you thinking send-off for a lost legend that we'll update you on as well. That's coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Wait, she's posting pics with a dude in Mexico. We just broke up.
If Heineken Silver was a doom-scrolling ex-boyfriend, it would have all the feels. None of the new boyfriend.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW have put their trust in the team at Men's T Clinic for their total wellness optimization. Dedicated providers, cutting-edge therapies, and individualized plans are designed to get you back to being you. More energy, sharper mental clarity, enhanced overall vitality. It's not just improvement, it's transformation. 5 DFW locations and insurance accepted. Visit menstclinic.com. That's menstclinic.com or call 972-GO-MENS-T.
Partly cloudy tonight, still hot, lows in the mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Floor & Decor.
Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Salute to Eric Nadel for joining us. Brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. This segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It is time now for the Rangers preview. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and we're going to get to Mike Peasley here in just a second. I do think it's appropriate here at this time where we usually do what you drinking and what you thinking to pass along the news that we open today's show with, and maybe have a proper 21 Coldy salute for a Tolo legend. We lost Kenny and Quinlan, okay? If you listen to what you're drinking and what you're thinking, you loved his voice. He always had that 2 shots of rock and roll tequila. I loved his stories of how fast he would run against some of the absolute legends of DFW track and field way back in the day, riding his bike down some of the steepest hills in East Dallas. I admired how when he had his hip surgery, he just didn't drink for 3 weeks because that's what the doctor said.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that's pretty solid. And how he hung out with his son at his son's house as he recovered. Son took great care of him. They had an awesome relationship, and why wouldn't you? Kenny was just a salt-of-the-earth kind of guy, and I know his family is missing him, and several friends are missing him out there. So salute to Kenny and Quinlan, and thanks, brother, for being such an awesome Tolo over the years.
What up?
Yeah. Alrighty, as Mike Peasley joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation with the pregame coming up at 5:30. Pease, how the hell are you doing tonight?
Happy Friday. I'm doing wonderful. How's everyone here?
We are doing, the same. Great Friday vibes all day long. How dialed is Nathan Eovaldi going to be tonight?
Well, we'll see. He's not want to start here in August. ERA is over 6, but, last time out against Minnesota, he threw a really good ball game. Remember, he had a 2-1 lead after 7 innings. Rangers tried to stretch him out for one more inning in the 8th and ran into a little bit of a troublesome spot there. And Rangers ended up losing that game 4-2, but he threw the ball exceptionally well. And, tonight, Gavin, he gets a Cleveland team that is, like the Rangers, really struggling to score. They're coming off a 1-5 road trip, and, scoring runs for them has been an issue as well. So a good opportunity right now for Nathan Eovaldi and the Rangers to kind of sneak in there and take a series opener tonight.
When it comes to the offense here, Pease, that's been the storyline all year long. They've underachieved. But is there a player in the lineup that you've been most disappointed by?
You look at, Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, and Leody Taveras. I think those are the 3 guys that, just haven't produced at a consistent level. Adolis has been better here of late. But Jonah Heim had such a career year last year, and, it's hard to duplicate what he did last year. But Leody Taveras, just kind of up and down. He'll go on a stretch where, he'll perform well for about a week, and then he'll slump back down. So I don't know if you can just pin it on one guy that's been most disappointing, because it's been a team effort-wise in terms of disappointment here in 2024.
Hey, Mike, do you feel like that the way that they used Jonah Heim through the last month and then through the playoffs might have had something to do with that? He caught all those games in a row that,
Really
and I don't know.
2 years,
yeah, I mean, I just wondered if he just did he just never have time to recover?
That's very possible, Broadus. It's very possible because you're right. The Rangers used him a ton last year, and they used him a lot early in the season as well, just because the backup catcher that they had, and slipped my mind right away. What's the backup catcher's name? Former Cardinal. Got released.
Oh my gosh.
Kisner. Andrew Kisner.
Andrew Kisner, yes.
My gosh. Andrew Kisner wasn't performing offensively, and that's part of the reason why they brought in Carson Kelly here at the deadline, just to try to alleviate some of the things from Jonah Heim. So next year's going to be an important year, I think, for Jonah. Who is the true Jonah Heim? 2023 version, 2024. My guess, probably somewhere in the middle.
Who is the true Kumar Rocker as far as being a big league prospect? How much of this guy are we going to get to see, and how excited are you about what he's going to be able to do?
Just so excited. That's the thing right now for Rangers fans to be pumped about it. Kumar Rocker on Wednesday threw an exceptional ball game, just got boosted up to AAA, so he is well on his way, making his way back from injury. This is a guy that's got tremendous stuff, that throws hard, good breaking stuff. Really excited about that. And Jack Leiter, too. He's going to get an opportunity maybe as early as next week to rejoin the Rangers rotation. So, some important, final 5 weeks for Jack Leiter with really no pressure on him. Just go out there every 5 days and pitch. And Jack Leiter has improved a lot. Obviously, the results at the big league level have not been good, but if you look what he's done, down in the minor league level, it has been good. So, anxious to see Jack Leiter pitch for the Rangers here in the final 5 weeks of the season.
How terrific was DeGrom last night?
It was good. I mean, when his first pitch is 99 miles per hour, it's like, okay, he's good. Yeah. And, just looking at some of the highlights, 29 pitches, 21 of them were for strikes, came out of it just fine, struggled with command for first couple of hitters, but, he looked like the Jacob DeGrom of old. So the Rangers were going to check on him, see how he felt today. And if he felt good, he'll make a rehab start sometime in the middle portion of next week. And, onward and upward. This one was 30 pitches. Next time will probably be 3 innings and 45, and they're going to, ramp him up 4 rehab starts. And then second week of September, hopefully we'll see him in Arlington.
Thank you so much, Pease. Have a great night. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it. You guys, too.
Thanks,
there
Pease.
He goes. Mike Peasley, the Rangers pregame show here is coming up at 5:30. Pregame for the Cowboys tomorrow at noon, right, Brian?
Yes, sir. Eric and I will be on the crosstalk there at 11:45, and then we have a 3-hour pre, and then Zach and I do a 2-hour post, and hopefully everybody will get up after every play. We won't have to talk about any injuries, and maybe have a player or two afterwards that we said either help themselves or hurt themselves, and so a lot to kind of digest tomorrow. So looking forward to that there at the AT&T.
Right on, gentlemen. Have yourselves a great time. Go Cowboys. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Just 3.5 hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting today. Have a great weekend, sir. Thanks to Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. And I'm Gavin Dawson. Until Monday at 2 o'clock, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at East.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhoit. Joey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, babe. We're in the final days of our early model year-end sales event. As the number